in Eldon,
Yeah.
and the debris signature, that this drop in the color, this green shading you're seeing near Olean, that is enough for them to call this a confirmed tornado at this point in time.
Okay, so it's not observed, it is confirmed based off of other things.
The text does say observed, but
Okay. It might be observed, not necessarily with the eye, because, okay, so that's actually a really good point to talk about. So if you can get a track on that, heading towards Jefferson City while I explain this. So it's nighttime, right? So it's dark, so you can't really see a tornado very well, especially when it's potentially rain-wrapped, as this one is. There's a lot of rain in front of it. But at nighttime, one of the greatest indications of a tornado are power flashes, meaning the tornado hitting power sources and then kind of making them burst. And that's a really good indication of the tornado. Plus then on radar, we're seeing great indication of a rotation as well. And so with all of that combined, here is the track of this likely observed and confirmed tornado heading towards the capital city. It's going to be in Jefferson City around 11:35. That means that we are giving you about a half an hour, actually about 25 minutes. In Jefferson City, you have 25 minutes now to be taking shelter with this confirmed tornado heading in your direction. That's how much of a leeway we are giving you. Again, safest place is going to be lowest level of your home, away from windows, although a bathroom is good because there are pipes around, a closet, underneath a stairwell. That's really good too into a basement because if there's space under there, stairs are really sturdy. Also, if you're in a mobile home or if you're in a manufactured home, I need you to leave that and I need you to go to a sturdy building. And again, we're giving you a lot of leeway depending on where you're at. Along this line, Jefferson City, you have about 25 minutes here to get into that safe place. Because we do not want you to be in that location. Tornadoes can really just tear apart and throw around these manufactured and mobile homes.
And Kenton, I do want to note that we are now live on our Facebook page. I can confirm that. So if you are headed to your safe location, you can stream us on Facebook, on the KOMU 8 Facebook page, also on the free KOMU 8 weather and traffic app. So it's a way you can take the coverage with you and stay updated.
Yes, perfect. Thank you, Matt. And so again, this is, if you're just joining us now, if you're hearing that, by the way, if our producers, if you hear that they're confirmed of sirens or anything, let us know, but I'm assuming that the sirens have been sounding in Jefferson City. So if you're just joining us, we have likely a confirmed observed tornado that's just gotten out of Eldon. Right now, it's very close to Olean, and it is heading towards the northeast, and it is heading along Highway 54. It's heading towards Jefferson City. Best timing for Jefferson City is in less than half an hour. We're talking about 11:35. So we're giving you about 20 minutes now here to be in your safe place if you're in the capital city in Jefferson City. So plenty of time here on this leeway. It's likely raining real hard out there right now if you're in Jefferson City. There's hail also on the way, and there's a lot of strong winds on the way too. And then again, likely a bit of a tornado heading that direction too. We've had the history of power outages in Eldon, power flashes. Those are all great indications of a nocturnal tornado. About 33% of all tornadoes we get in Missouri, they are nocturnal. So, and if we're going to get nocturnal tornadoes, it's this time of year. It's in May, late May. That's the height of our severe weather season, as I've been mentioning the past couple of weeks, and it's happening right now. So that is exactly what we're dealing with. That's why we've been talking about this for days now at this point, and why we're in a storm mode 4, honestly, for this heightened risk. Okay, Matt, I want to take a look at reflectivity again, please, if you would.
Yes.
Okay, and again, zoom out just a little bit so we can give folks a look at what's happening. So again, here's where some of that rotation is, getting out of Olean, and then it's heading towards Jefferson City. Jefferson City, again, you're already in that rain. You're getting some wind at this point. There's still lightning headed your direction, but we're starting to see this hooking even a little bit more, I would say, Matt, than what it was earlier even.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, that goes with that report that this is a confirmed tornado.
Yeah. Can we look at the hail scope one more time?
Absolutely.
And yeah, because we were talking about maybe it strengthening again, and that's certainly a possibility. So again, all this hail is also headed this direction towards Jefferson City and along Highway 54. So if you're in this area, if you're within Highway 54 towards Jefferson City, between Eldon and Jefferson City, please be in your safe place and please be prepared for a potential tornado and be ready for hail too. in South Callaway County. Let's zoom back out. We can look at that here. We have some viewers asking about South Callaway County and if they're safe in their mobile home. So here's South Callaway County. So for right now, there are winds heading your direction. Matt, can you see where that thunderstorm warning ends? I believe it probably ends maybe close to Jefferson City. This one. Go back over here.
Oh.
Like south of Fulton. Yep. Okay, just get rid of the reflectivity there for me. Okay, and it looks like they are going to continue some of that. There's an update at least there that you can look at, Matt.
Debris becoming more dispersed. So let me pull up cross-correlation. This is going to show us how alike something is. So where we see this drop, and I am going to rewind this a little bit.
Perfect.
So you can see this. This is using the LSX radar. And I'll switch to SGF here in just a second. But you can see that drop earlier near
right
Eldon.
Yeah, so and this just continues, and you can see that it gets a little bit wider. So what this is showing, as Matt was trying to explain, this is showing a difference in, some of it's hail, but this right here is likely not hail. There's a chance that some of that is debris. Actually, there's a chance at least that that's debris. Is this now SGF, Matt?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. This is showing the chance for some debris, a debris ball we would call it. So that would be a tornado picking up debris from the ground, like branches, something like that, and throwing it in the air. And what our radar can do is it can determine what the particle actually is in the air. And so it sees a lot of rain, sees some hail, but in that little area, it shows a lot of different stuff that is not rain and that is not hail. It's debris. It's something different. It's a different precipitate. And that's where we can see that on our radar. And so that's indicative of a tornado. And so we're still seeing very strong rotation here. Past Olean now. Olean, the rotation is past you at this point.
Same thing with Eldon. Eldon, you are now able to come out of your shelter. Certainly need to stay aware of those storms to the southwest, though. So you may not be out of danger. You're just temporarily out of a warning at this point.
And so we didn't completely answer that question for South Callaway. So if you're in a mobile home or a manufactured home in South Callaway, at this point you are not in the tornado warning. We're going to have to watch this storm, though, because it is headed into your direction. So at the least, I want you to have the plan in place. I want you to know what building, what sturdy structure building you're going to go to if there is a tornado that's heading towards you. Again, it's a little far out still for South Callaway. You're not in this warning yet, but at least have the plan in place. That's why we're here, so we at least give you the early warning and you can know what's coming. So have that plan in place and then stay with us and we'll keep you updated as it heads your direction. We're not going anywhere until the threat is over. Your life is most important to us. So the latest track of this, you can see it's getting to Millbrook around 11:23, Wardsville 11:35, and Wardsville, you are in the path of where some of this rotation could go. Jefferson City, you're a little bit to the north of this path, but these storms have had a history of moving a little bit to the north, so we'll keep you updated as it gets closer. Jefferson City, though, 11:38 is your time.
And Kenton, actually an update. It looks like this storm is starting to slow down a little bit.
Okay, so we're going to do a new track.
So I'm going to update the track. Let me just make sure that I'm getting this here.
The right data, yeah.
Because the warning for the portion in near Eldon is moving at 20 miles per hour. Okay. The other one moving at 45 miles per hour. So we'll just kind of...
Which one at 45?
The new warning. So I'm going to keep this at 40 to 45 miles per hour where we have this new warning and put a track on it for us.
Okay, perfect. So that's getting to Jefferson City, 11:36. So that's a little less than 20 minutes away now for the capital city as it rolls in. Again, Millsbrook, please be in your safe place. Scrivener, right now, that rotation is about ready to head over your head. Also, then Wardsville, please be there, 11:32. And then we're looking at Schubert, that's 11:42, and if it does continue on.
Kenton, some updates with this storm. The National Weather Service office out of Springfield, which services that area, is saying that the emergency manager from the Eldon area is reporting some at least thunderstorm wind damage. Okay. They haven't said specifics on what exactly that is at this point in time, but with the signature we saw on radar, that's certainly something we're going to continue to monitor and keep an eye on.
Yeah, definitely. And again, thunderstorm wind damage can still certainly do a lot of work. So that's what we're seeing with this. Okay, so again, that's the latest update, 11:36 for Jefferson City as it continues really very close to just Highway 56 is kind of the track of this rotation at least. And there's a lot of rain in front of it, there's a wind with it, and there's hail too. Are we still dealing with the near ping pong ball sized hail, Matt?
Yes, still warned for ping pong ball size hail. So let's take a look at the hail scope with this. And there we go.
There it is, yeah. And actually, that has strengthened again, which I'm not surprised with the strengthening of that rotation as well. So it kind of weakened a little bit over Olean after it got through Eldon, and then it strengthened again, and now we're still with ping pong ball size hail. So a little bit of cycling, I think, going on, Matt.
Yeah, also getting reports of law enforcement seeing rotation observed 1 mile south of Holt Summit. So I believe that is part of this.
Okay.
Right here.
Right here. Interesting. Okay.
That is a law enforcement report. So we're going to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that
Let
one.
me switch a couple of our velocities around just to see if we can get a better picture here. And this is pretty much the best we have.
That's the best one, yeah. So there could be a little bit of rotation there. What's reflectivity on that one? Is that on the front end of that line, or is that still, okay?
It's kind of...
in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. All right, so we're going to watch that, but right now the National Weather Service is not issuing a tornado warning for that storm, but there could be a little bit of weak rotation there. So we'll watch that, and there is a chance that this one could even break apart, and we could have two separate systems. That's certainly a possibility. So we'll be watching all of those chances for us. And Wardsville, again, getting a lot of heavy rain. The rotation, though, still right there. As you can see, there's some inflow here, and then it comes around, and that's exactly where that rotation is. And getting close to Highway 54, just to the north or the west of Highway 54 is where this is tracking as it continues off towards Jefferson City. And again, Jefferson City, 11:36, still the time for you folks in Capital City if you are just joining us. Wardsville, 11:32, and Holt Summit, 11:43, if it keeps going.
And Kenton, a couple of updates to pass along
Yes.
to you from the National Weather Service. They are continuing the tornado warning for Cole County until midnight, and they are still calling it observed at this point in time.
Okay.
A confirmed tornado located over Hickory Hill, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. So it's kind of in that cycle of picking up speed and slowing down. So here's an updated track of this with the adjusted speeds. It doesn't make a huge difference still.
Yeah.
In Jefferson City, a little after 11:30.
Yep, still 11:36 there for Jeff City.
Possible tornado in southwest Cole County, now located just north of Hickory Hill. Circulation has been largely steady state in the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, can we zoom in on this this portion right here? I would right there along Highway 54 here, Matt. All right, maybe a little bit farther to the south.
There we go.
Southern, there we go.
That's what they're
Hill.
talking
Right,
about.
So yeah, it's right here, yeah. And I remember I was just talking about Scrivener here. That's just north of Hickory Hill. I'm surprised I didn't just say that. But that's where we're seeing this rotation here between Scrivener and over here Hickory Hill. Yeah, I mean, it's right here. And then for Bracito as well, I would say you folks be in that safe place. So again, along this Highway 54 corridor, which means a little bit to the east of it and a little bit to the west of it, or even a bit more to the west of it, actually, I would say, from Eldon to Jeff City, at least when past Hickory Hill, right, keeping up, that's when you need to be in that safe place. And we have some tips for you here on the side that you can read about your safe place too, and where to go.
Kenton, an update, if our producers are listening in right now, we are getting reports that some apartments in Eldon suffered some damage. So I'm going to make a note of that for them if they could come back to the Weather Center and get that if they are listening in right now.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, that's really good, Matt. Thank you. And so again, Eldon potentially hit by this tornado. Now, we were on air before it got to Eldon, so that's good news. Hopefully those folks got into their safe place and there are no injuries or worse from that getting into Eldon and also then next to Olean as well. Now it's through Hickory Hill and Scrivener. We've been talking about you, Brazito, you're next. Millbrook also be on alert. Can you just keep it this zoom in level and just continue up to Highway 54 here for me, Matt?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, just keep it this zoomed in level and just move to the northeast so we can see where it's going. It's going to go, again, following Highway 54, and then keep going over here a little bit. Wardsville, you're in the path too, and then also getting to Jefferson City. So the capital city, it's heading in direction again. The time for capital city, again, 11:36. If you're joining us, 11:36 for Jefferson City with the latest timing and speed of the system. They have been varying speeds, so be there earlier if you can in that safe place before 11:36. But that's what we're watching for. And we're also still watching, there is still a little bit of, just to the east of Holt Summit, we're still seeing a few interesting signatures there with some possible rotation, but nothing necessarily too strong.
Yeah, the Weather Service at this point is not overly concerned with that rotation. And they're not planning to issue any warnings with that at this point.
Okay, good to know, good to know.
Their focus is on the rotation now to the east.
Which is honestly kind of strengthening a little bit in that latest update too. It's still there. It's still there. Do you want to look at cross correlation again? I know it was getting broader. It was kind of dispersing.
And there we go.
And it's still there. So there's still a debris ball. So if you weren't with me earlier, what this is showing us, this is a Doppler technology. And what we can see with our Doppler radar is we can look into the storm. We can look at it almost in 3D. And all this is showing us is rain. So a lot of this is rain, just north of Jefferson City, this purple, that's rain. And here we're seeing some hail and also some hail that's kind of forming in the clouds even. But this is not any of that. This is different meteorites, you can call it. It's debris like wood or metal or anything else like that, grass.
And a spotter has said that they've likely seen the tornado on 1750, near the 1754 junction. So I'm going to zoom in here and see if we can find that.
Yeah, so it's likely going to, if it's a report, it's probably before it. Here's 54.
Right here.
Keep following. Where's
so 17?
Where's 17 at?
Right about
right
where your hand is. Yep.
Right where my hand is. Okay, yeah. So 1754. So right here is where they saw that. So now I'm going to hold this here. Let's zoom out a little bit. So it's just past Etterville. Hickory Hill, we've been talking about Hickory Hill. So again, yeah, this is where that debris ball is, right here, where we're seeing different things that are in the air that are not hail or rain or any type of weather precipitation. It's different stuff that shouldn't be there. That's what this is, and that's continuing to move in. So again,
likely to move just northwest of Brazito.
Yep. And actually there is, and the thing is that this debris is in the air and there's a lot of wind. So that debris can still do damage. It can still break through glass. It can still do damage. So still take this seriously. And as we know, debris can move very quickly and it can be a lot more dangerous than what it actually is, of course, when it's not moving. So a branch or even just a needle of something, grass, can still do some damage. So
and
in this area, take caution.
And Kenton, worth mentioning that if we are seeing a tornado on the ground, which is very likely at this point in time, it is headed towards the direction of Jefferson City. So if you live in Jefferson City, now is the time to get to your safe location around in the next 5 minutes or so.
11:36 is the
This
time.
is going to be near you, so you need to get to that safe location now. Bring sturdy shoes with you as well. If there is any damage, you're going to want sturdy shoes in case you need to walk over that. So at this point, now is the time to take action.
Definitely. Good point, Matt. And again, it's getting over Millbrook right now. All this debris is, and it's going to continue on. So let's zoom back out. Again, 11:36 for Jefferson City. That is the time. It's following up to Highway 56. This tornado warning is, again, a confirmed tornado on the ground, likely at least still on the ground. A history of being on the ground since Eldon, so it's been a while. One of the things we were talking about all week long with this, at least the past couple days, or really, because we were tracking yesterday. So the past 24 hours is long-lived tornadoes, and that's what we're seeing.
If I can pass along an update, Cumulus radio stations 106.1 and 101.5 are rejoining our storm mode coverage right now, so you can take that into your safe location with you. We're streaming on the KOMU 8 Facebook page, also on our KOMU 8 weather and traffic app. So you can take us with you and continue to get our information that we are going to continue to stay on the air with.
Yeah, thank you, Matt, so much. So again, this tornado warning heading towards Jefferson City, a confirmed tornado heading towards the capital city of Missouri. It's going to be there around 11:36. We need you in your safe place if you're just joining us. And this tornado warning will continue potentially even past Jefferson City. Again, we don't know that for sure yet, but we do need folks who are on the other side of Cole County, who are in southern Callaway County. I need you to, at the very least, if you don't do anything else, at the very least, please have that safe plan in place if you don't already. Know where you're going to go, know what you're going to do. There are safety tips right over here that you can look at and you can know where to go. So have that in place. We want to give you an early warning before the warning's even issued. And that's what we've been doing all night. That's our point. That's our storm mode promise for you. And we're going to stay updated with that. Wardsville, right now, that is heading towards a little bit to the north of you. We're still seeing very strong indications of this rotation. It's getting almost now right to Highway 54. Matt, can you back up a little bit and go forward a little bit?
Yeah. And I'm going to get ready to put another track on this as well. But Wardsville, Jefferson City.
It's going to go, I do think it's going to go to the north of Wardsville. I think it's really going a little bit closer to Jefferson City, maybe slightly south of Jefferson City, but really it's going to go right through Highway 54, and it's going to track right into that area. So Jefferson City, 11:42 now potentially, but 11:36 was that time a little bit earlier. So you've been hopefully watching us. You've likely heard the sirens going off. I still haven't heard that confirmed or not, but if they haven't been, they need to be going off in Jefferson City. And again, be needed to be taking shelter right now. You can still watch us on the weather app, on Facebook, listen on the radio.
And again, those radio stations that are joining our storm mode coverage are Q106.1 and 101.5 KPLA. So welcome if you are listening there. We are going to make sure that we are discussing cities and describing what we're seeing, and since roads. You don't have that visual picture. Also Facebook and on the app.
Yes, KOMU weather app. Okay, so again, Highway 54, if you're driving on Highway 54 south of Jefferson City, you need to get off the road and find a sturdy building to go into, certainly. Now, if you are getting closer to Eldon now, you are in the clear. Just don't be going north past Eldon at this point. You need to stop and wait a bit until this goes away.
And Kenton, it looks like our debris signature here is weakening a little bit. Still definitely there. Yeah. But it's certainly good news that has started to weaken. However, still
velocity still showing some strong rotation.
A very particularly dangerous situation unfolding here, as this storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. One did likely touch down in Eldon, and now it is tracking between Wardsville and Jefferson City. So all of those areas do need to get to their safe location. Yeah, and also just again, to be completely fair in the coverage, it looks like it might be widening a little bit here on some of this rotation, but I do believe, and I think we've seen it already, that this system has a history of cycling. Would you agree with that, Matt? Yes, absolutely.
Which means that it kind of weakens a little bit, it gets its strength back together, and then it comes back again. So just because we're actually seeing it slightly weaken just a little bit, there's still likely a wall cloud there, and a tornado comes down from a wall cloud. So we're just watching this come through, and there is a chance that it strengthens once again. So definitely take this seriously. Wardsville to Jefferson City, everyone needs to be in their safe place in this location, all along Highway 54. Definitely be prepared for this to strengthen once again. And we still have a lot of strong winds associated with this. We have hail here with this too that we're still continuing to see.
And those strong winds extend all the way from St. Thomas to Westphalia as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to switch off the image here. No warnings, but still probably 40 to 50 mile per hour winds possible, which is below severe limits, but still something that we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, definitely a great point there, Matt. And if you can put reflectivity up there one more time too. Yeah, okay.
And looks like updates. We're about to get an update coming through here.
They updated the tornado warning.
Yes, tornado warning, still labeling it with that observed that observed tag for Cole County until midnight. A confirmed tornado located near Bracito, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So that is something that we're monitoring. Also, just as a note, if you watched our coverage earlier today, KY3, which is the NBC affiliate out of the Springfield area, has confirmed that 3 people are dead in Jasper County, which is in southwest Missouri.
And is that from that system that was north of Joplin?
I would assume so.
Yeah, which reported earlier from the National Weather Service catastrophic damage. So people already, unfortunately, killed from the tornadoes here we've been seeing in Missouri today. So just another reminder to take this seriously. To be fair, we don't want to compare the situations because what happened there, it looks nothing, well, not necessarily nothing, but this does not look like that, but still a situation that if you don't take seriously, could still end badly. So those deaths likely occurred when people were taking it seriously. So take it seriously, and the goal is that then no one is injured from it, but because of all the precautions, and that's why we do this coverage, and that's why we give you the early warning before the warning's even issued for your area. Okay, so again, looking at some of this rotation, and there's a chance still that we're waiting for it to cycle through and it could get stronger once again. And again, if we zoom in, let's just zoom in to where we're seeing this rotation, Matt. And I like showing where those roads are, and I like showing where those...
Right along Highway 54.
Yes, right along Highway 54. Again, it's going to go north of Wardsville, but it is still taking a track towards Jefferson City. It's still taking a track towards the capital and along Highway 54.
And with that being said, if you live in Wardsville, it's still a very good idea to be in your tornado shelter at this point in time, especially if you live on the northern side of the town. This rotation definitely looking to pass to your north. So still a good idea to be in your safe location.
Yes, a very good point. And as this continues up Highway 54, again, Jefferson City is on the lookout here. And we're also looking at the hail. Let's look at the hail scope here on this system, Matt. I want to see if that's maybe weakened a little bit, as we've been seeing it weaken and strengthen. And yep, it's still there. Okay, so all of this hail.
And it looks like it has started to weaken again.
Yeah.
So it strengthened, it weakened. So it's part of that cycling that we were kind of talking about.
Yep, and again, we've seen this happen. It weakened a little bit as it was going over Eldon, and then it strengthened. You can see that. So it was a little bit weaker here over Eldon. Then it strengthened again, and it was stronger before Eldon. It weakened. Now it's stronger again, and now it's weakening again. Now there's a chance it could strengthen once again. We call this cycling, and that's what we've been indicating of the past few minutes as we talk about this. Looks like they're just updating that severe thunderstorm warning over there out of Herman as well at this point. It looks like that storm probably just continuing to push towards the east, so they're just pushing that
Kenton,
towards
we
the east.
do have reports from emergency management of power outages in Jefferson City, so it's worth reiterating. You can join us on the KOMU 8 Weather and Traffic app. You can join us on 106.1 and 101.5 on the radio. You can join us on the KOMU 8 Facebook page as well. All options to get live coverage right now.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, and again, we're waiting for this to potentially cycle, but again, Jefferson City, you are on this. Now, I'm waiting. There's a good chance that if this does start strengthening any at all, the National Weather Service is going to issue this again, and they're going to continue it on past Jefferson City. So we're waiting to see really what this system's going to do. Is it going to stay weak, or is it going to cycle, and is it going to strengthen once again? Regardless, be in your safe place, so then you're good to go and you don't have to worry about it. That's the whole point of this. So that's great. Again, this is right along now Highway 54 for this some of this rotation, moving up right towards Jefferson City there.
And starting to see a new tornado debris signature just to the west of Wardsville, very close to Highway 54. So I'm going to switch us back over
right here
to CC, and there we go.
Yeah, it's right here, exactly. And so that's where we're seeing, again, a debris signature just showing that there's still a chance that there is a tornado, and there's another update, and it's even stronger. So there's a chance that we're still seeing debris and that there's still a tornado on the ground. It might have lifted a little bit and then went back down again. Regardless, we still have something in the air that the radar is saying is not rain, and it's not hail, it's something else, which means that it's going to be wood or grass or something.
And this is a short time ago, and here it is advancing and you can see that really strengthen and really blossom. Also moving to the northeast, so that is headed in the direction of Jefferson City. So we've said it before, and it's worth saying again, if you live in Jefferson City, now is the time to take action. Get to the lowest level of your home, an interior room away from windows. Find a shelter if you live in a mobile home, and take sturdy shoes with you.
Yes, exactly. And again, hopefully Jefferson City folks, that you have been with us even before the warning was issued. We've been on air before the warning, and we've been tracking this now for a while here live on air. And this is heading your direction. It is still a serious situation. We're talking about it cycling. Looks like it might be getting stronger once again, assuming that it did actually weaken. Again, we're just looking, and that is a stronger signature, and they're issuing another warning. I'm assuming it's because they're going to extend it.
They are at least updating the statement on that, not really extending the location yet. Actually, they are extending the location. I'm going to turn radar off here.
Interesting. Okay.
And I agree that that's also interesting based on the direction that this is headed. If you're in Jefferson City, you still need to be in your safe location.
I think, Matt, the reason that it's like this is because, no, I guess we'd be in Cole County, so it's all it's all LSX. Yep. So never mind.
The National Weather Service is saying this is an observed tornado. The damage threat is considerable, and the hail is relatively small at this point in time, around penny-size hail. Again, Jefferson City, I cannot stress enough, you need to be in your safe location.
Yeah, Matt, can you put reflectivity on again? I want to look at what they're looking at here.
I'm going to turn off lighting.
Yeah, definitely. That's all cloud-to-ground lightning, by the way, folks. So it looks like what we're looking at is they did that because there's some rotation right here now, too. Let's look at velocity. Go right over to velocity from this. So there's a few, certainly the best signature we're seeing for rotation is heading right into Jefferson City as we speak. That's where the best chance for rotation, the best chance for a tornado is heading into the capital city, Jefferson City, right now. But otherwise, for Wardsville, there is still some rotation over there, which is potentially getting stronger, which is why they've likely moved it over here a little bit further towards the east, because we're watching for a potential another tornado in this same supercell. Would you agree with that, Matt?
I would agree with that.
Yep. And so we have two potential rotations right now. This one is strengthening near Wardsville, and this other one is heading into Jefferson City right now.
Absolutely, and it's worth noting that that tag that the National Weather Service added of potentially considerable damage possible is an upgrade to that warning. So that it goes to show how serious of a situation this might be. It's nighttime, so we don't have spotters really on the ground to confirm anything because it's very difficult to see any part of this storm. So we are relying a lot on radar and what we're seeing in the reports we're getting in, and that's all that we could potentially see considerable damage, and this is headed towards Jefferson City, so please get to your safe location.
And Matt, let's look at that cross correlation once again. I want to see what that debris has been doing. We saw that strengthening a bit. It is still
knocking on the door.
It is still heading right in to Jefferson City right now. So that's still what we're seeing. And again, this is even a little latent. So there's a chance that it's already over Jefferson City, or at least over southwestern Jefferson City. So right now, Jefferson City, I hope you're watching us. I hope you're with us again on the KOMU Weather app, on Facebook. We're here with you through it all, but we need you to take those precautions. We need you to be in the safe place and really taking this information as seriously as you can be, especially with a night tornado too. And this has a history of a tornado, and there's a good chance, again, the National Weather Service still putting observed tornado on this, meaning that there is still a good chance that the tornado is on the ground. Everything we're seeing on radar still indicates that it is on the ground, and that it's very likely that it is on the ground as it's rolling into Jefferson City right now.
That is correct, Kenton. And again, it's worth reiterating, and I'm going to back this up on the cross correlation here over the last.
I want to see what this new update. This one's, I guarantee you, it's extended.
This is actually a very serious update that I need to pass along to us right now. The National Weather Service updating that from considerable damage to potentially catastrophic damage. So Jefferson City, New Bloomfield, St. Aubert, You all need to be in your safe location now. Lowest level of your home, the most interiorized room. Again, potentially catastrophic damage possible with this tornado.
And that's going over the capital city. The National Weather Service is saying potential catastrophic damage over Jefferson City right now. It is happening, and it's heading towards New Bloomfield next. That is its next spot, is New Bloomfield. It's going to follow Highway 54, that's where it's been going. That's where we're watching for it. It's following Highway 54. Matt, I want to look at velocity next. I think it's going to be an interesting signature because you don't say catastrophic damage without a very strong indication that there is still a tornado on the ground. Everything, all the data that we're seeing still indicates a tornado on the ground rolling through Jefferson City, and with catastrophic damage, there's a good chance it's not a small tornado that's rolling through. So again, please be in your safe place. It's going to continue up towards Highway 54 a bit and then likely veer off and continue right in the middle of this path, I would say. But again, New Bloomfield, it's heading for you too. Matt, I would like another track on this too with an update so that we can track this as for folks that are on the other side of Jeff City, because it's in Jeff City right now.
And it's moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. If our producers are still listening in, we're definitely going to want to send someone after this is passed to look for any damage. So please do stay tuned and check in with us. Here's the latest track, moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, okay, so 40 miles per hour. Again, it's in Jeff City right now as we're talking. We've been tracking it for almost an hour now, if not over an hour. Again, Holt Summit 11:51, New Bloomfield 11:57. You're one of the next folks here. Dixie, after midnight, 12:03. Pitcher, 12:08. Mocaine, that is going to be, or Mocan, that is around 12:14. And then it's going to continue up towards potentially Steedman, and that's going to be around 12:20, Toledo 12:23. So this is moving in. This is a long track tornado. We've been tracking it since before Eldon, and it is still moving through. That was one of the things that we've been tracking this whole time while we were in storm mode 4, a potentially life-threatening situation, and that is what we're seeing right now moving through Jefferson City. And next up is Holt Summit and New Bloomfield. You folks are still in the path of this as well, but Holt Summit especially next, and then New Bloomfield, and then Pitcher. You're going to be after that too as this moves on up. Matt, can we zoom in? I really want to look at where this rotation is. We can even zoom in.
And
to,
Kenton,
to see
I do want to
streets.
point out that the National Weather Service is being very serious in their wording, a catastrophic potential with this tag. This is a very violent and dangerous tornado. It's actually lofting debris at least 13,000 feet into the air right now. This is a very dangerous storm, likely on the ground right now, so you need to take action.
Yeah, Matt, I want to, and the fact that they're saying violent tornado, right? That's not a small tornado. It's a large tornado. Zoom in closer here, Matt. Look at this cross. Okay, so this is, again, showing where the debris is. We're seeing debris already going over Jefferson City. This is debris that's in the air. Now, as this moves through, it's likely going to be picking up debris as well. They're calling it catastrophic damage. They're calling it violent tornado over Jefferson City, over the capital, and it continues to move up. It's going to go up Highway 54 towards Holt Summit. You folks are next. I need you in your safe place. You can see some examples of safe places right over here. A reminder, if you live in a mobile home or a manufactured home, I need you to find a sturdy building to go to. Tornadoes, especially a tornado of this, do not get along with mobile and manufactured homes. They will take them out. You do not want to be there. Everyone else get into the lowest level, and all of those precautions that we continue to mention. This debris signature is over Jefferson City right now. That is where this tornado is. That is everything this is showing. North Jefferson City, Holt Summit, you are next. Please, you can tell by the tone, we don't have this tone very often because we want you to know when this is a serious situation. This is as serious as it gets, folks.
This is no hype. This is just the facts at this point in time. We are seeing a debris signature on radar. The National Weather Service agreeing with that as well. And again, saying potentially catastrophic damage potentially possible with this storm. So we are not, overblowing this. This is what is happening right now. So you need to get to your safe location.
Okay, Matt, let's look once again at velocity now at this point. Again, we can see where some of this debris is rolling through. Here's velocity. This is where that rotation is. Again, it's still right over Jefferson City, heading towards Holt Summit. Lake Mikey Town, you're next.
About to cross the Missouri River.
Yes, the flooding Missouri River. And again, it's a myth that tornadoes stop when they cross water. It's especially a violent tornado. It's going to cross it and it's going to keep going. So do not let that stop you. Just because you're on the other side of the Missouri River means nothing at this point. So this is going to continue up towards the northeast. And Matt, can we do another track on this? I want to know, we're telling these people they need to be in their safe place right now, but a lot of folks want the timing. So let's go ahead and, if they don't want to go there now, let's tell them when they absolutely need to be there. And it's moving, again, at 45? Is that what we said? It's speeding up.
At 40 miles per hour
okay.
right now.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put the track on this again, right on the edge of Jefferson City, because it's already moving through Jefferson City right now. It's about to cross the Missouri River. It appears that the tornado will head through southern parts of Holt Summit. So Holt Summit, 11:52 here.
That gives
now is the time to get to your safe location.
Only gives you 2 minutes. So although we've given you much more time, even before it got to Jeff City, we said beyond Jeff City, right? So I hope you've been with us. You got to be in your safe place. We've been telling you about it for over an hour now at this point, live on air. Again, it continues up. It's through Jefferson City right now. It certainly is not often that you will see a violent tornado going through a large city, and the capital city, certainly. And this is a very serious situation. So again, stay with us as this continues to push up. It has not been weakening. That is a very large debris signature. Again, if you're just joining us, this shows that all of this right here, it's not rain and it's not hail. It's showing debris, right? It's showing potential roofs, right? It's showing wood. It's showing trees. It's showing all of that grass, all in the air that's spinning around. And with the wind too, the debris itself can do damage, which is why New Bloomfield, you're gonna have some debris possible that's falling overhead, and also that rotation could go near you too.
And again, it's worth reiterating here, this is a potentially catastrophic situation.
It's already near Holt Summit.
Yep, already near Holt Summit, just as we've been saying. Time now, 11:51. That's the time we've been saying. So safe locations now, New Bloomfield. You need to be there as well now.
Yes, exactly. And this is still, I believe, the only tornado warning we have in our area. This is just a live look over Jefferson City. Yes, it is. I can see the Capitol over there. I'm trying to see. It looks like they're...
maybe we can get a flash of lightning.
Yeah, maybe. And I think I'm trying to see if there's maybe some power outages.
That's what it certainly looks like there.
The Capitol's a little dark. Usually it's a little bright. There's some lightning. So I'm not seeing that quite yet. Which is good. Of course, we don't want there to be anything bad happening. We're just seeing this rotation and a confirmed potentially violent tornado on the ground rolling through the city. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that. I wish I would have thought about that a little earlier. So as this rolls in, again, New Bloomfield, your next Holt Summit, is there right now as we're talking. Matt, can we look at velocity one more time?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, reflective, that's good. So yeah, it's just getting out of Jefferson City right now. This is right where that rotation is. It is certainly very tight rotation, and it's still indicating that there is rotation. There could still be a tornado on the ground, even as it's just past the Missouri River now at this point, which again, tornadoes can pass rivers all the time, and they do.
Yeah, and
update.
This is something we continue to watch. Kenton, if you could come log me into your account here.
Yep.
The computer just went to sleep here with our chat with the Weather Service. But I'm going to go ahead and talk about this, and we're going to have Jefferson City in the side of our camera here. This tornado warning now for Cole and Callaway County until midnight and 12:30. And again, this continues to have the catastrophic damage potential tag with this. So I'm going to zoom back in here to the radar and pull up that CC, that cross correlation. Jefferson City, Lake Mikeytown. If you aren't in your safe location, you need to be there now. Holt Summit, New Bloomfield as well. This eventually going to move into Brownsford and Pitcher, as well as it continues its track to the northeast. But New Bloomfield, Guthrie, Pitcher, Brownsford all need to get to their safe location.
Yeah, and also producers, if you guys are getting any reports of anything, please let us know so we can pass that along.
850 people without power currently
in Cole County.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have 4,600 there in Miller County, which is again where Eldon is, and it rolled through there first, and then it hit Cole County. So we could eventually see that Cole County actually go up a little bit once those reports start to come in. So again, here's right where this rotation is. It's just now to the south of Highway 54. It's right here. It's past Jefferson City now. Jefferson City, the rotation is now past you. It is past the river, and it is now in Callaway County.
Yes.
And it is moving up towards the north. Again, Holt Summit. It's still heading towards you, Holt Summit. Yeah, so that's especially where it is. And then some of this debris kind of going towards Holt Summit as well. Like Mikeytown, as Matt was mentioning, Dixie, Pitcher, all of you folks need to be on alert and need to be in your safe place.
And we continue to monitor this. Of course, a very serious situation unfolding here with that catastrophic tag with this storm. And we do have a new update to that tornado warning. This is actually good news here, at least as good as it could be. This is still an observed, confirmed tornado. The damage threat has been bumped down from catastrophic to considerable. However, this is still a serious thing to report. Also, this just coming in, Troop F is reporting extensive damage in Jefferson City, receiving multiple phone calls in their emergency and management operations center. So this is something we continue to monitor, but again, extensive damage reported in Jefferson City. Heartbreaking news to hear, but of course, we've got to continue talking about those in the path of this storm. We are going to have complete coverage as this continues to unfold throughout the night, and of course, tomorrow morning on KOMU 8 News Today.
Yeah, exactly. So can you get rid of just I want us to see the warning here, or do the warning scope, Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so this one likely, maybe they've expired and it's just still sitting there, but this is the one that we're watching for now. It's the one that's going into Callaway County. It's getting close to Fulton. So Fulton, you're not in the warning right now, but this is the early heads up, Fulton, that even though you're not in the warning, be taking this seriously. We're going to be tracking the system in here. It is a long track system. We've been tracking it since before Eldon at this point. It is a long track tornado, not necessarily that it's been on the ground the entire time. It might have been skipping a little bit, but it has been cycling is what we call it, which means it strengthens, then might weaken a little bit, and then it strengthens again. That is the environment that has been going through, and there's a chance that it does reach you in Fulton. So this is your early warning. Matt, can we go ahead and get a track on this, the latest track for this system?
Absolutely.
Even a timing, I would maybe look at velocity for the track and for the timing even as it continues into potentially further.
I'm actually going to go ahead and use that debris signature for the track. And this is still moving at 35 miles per hour at this point in time. It's moving off to the northeast. I'm not going to extend this very far, just to the point where the warning ends.
And so again, that's going for Dixie at 12:01. That's midnight. That's in 2-3 minutes. Fulton, 12:10. So it's right around the corner. And again, this is for at least the debris to get to you. Now what we see, and you can kind of see this right here, is our winds are actually likely moving in, and they're going to be spinning this debris around. So this debris is in the air that the radar is picking up. So the debris starting here, and then potentially, and especially with our reports from Troop FF, that we're seeing the damage, that this debris is in the air and that it is moving. It's moving locations, right? In tornadic situations, especially violent, catastrophic situations, things can move for miles, and that's what we're seeing right now, is all this debris currently in the air, getting over Highway 54. It's moving, and again, Fulton, the time for you, 12:10, which gives you, even though you're not in the warning, it does give you about 12 minutes until at least this debris signature gets to you, but there's a chance that that tornado is still with it as well, even though you are not in that tornado warning. So have the plan ready to go, certainly. Dixie, it is heading for you next, of course.
Kenton, update for you. Cole County is going to be expired from this tornado warning.
Yeah,
so
good.
That's good news. This is going to disappear in just a second. So now the threat really transitions into Callaway County.
Yeah. I want to also, can we pull up that sky cam again? I liked that because you could see the lights flashing there in Jefferson City. Those are emergency vehicle lights that are in downtown Jefferson City right now. Likely first responders potential. It looks like maybe they were driving by. I don't necessarily see them flashing anymore, but there were flashing lights, meaning emergency vehicles are moving around Jefferson City right now, likely responding to all those 911 calls that we were just informed about.
And Kenton, I do want to confer with you on this.
Yes.
Our managers are asking if it is safe to send reporters to Jefferson City at this point, to go ahead and send them out the door.
Can you zoom out a little bit? I want to see what's on the way.
Yeah.
So. Is there still a tornado warning down here heading towards Camden? No, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. Okay, go back over to reflectivity for me, Matt. Okay, so this looks like it will stay to the south. So I would say yes, you can go ahead and send them right now. And if we need you to come back or something, we'll of course let you know. But I would say it is okay to send them. A lot of this rain here is starting to take more of a westerly track. What's happening is there's a cold front here, and it's continuing to push some of this through. And so a lot of this is going to stay here. Now, Camden County are about ready to get a lot of rain, and I can hear the rain over our head too. But that's just from a little discrete cell that's moving overhead right here. But if you're going down to Jeff City, at this point, should be okay. So we'll keep an eye on it, of course, because things can change. More storms can always pop up at this point. Okay.
And you can hear probably in our microphones, we're seeing very heavy rain at this station right now. But at that point, that is not the concern that we're monitoring. It's this active tornado warning in Callaway County.
Yeah, and again, Matt, let's zoom in back into that for a second. We've been off of it for a couple minutes, and I want to see some updates here. Okay, so all right, so the rotation has definitely broadened a lot, certainly weakened a little bit, and we're still seeing a little bit of debris in there, but that's gotten a little better too. So that's all really good news. That it could be weakening at this point. But again, this system has a history of cycling, so we're going to watch it to see if it strengthens again. Again, it strengthened very rapidly back into a tornado and then a violent catastrophic tornado, potentially as it rolled through Jefferson City. Now it has weakened again as it heads towards New Bloomfield and other areas here to the especially along and to the east of Highway 54. And we're going to continue to watch that as it gets in. Can we look at the hail scope on that too, Matt? Also, Browns Ford pitcher, you guys need to be still alert on this.
And that has started to weaken as well.
That's weakened as well. Okay, and again, that's also what we've been seeing with this is again weakening and strengthening. So that's good. Any new updates from the National Weather Service on their thoughts on this, Matt? Because I bet
still
they're agreeing.
No updates on this at that point.
I bet they will.
I have a feeling since this has caused damage in Jefferson City that they are probably going to at least stick with this warning until it expires.
And it's expiring 12/30?
Let me confirm that real quick. 12/30,
Yep, 12/30.
Callaway County. But at this point, since this has a history of cycling and it
out.
does have a history of producing tornadoes, we do want you to be cautious and taking these warnings very seriously.
Yeah, definitely. And so we're really going to wait and see. As we did before when it weakened a little bit after Eldon, we're going to stick with it here, and we're going to wait and see if it does cycle through and if it starts to strengthen again. Because if it does, it's going to strengthen again rapidly as it did on its way towards Jefferson City. And if it does so, it'll be on its way potentially towards Fulton next. So that's what we're watching.
6,800 now without power in Cole County. That is the official report that we have. And again, if you don't have power right now, we have many listeners on 106.1 and 101.5, also on Facebook and the free KOMU 8 weather app at this point in time.
Miller County has 4,600, is that what we said? 4,600. And Morgan County is 1,900. So earlier when we were looking at that map, I said I bet Cole County is going to be reporting more folks without power. That has now happened. And now also Miller County, just to the south of there, Eldon, where that tornado went through first, it has more now too. So Cole County is likely still going to go up also.
Kenton, an update for you. LSX is continuing the tornado warning for Callaway County until 12:30 a.m.
Yep.
So that is going to stay with us for at least 30 minutes, or about 30 minutes at this point in time. This is a base tornado warning. So it had the catastrophic damage tag. Then it had the considerable damage tag. That's a step down. Now it is just a regular tornado warning. So that is a sign that this is starting to weaken. However, this has a history of producing significant damage in Jefferson City. So it's very crucial that you're still taking this seriously and getting to your safe location right now.
Yeah, and also, again, we're waiting to see if that cycles again, because it could certainly strengthen also as it rolls through. So that's why they are continuing this. The debris right now from the tornado that rolled through Jefferson City in New Bloomfield currently, and potentially some rotation still down there as well. Again, you can see that live look over Jefferson City on our weather cam also. And again, a lot of folks in Cole County reporting electricity out right now. And if we're looking here at velocity, it doesn't look too impressive, which is great news. I really hope that this doesn't cycle through. I don't want it to. I want this to die down, and I want it to go away, not because I want to be off air, but because I want folks not to deal with this anymore. I don't want this to continue.
But it is worth noting,
lives.
Kenton, that we're still seeing a fairly decent drop in cross correlation to now along and east of New Bloomfield, headed towards Pitcher and Brownsford. This, I believe, moving to the northeast. To the northeast. So Fulton, this is kind of an early warning for you, but I want you to start paying very close attention and potentially be ready to get to that safe location at this time.
Yeah, and again, some of this debris in there, potentially from a tornado, but again, that has weakened a little bit. A lot of that rotation has, but a lot of this debris could still be from debris it picked up already as it was rolling before and through Jefferson City, and then thereafter also as it headed towards Holt Summit. So some of this debris still in the air, which can still do damage. So still in this path, I still need you to be taking it seriously. We still have strong winds here. We still have just a little bit of hail. It's not necessarily a hail situation. It's mainly a wind situation. And so that debris falling down, not going to be great. And so you still need to be in your safe place for the debris that's actually over your head right now that I can see on radar. There's a look over, I would say, is at the Columbia Regional Airport. Yeah. Columbia Regional Airport, and that is pointing east at this point. And you can see some lightning. You can see some lightning there in the distance at the Columbia Regional Airport.
And Kenton, more good news with that tornado warning that continues for Callaway County until 12:30. Again, kind of a step that the National Weather Service is indicating that this storm is starting to weaken, is it is now for radar indicated rotation, and it is no longer confirmed on the ground, but we're still seeing that debris signature pop up. So I still want to take this very seriously, and I still want New Bloomfield, well, this is now past you, but Pitcher, Carrington, anybody along State Road C, State Road O, and if you live in Fulton, I really want you to start paying attention as well.
Yep, and they haven't extended this into Fulton yet, but if it does strengthen again, they will. And even if it doesn't, you're still going to get the rain, you're still going to get strong winds, and there's still going to be some debris over you that could be falling down still from the violent, potentially, tornado that rolled through Jefferson City, and just before that too. So this is still a serious situation for folks in Fulton also. Okay, Matt, can we look at reflectivity real quick for me? Okay, and then let's zoom out. Can we keep zooming out here a little bit? Okay, and so we have still a storm that's getting close to Osage Beach. It is not warned. That's great news. We have...
and this is the only tornado warning in the state right now. Worth noting.
Right, that is worth noting. And I think is this just LSX or is this all of them?
This is just LSX.
Okay, let's see if we can get over to all of them. There we go. I want to see some more storms that are rolling in. There we go. Okay, so we still have more storms that are rolling into Camden County. That's going to continue that flood threat, certainly. So a flood threat I would be surprised actually if they don't end up issuing a flash flood watch for the rest of Camden County and Morgan County and potentially over into Marys County as well. This tornado warning, again, still going towards Fulton at this point through Pitcher. We have more rain that's rolling into northern Boone County, more rain that's rolling in northern Pettis County, and we have multiple flash flood warnings that are issued too for areas that have roads completely covered in water right now. And this rain is not over yet. It's going to continue as we continue the next few hours. And there is still a lot of lightning with this system that's getting into Camden County. Can we zoom in on that one, Matt? Because I want to look at the hail scope on that. Look over a little bit to where that, there is a severe thunderstorm warning over there, over to the west, Fristo. There we go. Okay, so there is not much hail, so that's good news, but there's a lot of wind with that. So we're going to keep our eye on that system too as it gets close to Camdenton and the lake area, Osage Beach.
And Kenton, I do know that there is some talk of law enforcement saying that they do have pictures of the tornado when it was on the ground in Jefferson City.
Wow. Okay, yeah, we'll work to get those images for you also right here on KOMU 8. Okay, let's go back over to that tornado warning then, Matt. We kind of get a nice little area of what we're seeing. There's still a lot of cloud to ground lightning. All these bolts, by the way, are hitting the ground. It's all cloud to ground lightning that you got to take seriously also. Again, this tornado warning is in effect for another 20 minutes until 12:30 a.m. We are now on our Thursday here in late May, the height of tornado season. Matt, can we switch this over, take off some lightning? There we go. Okay, so a lot of rain moving through St. Aubert right now, and we are waiting for some rotation. We're still seeing some signs of rotation, and if we look at some LSX velocity, there's a few areas I'm looking to pinpoint.
And an update, they are going to continue that tornado warning into Osage County until 1 p.m.
It looks like it's a brand new cell that they're tracking here.
Yep, it certainly is, and you can see.
This is a brand new track we're going to do.
You can see the rotation here. 1 a.m. I might have said 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
So the rotation that they're seeing right here is now right here in this location. So now we have two tornado warnings, and they're for two separate systems, which is what I was looking at with reflectivity, and that's why I wanted to look at this. And then they issued the tornado warning. But right here is where that is, and we're gonna. Can you? First of all, before we do the track, can we zoom out just a little bit, take off that, and I want to see where these warning boxes are for folks, so they can see that. There we go. Okay, so there's our two separate boxes, one over here in Callaway County, another one that's over here in, I believe, Osage County. Yep, okay, cool. And then let's go ahead and look at this. It's about ready to cross. What highway is this, Matt? I cannot read it.
100.
Okay, 100. Okay, Highway 100, Route 100. It's going to roll through there, and this is where that rotation is. St. Aubert, I believe, is
St. Aubert.
St. Aubert, okay, cool. St. Aubert, you need to be in your safe place right now. There is rotation heading towards you. That's why we have a tornado warning. If you're hearing the sirens, that is why. St. Aubert, I need you in your safe place right now as it's rolling in. Here is a track of this.
I'm going to redraw that.
Yep. Did they say in that warning, Matt, where they were looking at that rotation?
It is radar indicated.
Yeah.
8 miles southwest of Chamois.
Yeah.
So I'm going to
8 miles southwest of Chamois. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's where we're seeing this. And the latest update, how fast is it moving? Okay, so that's going to be Chamois around 12:17. Again, a lot of that rotation very close to you. Also Pershing around 12:22, Morrison around 12:24, Gasconade 12:29, and then Herman, if it continues your direction, Herman around 12:40 a.m. here on our Thursday as we continue our storm mode coverage. Okay, so that is where some of that rotation is at. I'm looking at rotation there in Callaway County, not seeing too much more. That's some good news. There's another update, that's great.
And I'm going to go ahead and switch things over to CC, just to kind of see what we're looking at. I'm not seeing necessarily any
great indication in that Osage County system.
Right. Still seeing this drop near Fulton.
Yeah, still some debris in the air there. But velocity wasn't necessarily indicating too much rotation, but the debris could also maybe get in the way of some of that too. Okay, so yeah, they are still issuing that tornado warning there for Callaway County. That's going until 12:30, and this other one is until there's Columbia Regional Airport, looking towards the east. And then we have St. Aubert as well, and that is also areas to the south of St. Aubert. That's where we're looking at that rotation.
And if we're still seeing debris near Fulton, that just goes to tell you how powerful potentially this storm was, and that's why it had the catastrophic tag associated with it. So that is why we're still probably seeing some of that debris picked up into the air by this storm, and that could still cause a hazard within itself.
Definitely. So that's why folks in Fulton need to be ready for some debris to be falling and to take shelter. Okay, so let's go ahead and zoom back in. Can we look at reflectivity? I want to look at reflectivity on both of these one more time and get rid of the lightning. Okay, so south of St. Aubert, this is where we are seeing that rotation currently. It looks like this system is still weakening over in Callaway County, so that's great news. Fulton, if you're seeing anything, it's not going to be a tornado. That's Matt, would you agree with me? It's not there anymore, but some debris is certainly a possibility. So Fulton, you should be okay right now. We'll keep an eye on it, but you are okay currently in Fulton, besides the debris falling down potentially. But it's really this system now. And so it's this rotation that is, again, south of St. Aubert, and it's rolling right on towards the northeast. At what speed was that at, Matt?
This storm is moving at 40 miles per hour to the northeast.
They've all been moving at different speeds all night long, that is for sure. And so we're watching that there also. Right now, just to the south of there, we're also seeing a lot of heavy downpours. Let's do hail scope on this, Matt. I want to see if we're seeing a hail core with it.
We are.
We are, of course we are, because there is, yep. And so let's do
That's about 1 inch hail according to radar estimates.
Can we take that back a little bit and then bring it forward?
Yes. So here's the track of that.
Yeah, okay, so it's been strengthening. So we're waiting to see if that continues to strengthen, which all indications are that it will.
Yep.
So there's a potential that we're getting back into another very dangerous situation with this new tornado warning. So let's also look at, can we look at velocity with that track? Just change over the scope, just click on velocity, and then do the track south of St. Aubert, okay? Yeah, okay, so that is also strengthening, I would say. That is tightening rotation right now. Okay, let's zoom in and let's look at some towns that are, and some roads also that could be affected by this if we're still on the radio station. So Deer, you folks in the line of this rotation, again, St. Aubert, a lot of the rotation is south of you, but still take that seriously. Also Chamois, it's likely gonna go south of you too, but that's gonna be right near you. So still take that seriously as well, of course. Anyone that's in this tornado warning should take it seriously. And highway, what highway is that? Just passes Deer there, Matt?
That is Highway 89 to the east, 89 north to the east.
And the rotation is about ready to pass Highway 100, I believe is what that says.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, yep, so it's about ready to pass 100. And again, the rotation is just south of St. Aubert. So be ready for that, and then it's moving up around Deer and then towards Chamois. And just south of Chamois.
Yes. So here's the track of that, or at least the path of that you can see here. So I'm going to take our storm track and put it in that direction for you. And here are those current times. St. Aubert right now. Deer 12:20, Chamois 12:24, Portland at 12:30, and Morrison at 12:34.
Yeah, and you can see the capital here also, that we have the live camera of Jefferson City. And I can't tell, I mean, the capital's usually lit up at night.
Yes.
It currently is not. There seems to be some sort of light in there, but it could be honestly emergency lights that are on because the electricity is out. And some of that covering. If you know they've been renovating the state capitol, and there's a chance that some of that covering is torn off. It's hard to see in the nighttime, but it looks like some of the covering could be torn off from all of that rolled through too.
And Kenton, the National Weather Service is talking about this storm that we have on screen right now near Osage County.
Yeah.
It is about to approach Highway 100, just south of the Missouri River here. So if you live in St. Albert, Deer, Chamois, Portland, and later on at 12:30, Portland and Morrison, you need to be in your safe location.
Yeah, and are they just talking about that they're continuing to see that rotation there, Matt?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And they still haven't mentioned anything about canceling that other tornado warning early? The one for Callaway? Yeah, so there's still really no signs of rotation over there anymore, which is great news. There is still, can we look at reflectivity?
Yeah, absolutely. Also, if our producers and managers are listening, if I could get someone back here to the studio, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thanks, Kelly. Here's reflectivity.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Okay, so again, we're still seeing rain that is heading through this tornado warning. We're going to still watch this area for the potential for some rotation to be within it. Really what we're watching for is this rotation that's right here getting across Highway 100 right now. Jefferson City, it's still raining there. Columbia, it's still raining there. And down through Ashland, it's still raining, but it's just rain now at this point. Not even too many lightning strikes over there. Oh, I guess we don't have lightning on. But this continues to move up, and we're also seeing hail. With this system, and remember, the place we want you to go in a severe weather situation is the lowest level of your home, away from windows, in a sturdy room that's in the most interior part of the building, that's again away from windows, and maybe even bring your shoes with you too in case some of the windows might break off. You have debris, the shoes are really good, and they're going to help you with that too. Here's another look at Jefferson City right now, again, where earlier we tracked what the National Weather Service called a violent tornado, creating catastrophic damage through the capital city. And that was a little bit less than an hour ago now, about 50 minutes ago, actually about 40 minutes ago, we were tracking that tornado going through. That has since dissipated, and we're still seeing a lot of debris potentially in the air that's going up towards Fulton. And we have a new update, Matt, with this tornado warning. Let's look at that.
So the latest information with this, Kenton, is let me start over. The latest information with this is that they are continuing the warning until 1 a.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, so radar indicated rotation, and hail the size of pennies or smaller at this point in time. This is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Okay, northeast at 45 miles an hour. And let's take another look at, first can we start off with our hail? I want to see if that's continuing to grow. Well, they said penny size, so yeah, it's weakening. Yeah, it has weakened.
So it is weakening again, which is always great news to see, but this tornado warning is staying at this point in time.
Yeah, let's look at velocity too on that, Matt, please. Okay, and then do a little bit of a track here back and forth as we're analyzing this on air with you, of course, as we have all night.
I'm going to actually turn off the warning here, and I want to point out that red isn't the isn't the warning. It is.
Or it is the warning, yeah.
No, it's off now. Oh wait.
What?
Just kidding.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay. It's been a long night. It's okay. Zoom in a little closer though, Matt, please. Yeah, good. Okay, some of that text out of there. Okay, and now can you back up a little bit and then move it forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So this starting near St. Albert, just to the south, moving to the north, Chamois.
Chamois is next for any rotation that we're seeing.
Steedman, Portland.
Steedman, yeah, and then Portland.
All should be in their safe location at this time as the tornado warning continues to be in effect, and that we're seeing this continued rotation on the radar. And this storm does have a history of producing catastrophic, or the environment at least, catastrophic damage in Jefferson City.
Right, this is a separate system from Jefferson City, but it's kind of a tear off of that system, basically. Yep, okay. So that is rolling through. Again, the tornado warning, they still have issued for Callaway County. That's technically going until 12:30. We are still not seeing any rotation over there. I think they're just focusing on other things and not letting that expire. but again, currently not seeing much rotation with that system.
And really have seen things die down on.
Yeah.
Just an update from LSX right now. That's the National Weather Service in St. Louis. They are going to expire the tornado warning for Callaway County.
Okay, good. Yeah. I think they've just been a little busy, which is understandable doing other things. But yeah, we haven't seen some rotation there for quite some time. So we let you guys know that earlier too. So again, and that, by the way, that box might stay there until 12:30. Sometimes the system doesn't get it and actually expire it early. So that's why you might still see that red box over there. But this red box right here for Osage County is still in effect until 1 a.m. And that's because we do still see the chance for some rotation within this system. And we do want to take it seriously, the environment that it's going into. As Matt was mentioning, we're still watching that for potential tornadic activity. And there is still indications of some at least weak rotation with this one. And we just have, even though the hail's not a big issue right now at this point, Matt, we do still have the winds here too.
Absolutely, and you can see some of these strong winds indicated on the radar here. The brighter the colors, usually the stronger the winds that are being indicated. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm as well, and with these storms that are moving through our viewing area at this point. I do want to go ahead and put another track on this and that area of rotation that we're seeing right about here near St. Aubert.
Yeah, yep.
And it's moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Here's that track.
All right, thanks, Matt. And so that's going to get near Deer. Again, about right now, I would say, Deer, folks, you need to be in your safe place. And then Chamois around 11:31, and then Portland 12:31 in Chamois, and then 12:37 in Portland, and 12:45 there in Morrison as this system is moving towards the northeast. So that's the latest tornado warning that we have right now for Osage County. And there's also heavy downpours with this. We're still looking at heavy rain, likely rolling through Camden County right now. If we look at some reflectivity, we can maybe see Camden County getting a lot of rain rolling in there currently.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of rain. Kenton, I do have a few updates to come along. Some damage reports from Cole County starting to come in. So if our producers could listen to this and take note. Extensive damage is reported along Ellis Boulevard, 2 miles south-southeast of Jefferson City. 4 miles west-southwest of Jefferson City. We had a report of someone seeing a tornado, and this is particularly heartbreaking to hear. 1 mile southeast of Jefferson City, fire department and rescues reports of people trapped in their basements.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so remember, it was, we've been tracking it now for a few hours here, this system going towards Jefferson City, and the National Weather Service calling it a violent tornado with catastrophic damage as it was rolling through and even just before. So all we can do is give you the updates now at this point. Again, we do have this tornado warning. This one in Callaway County is gone. It's expired. It's just still showing up. But we do still have a live look behind me here, as you can see, of Jefferson City.
And something I want to point out, Kenton, if we do have emergency rescues underway in Jefferson City with people potentially trapped in their basement, this rain that's moving into Jefferson City certainly doesn't help that, but at least it is not severe. It is just rain at this point in time moving into the Jefferson City area. Again,
and it's
reports of people trapped in their basement in Jefferson City.
Okay, Matt, let's go ahead and I actually do want to zoom out a little bit. I want to look at some of the stuff that's coming in here from the south. Okay, zoom in a little bit more though for me.
Just and I'm actually going to switch us over to all of our radars.
Yep, I appreciate that. Okay, and then if we can take this one full screen here for a moment so I can see it a little bit better. Amber, if we can take this full screen here for me. Okay, there we go. Okay, so you can see this rolling in. Here is Jefferson City, and we're watching this rain. It looks like there could be a few cells that move through, but a lot of this, again, as I was mentioning earlier, is going to go straight on towards the east. So Camden County, still a lot of rain ahead for you folks. Miller and Marys, you're going to see a lot of it too right now. And it looks like there's a tornado also north of St. Louis, actually, on the other side of the Mississippi River too, that St. Louis stations will be covering now at this point over in Illinois as this very long night continues, and we've been talking about it all day. It's expected to be a long night here. Again, we had that storm mode index going from 7 p.m. this evening all the way until 3 a.m. And we do still have some tornado watches. Have they expired any of those tornado watches, Matt? We haven't updated that in a second.
Here we go.
Yeah, they did. They expired at least Montauk County from last time we talked. Audrain and Monroe, you are no longer under this tornado watch either. Now, we do still have a tornado watch here in parts of the south. Again, there's a lot of rain still rolling into Camden and Morgan and Miller counties. And it's also here for Osage and Gasconade, technically until 5 a.m. And also, of course, Montgomery, Callaway, and Cole are still under that tornado watch, which means that there's still a chance, and we're still watching for that. Everyone, though, even behind this tornado watch, is under a flash flood watch at this point. Okay, back over to reflectivity, please, for me, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go ahead and I do want to update us from the National Weather Service that they are still watching broad circulation in northern Osage County, likely just to the south of Chamois. So I'm going to switch us over to the LSX radar and zoom in. Good news that preliminary reports indicate no residential impacts in Callaway County, but of course, heartbreaking news out of Jefferson City of people trapped in extensive damage. We're going to continue to follow that, but at least in Callaway County, no residential areas seem to have been impacted, at least at this point in the reports we're hearing.
Okay. And so earlier we were talking about power outages, right? And I talked about how these were the preliminary reports of power outages, but they were likely going to go up in Miller and Cole County, and that has happened now. In Cole County, we are now up to 9,300 people, almost 10,000 people without power in Cole County right now, and in Miller, and there are 4,600 in Miller County. So that is nearly 1,500 people just within those two, or 15,000 people, without power in just Miller and Cole County, and likely all from potentially the same tornado, or at least the same tornadic system rolling through that we started tracking before Eldon and continued to move through there too. Matt, I would really appreciate some velocity on this one. I want to see where we're looking at the broad circulation. And so it looks like the broad circulation has moved a little bit farther to the north. Now let's zoom in a little bit here. Keep going. There we go. Okay, so the broad circulation is almost right all along this line, and it's again still fairly weak. Still something worth noting. I think the National Weather Service is good, especially in the situation that we are in, and we have been in tonight, to still watch it. But we are looking at the circulation, especially right there, and it's going to continue to move up towards the northeast. So Portland, you folks certainly be taking shelter at this point, and it's going to also continue up to Highway N, I believe, it's over here. I'm not sure which highway. Oh, that's Highway 100. Yep, so that goes through Chamois. So Highway 100 is next here for this, and then up to Portland, and then off towards Highway 94. Is that 94, Matt?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And that's going to continue on. So that's exactly where this tornado warning is showing for that box, and that's where that risk will continue to go to. And it is, again, broad circulation. If we look at hail, it might still just be pea-size hail. Yep, it is. So the purple indicating pea-size hail right now. So that's good news.
And if we kind of rewind this, it's weekend.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yep, it's kind of going back and forth.
And
but
fairly consistent now with fairly small hail.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. And it's a pretty small box now at this point, too, but it is knocking on the door of Gasconade and Monroe counties right now, too, as it's almost just kind of following the Missouri River a little bit, just outside of it at least. Yep, so it's again near Chamois right now, and it's moving right on up. So Matt, maybe let's get another track on this, just from right south of Chamois, where we're seeing that rotation, the broad rotation, and then on areas right up to the north of there. Yeah. And we're still moving at 40 miles per hour?
Yes.
Okay. And so we're looking again, Chamois here right now, and then also Portland, 1239. Bluffton, that's going to be, Bluffton's a little bit here to the south, not quite in the tornado warning, but we'll keep you updated, 1246, and then Americus around 54 if it were to keep going. That's a little bit far out here, but we'll keep you updated on that too. As you can see over north of St. Louis, they do have that tornado warning, and so that means that the environment is still capable of producing tornadoes right now.
Here's kind of a look of that graphic on the big scale.
Yeah, and you can see down into Camden County now, it looks like at least up to Camdenton, there is a severe thunderstorm warning, likely for winds especially.
And Kenton, just an update on that.
Yeah.
That severe thunderstorm warning for Gasconade, Montgomery County is for a tornado possible tag. So it looks like the National Weather Service is going to let that tornado warning go till its end.
Okay.
And then as it moves into Montgomery and Gasconade County, they're going to continue it with a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible, and half-dollar size hail, or rather nickel size hail possible with that as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
So wind is the main concern.
Wind is the main concern, yes, definitely. And so let's go back in and let's go ahead and track that through that entire severe thunderstorm warning map.
Yep.
Yep, and right where that wind's going to start picking up here. There we go. So again, rain is already there, and some strong winds are likely there too, but the wind is on the way now also for these folks, if it's not already there, and it's going to continue. So kind of the stronger part of the wind getting to Morrison around 12:48, Gasconade around 12:58, Rhineland around 1 a.m., Herman around 1:09, and Jonesburg around 1:14, all part of that severe thunderstorm warning for winds especially, and we're going to continue to watch it for some rotation also, but at this point, they are they allowing that to expire right now, Matt, that tornado warning?
It is not expiring at this point in time.
They didn't, okay, okay.
There's been no statement on it.
Okay, cool.
But it does continue until 1 a.m.
Right.
So at this point, it does continue.
Okay. And if we, again, we have broad circulation all along this line, and we're watching still just for some rotation all along that too. And you can see where all this stronger wind is too. We see kind of some higher, some brighter colors. That's some stronger wind that's potentially rolling in.
Wind potentially up to 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, okay, yep, so that is certainly severe criteria here. But everyone else is not under any sort of tornadic activity right now. It's just this system that's getting through northern Osage County and also technically southern, or at least not necessarily southern, but the southeastern corner of Callaway County right now.
And Kenton, again, we do want to talk about the flood threat as well.
Yeah.
Flash flood warnings currently in effect for northern parts of our viewing area,
Yes.
Brunswick to Moberly to just south of Macon, also Sedalia, and so parts of Pettis and Morgan County included in this as well, as we continue to see heavy rainfall, moderate rain falling over Jefferson City at this point in time. And we do understand that there are reports of rescue operations for people trapped in their basement, which rain certainly not helping with that, but at least at this point, it is just rain falling and not severe weather.
Is that the last update you've seen so far, Matt, on Jeff City?
Yeah, I have no new reports from Jefferson City.
Yeah, cool. And if producers or anything, if you guys have any reports coming in too, please let us know. We can get that information out also. That would be really good information to help us here. Okay, so again, we have more rain also that's moving into Osage County, or Camden County, south of Osage Beach, Camdenton, and there is still a severe thunderstorm warning issued with this system down here as well, and it might be for some hail. There's quite a bit of lightning down there. I'd look at the hail scope maybe down there that's getting close to Camdenton, Matt.
Yeah, and just an update on this as I pull up that hail scope. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 1 a.m. for Camden County, and this storm is capable of quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
And there is hail.
There's the hail.
Yeah, so there is some hail.
I'm gonna get rid of this.
And then again, yeah, the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So folks, in southern Camden County, we're watching that to move into some hail and some, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So if you're there, south of the lake area, certainly be cautious of that. And a lot of rain still, so flooding likely an issue, and there could be some flash flood warnings still to come out, as we were talking about.
And Kenton, I do want to point out that the National Weather Service is at least keeping an eye on some of these cells to the north of Bolivar, as there is some unorganized circulation with this. So I'm going to pull up the velocity scan, and if you could point that out. Not very organized at this point in time, but
kind of
still,
all this mess.
it's something the National Weather Service is keeping an eye on, and we're going to keep an eye on.
We definitely are, because this area has the history of creating some tornadoes. A tornado potentially near Bolivar earlier tonight. Actually, I think there was a confirmed tornado near Bolivar.
I believe so.
Earlier tonight, a few hours ago here in our coverage, and we were concerned about that getting towards Camden County, so we were tracking that earlier. Luckily, that dissipated a bit, and we did not see that happen. Of course, that did not happen with some other storms that we've been tracking to roll through. That rolled through Jefferson City. Remember, we're still getting in reports of catastrophic damage in, what was that? Sorry, say it one more time. Okay.
That catastrophic damage coming in from Jefferson City. These are the reports that we have right now.
Let's look at some reflectivity, maybe, Matt, as we talk about that.
Via the National Weather Service of what we have from Jefferson City at this point in time. There's a report of extensive damage along Ellis Boulevard, 2 miles south-southeast of Jefferson City. Also reports of 1 mile southeast of Jefferson City, fire department and rescue operations of people trapped in their basement. And that's one of the more serious things that we're hearing right now across mid-Missouri, and with the damage that we've seen so far. And the continued heavy rain that's moving through the area is something we continue to watch. The good news is that storm is headed, these storms that are developing to the south, if you look at the latest radar trend, and I'm actually going to stop this. This is right now. Back this up just a few clicks. Look how it's headed more to the east. That is good news. That means that storm that's showing that unorganized rotation near Bolivar, which I'm going to point out right now. Here's Bolivar. That's the storm that's showing that unorganized rotation. It is tracking more to the east, which means it should not be of concern for those in Jefferson City. So that is one small glimmer of good news that we have at this point in time. Of course, we have crews and reporters working to gather information, and we will have complete coverage of all the damage across mid-Missouri at 4:30 a.m. on KOMU 8 News today, and as long as we're live with you here tonight on KOMU 8.
Yeah, in our storm mode coverage, it's all part of it. And so let's go back up to the north. I want to look again at this tornado warning. We could see, we can still see these storms rolling through. And let's switch over to some velocity here. Okay, and so it's still very disorganized there as well, I would say. And so there's some very broad rotation. We're kind of waiting on the National Weather Service here, but basically as this continues to move through, there is 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hail not much of a threat here if you're joining us. As it continues into northern Osage County, and especially into that southwestern corner or southeastern corner of Callaway County, we're watching that 60-mile-per-hour winds, not much of a hail threat, and it continues into northern Gasconade County and into southern Montgomery County. Yeah, that's right. I have those counties right. And again, towards Herman too. So Herman's going to be getting some of this heavy rain, and also strong winds, strong wind gusts that will be rolling in for that area also.
And it's worth noting, again, I'm going to take off the radar and the velocity image here, that as this storm continues to push to the northeast, the National Weather Service issuing a severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. And let me pull up the warning time on that. That's going to go until 1:30 for Gasconade, Montgomery, and Warren County.
Yep, so it's another 50 minutes on that one for the that severe thunderstorm warning, because it's moving. We said 40 miles per hour, Matt.
Let me check. Yeah, 45 miles per hour.
45. Okay, so it's actually moving at a pretty good speed. A lot of them tonight have been between about, I would say, 35 and 45 miles per hour would be the average for a lot of these storms. We're seeing still a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning here. Again, hail not a big issue, just some pea-sized hail, and otherwise heavy downpours with it. and then we're still looking at some weak rotation that we're just going to continue to watch, which is why they have a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible, because along this line there is certainly still a chance that we could still have some spin-ups, some tornadoes. And so we'll continue to watch that. It looks like at this point it would move north of Herman, which is really good news for you folks. In Herman, that it'll move north of you. Montgomery City right now, that warning for that severe thunderstorm warning is south of you if you're watching us in Montgomery City. You're still going to get some heavy rain likely, but a lot of the small hail and a lot of that wind will likely go to the south of you, but we'll still keep an eye on it here too, of course. But good news is that two of those bigger cities, not seeing much. Folks in between though, you do need to take that seriously. And High Hill, you're going to be right in the middle of all of it as that pushes into Montgomery County.
Yeah, Kenton, very few updates from the Weather Service at this point on that storm, or on any of these storms at this point in time. Hopefully that's a sign that things are going to start slowing down here. And
I mean, to be fair, everything we're seeing is that it is slowing down a little bit, especially with this that tornado warn system. It does look very weak right now at this point, so that's very good. But we're still going to watch that for that potential for some rotation to spin up, because we've already seen it tonight where it doesn't take too long for something to get going. So we will certainly keep our eyes pinned to all of these situations as they roll in.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me switch screens here, and I'm going to switch to our warning map, and this is what's going on right now. A severe thunderstorm warning near Camden. We're going to continue to watch that as storms near Bolivar are showing some unorganized rotation, but again, those are mainly tracking to the east, so that won't be a big threat for the viewing area. That lime green is an aerial flood warning. The dark green, a flash flood warning for Pettis and Morgan County. Camden, Miller, and Marys under an aerial flood warning. River flood warning all along the Missouri River. And of course, flash flooding for Howard, Sheraton, Randolph, Macon. And of course, what we continue to monitor is that tornado warning still for parts of Callaway in Osage County.
Yes, and definitely worth noting, in Jefferson City specifically, with that tornado that rolled through earlier, a lot of damage coming in from that, reports, people potentially trapped in their basements. But we are also looking at river flooding, right? The Missouri River this weekend getting into a top 10 crest. And also some folks in northern Jefferson City already looking at evacuation orders earlier on today. And also, to mention, the governor has issued a state of emergency for Missouri for the rain yesterday, the rain today, and the rain that we still have to come throughout the weekend. So this is just the beginning, folks. If you're already tired of the severe weather, if you're already tired of the flooding, we're going to be talking about it. We are in the height of severe weather season. The pattern we are in is very active. This is not going to be the end of it. We are going to still see, especially the flooding, and that will continue even into Memorial Day weekend. So no matter where you're at, I want you to stay updated. Download the KOMU weather app. We will make sure you're never caught off guard wherever you are with that.
Kenton,
you can check out KOMU.com as well, and we'll keep you updated there too, always. So just stay tuned. This is not the end of it. Yeah, Matt.
We do have an update that Jefferson City did reach out to FEMA, and they reached out in turn to Task Force 1, and they are setting up assets at the fire station in Jefferson City.
Do we know which one?
On High Street.
On High Street.
Okay.
This is the voice of Ryan Takeo, our managing editor, passing this along to me as well. Where was that again?
High Street.
High Street.
High Street in Jefferson City. The fire station at High
that's where
Street
they're-
in Jefferson City.
And that's where they're stationed. But there are multiple scenes across the city that we're hearing over the scanner. We're working to confirm those. Of course, EMS, they're very busy. You know, and it's not our just by principle, we don't just report everything on the scanner. We need to go through the confirmation process, and right now they're very busy. So that's why it's taken a little bit of time to try and confirm this. But this just came from Gail Blumenkamp with Boone County Fire Protection, and he is the one who is in charge of putting together those assets with Task Force 1. And he said that they are getting a group of people. He didn't say exactly how many people, but this is an all hands on deck situation. Of course, FEMA involved is a very serious situation.
And we've seen multiple reports of people trapped
right,
in their basement.
Which what we can say, and roofs down, reports of really serious situations. So
yeah, what can you tell us, Ryan? Like, what are you hearing?
Right. So again, some of this is unconfirmed, so we need to be really careful
Yes,
in how we're saying this. But so unconfirmed, there are people who are trapped, people who are trapped in their basements. We've seen, we've reached out to people on Twitter and on Snapchat to make sure that we could use their video. We're supposed to get some pictures sent to us. So what we know right now is this is a lot of scenes across the city, that it's basically all hands on deck throughout the state. And Task Force 1, from what we know about them, they go out to cover hurricanes. They go out to cover all of these huge natural disasters. So it's not like this is an insignificant step.
Right. And, that's why when this warning went through Jefferson City, and before it got to Jefferson City, it was labeled with that catastrophic level tag. And
a violent tornado tag.
And a violent tornado tag. So that's some of the damage we're hearing at this point in time. Kenton, I do want to point out, Ryan, thank you so much. Our news team is going to continue to gather information and keep us updated. Our coverage, of course, continuing right now. We do know that the National Weather Service is still watching a new circulation now in southern Montgomery County. So I'm going to zoom in here.
Can we go full screen on this too, please, by the way? 10,600 folks in Cole County, by the way, without power now at this point. It was just under 10,000 a little while ago, 10,600. So again, these reports continuing to come in. Just a terrible situation throughout Cole County with this tornado, violent tornado that we were tracking an hour ago now at this point, actually a little over an hour ago as it was rolling through Cole County. And then before that, as it was rolling through Eldon, it was a long tracking tornado. Okay, so here is the rotation, I believe, that we're looking at here, and that's going to be in southern Montgomery County. Yeah, that is Montgomery County. That is north of the Missouri River. It's north of Herman, and that's the rotation that we are looking for. And so there it is again. We have a new update there too. So it's not necessarily too put together right now, but that's still certainly something that we need to be watching for with this rotation. And this is under a severe thunderstorm warning that is for a also potential tornado is what this is for. And that's going until 1:30, but this is right where we're seeing that rotation. If we zoom in a little bit more on that, Matt, I want to see what's kind of close, a little bit closer to this area. So it's past it's past Americus, the rotation very close to it. Really between Rhineland and Americus is where this rotation is.
Between Highway P and Highway 19.
Is that 19? Yeah. Okay, so the rotation's about ready to pass Highway 19 right now in Montgomery County, and then make its way towards Highway Y also.
Exactly.
Yep, and then it will continue to move up. So we're continuing to watch that, certainly, because I know we still have some viewers in this area, but that is south of Montgomery City, of course, south of I-70. It is actually closer to north of the Missouri River.
Kenton, other than watching this storm and keeping an eye on it, which I think we should probably stick with coverage of that, at least for a few more minutes.
I want to see what it does. We're already here.
We are tornado warning free as of 12:51 in central Missouri.
Right.
Hopefully it stays that way.
Right, and just to keep people updated there in Montgomery County, we are going to keep coverage. Plus, it's 12:50 at night, so why not? And so we have again these flash flood warnings. Likely, those will be extended a little bit. And then we also have this a lot of rain still to move through, which isn't helping folks in Jefferson City necessarily, of course. And then we still have this. Could be a bigger hail core getting just south of Camden County now at this point.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about that storm near Bolivar earlier. It has some unorganized rotation with it, and it looks like we do have a new tornado warning for Camden, County and Laclede County. So this is just
south
south
of
of Camdenton.
Let's look at the velocity.
Let me switch off radar and turn off the lightning here so we can see this. Eldridge along Highway 7 down as you get towards Richland as
Between
well.
Eldridge and Camdenton right now. Yeah, between Eldridge and Camdenton. And we're going to switch over that velocity here in just a second.
And I'm going to switch.
SG.
There we go.
There we go. And here it is. That's the rotation that we're looking at right here. And let's zoom in a little closer, Matt. Even.
Yeah, and Kenton, an update for our folks in Montgomery County.
Yeah.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for radar indicated rotation in Montgomery going into Warren County, which is outside of our viewing area, but Montgomery's still with us.
Okay.
So let's finish talking about this and then
Let's
get to
track
that.
this one, because we were just talking about that one. So let's track this one out. We were talking about it before it was even tornado warned, and then we're going to move back up there. So
And
this
this
is
is
again for folks
moving-
south of Camdenton. So if you're hearing the tornado sirens going off in Camdenton, they might be because it's in Camden County, but the circulation is south of you. You're not actually in the tornado warning there in Camdenton. That is to the south. And is this Highway 7?
Yes.
Okay, so it's getting close to Highway 7 now. So Decaturville, you folks need to be taking shelter right now. That is, rotation is heading your way, and it's a pretty good signature. So there's a good chance there's a tornado on the ground or close to being on the ground. Hill House Addition, that's around 119. It's actually a little bit farther to the south over there. These other ones are a little bit far off. And past that warning, but Crocker 129 is where you folks need to be watching if you are watching this coverage. Okay,
And again, that's moving east out of the KOMU 8 viewing area.
eventually, right?
Yes. So, but this storm also that we're watching, and I'm going to switch our velocities here. This is where we have that new tornado warning that is in effect for Montgomery County as well as Warren County. Warren not technically part of our coverage area, but Montgomery is until 1:45 a.m. The storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Big Spring, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. So I'm going to zoom in here.
And this is where we're seeing that rotation, by the way. It's right here. It's just to the northeast of Bridgeport. It's right around Highway 19 is right where this rotation is. Highway 19 and Bridgeport. It's between these two, and also Highway Y. It's getting close to there as well.
Absolutely. And this storm is moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit so I can fit a storm track in this.
Yeah. Jonesburg, I can already tell you folks need to be getting
In
ready
your
for
safe
this.
location.
Yeah.
And I'm only going to track it to the end of the box because then it gets out of our viewing area.
Yep, that's fine. Okay, so Bridgeport already, you need to be in your safe place. A lot of that rotation is north of you, but it does not hurt. High Hill, around 102, that rotation will be close to you, but especially Jonesburg. You folks are right in the line of where this rotation would be. So that's Jonesburg. That's around 1:07 a.m. That's going to give you about a good 10 minutes here in Jonesburg to get into your safe place so that you are taking shelter and that you're covered. Again, lowest level of your home, away from windows, most interior location. Maybe take your shoes with you too, just in case.
Kenton, I do want to note in the latest scan, this is the previous scan.
It updated, yeah,
and
I
then
see it.
the new scan, that's a tightening of that rotation. It's becoming closer together. So
on its way towards Jonesburg.
Yes. So Bridgeport, High Hill, Jonesburg, all need to be in their safe location right now.
Again, Jonesburg, your time is 1:07. Again, got 10 minutes here, Jonesburg, 10 minutes.
And something else worth noting is the National Weather Service is talking about how the environment across eastern Missouri is still very favorable for tornadoes, including strong tornadoes.
Yeah.
I want to switch us over to the current temperature map, and you can see where we have that warmer,
Herman's still at 72.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where we have that warmer air. That's where that severe weather threat is going to continue.
Yeah.
Areas to the northwest, and I'll show you the tornado watch to kind of give you a better idea. You're in the clear. So if you're in this green area, that's a flash flood watch. You don't really have to worry about that tornado potential anymore. Anyone in these red boxes, we're still concerned about the development of storms that may produce tornadoes.
And again, just to note, kind of interesting, Osage and Gasconade, which are again just kind of on the where it's a bit warmer and it's going to take a little while longer to get colder. Osage and Gasconade are technically under the watch until 5 a.m. Everyone else until 4 a.m. of course, unless it expires earlier, which some places will certainly expire earlier. But we're heading now into 1 a.m. here in our storm mode coverage on our Thursday morning.
And Kenton, I'm not going to explain this to the viewers because it's going to go over pretty much everyone's head, but the National Weather Service is talking about some of the parameters with this in eastern Missouri near the St. Louis area, and they are still very impressive.
The parameters are still very impressive. Do you want to talk to me about it?
Yeah, so
okay.
We're talking about...
Let's go over to reflectivity while we do this. But
yeah. So when we mean parameters, what we're talking about is a lot of energy, STP, CAPE.
Yeah, so what are they saying with CAPE, Matt?
Still over 3,000 joules per kilogram.
3,000.
So still a very suitable environment for storm development to the east.
I mean, even 1,000, 1,500 isn't terrible.
Yeah.
So you talk about 3,000, that's a lot. That's a lot.
STP is near 6. And LCL heights are below 800.
Is that from their latest sounding? Did they release a balloon?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
They talk like they are observations, though.
Yeah.
And also storm relative helicity around 400. So these storms have energy, they have fuel, they have the ability to spin in eastern Missouri. So in those areas that still have that tornado watch that we just showed you, let's put that back up on the screen again. They still have the potential for the development of storms that may produce tornadoes.
And again, especially these areas, especially Osage, Gasconade, Montgomery, where we do have a current tornado warning in Montgomery, Marys as well, even into Miller, I would say. All of those areas, and then onward towards the east is where we're talking about that environment still prime, which, again, not surprised that's going late into the night. We always knew that would be a possibility for us. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go back into that tornado warning, Matt. Let's see. We'd like to have maybe 1 or 2 updates to that velocity scan.
And it looks like we should be getting an update here from the National Weather Service very shortly.
So let's get, there we go.
Here is the latest velocity.
Here it is.
And I'm assuming that is a continuation of the warning given the velocity signature that we're seeing at this point in time.
Yet they had to have updated something with that text. Did they update it to observed? Probably.
It still hasn't popped up here in chat yet, so I'll update you on that when I can.
All right. Yeah, that's good. So again, this is right where we're seeing that rotation for the tornado that is either radar indicated, at least at this point, and that's moving on to that. Zoom in a little bit more. I want to see those towns once more. Again, remember the main one, Jonesburg. Again, this is heading towards you. Jonesburg, heading towards you. It's there in just a few moments, so please be taking shelter right now. If you're in Jonesburg, be in that safe shelter. It's going to move again. Jonesburg is going to go between High Hill, and it's going to move between High Hill and Peddleton there, if I get out of the way, right up towards I-70 is where that tornado, potential tornado at least, the rotation with the tornado is headed. And again, as we mentioned, the environment is prime for this, and all this tornado has done right now, or this rotation has done in the past few scans, is strengthened. We're not seeing any weakening, we're seeing strengthening. We're not even seeing stagnation, we're seeing strengthening. So again, Jonesburg needs you folks in your safe place right now as this is heading your direction, and there's a chance it continues to strengthen once more.
And Kenton, this is still for radar indicated rotation.
Okay.
Circulation is, they are noting that it's going to start moving into Warren County here, which it is. It's now east of Herman, so that's getting out of the KOMU viewing area.
Right. Oh yeah, you're right. It is. I didn't even notice that. Okay.
But still, something certainly could unfold there. And let me just pull up CC, and
you can see it right there. Yeah, you can see it.
So potentially.
Well, actually, maybe not. Nope, that's some hail. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's. Yep. Okay, let's zoom back out. Let's take give folks one last look at some reflectivity.
And yes.
Perfect. Okay, so we can still see we have this heavy rain rolling through. There is still technically a tornado warning down here in southern Camden County.
And they just updated that.
Okay.
It is, this storm is actually strengthening.
Okay.
It's now capable of producing 2-inch hail.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
With this storm. That is hen egg size hail, folks.
Yeah.
So that is certainly big enough to do damage. Quarter size hail is when a storm becomes severe. So I'm going to stop the animation here and turn on our velocity. Lebanon and Eldridge definitely need to be paying attention to this and getting to their safe location.
Well, we're looking at this circulation right up here, Matt.
And it looks like
South of Camdenton. South of there, yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. And so this will continue into kind of that heel of, and that's a really good rotation on there. And so that's going over Highway 7, I believe that is, and it's going to be there in a few moments. So let's go ahead and get a track on there for folks who might be watching us in that area. And also we are, of course, streaming online as well, so folks even outside of the area could be watching us too. And so we are looking over here at that rotation at least, getting close, likely south of Toronto. If you live south of Toronto, around 115, south of Hawkeye, that's going to be around 127 as it rolls in. And then Crocker eventually, we had Crocker earlier too, but 136, about another 30 minutes for you folks in Crocker for this rotation to be in your area. And again, it's strengthening, and it's in an environment that could allow it to continue to strengthen, or at least continue to be there or cycle through. So definitely take that seriously and keep an eye on that, certainly.
And, you know, as we've been talking about the environment, we'll say south of I-70 at this point in time, at least in central Missouri, is still that environment that is favorable, where we may see more severe weather develop, including the potential for tornadoes. This tornado watch continues until 4 a.m. at this point in time. And let's go ahead and switch things back over to the radar. Kenton, how much longer are we wanting to stay on the air?
I think that we are.
We have a live picture. We're about to have a live picture.
Okay, so we're going to stay on because we do have live coverage now of some damage that went through Jefferson City, I believe. Is that right, Ryan?
Yeah, you're hearing the voice of our managing editor. This is Ryan Takeo. Ryan, what can you tell us about what you're hearing at this point in time?
So we have a crew on the scene. Photographer, his name is Tyler Drazinga. And he has a backpack out there, so we're about to get a live picture.
And we have
it right now. Yeah.
So where he is right now, if I could just, he's Ellis Boulevard off of 54.
And we did hear a report earlier of quite a bit of damage on Ellis Boulevard, and it looks like we have a police emergency response on scene as well. And it looks like some damage there behind the flashing lights.
Yeah, and so here's what I have from Tyler, because I was just on the phone with him, and he told me that he was in shock. He said that there was a gas station with the awning torn completely off. He couldn't even tell what kind of gas station it was. He says that if you look at the damage right there, he thinks there's a U-Haul storage that's right next, and that checks out with what's on Google Maps. But he could hardly tell what it was. See, you can see U-Haul, the logo over there on the left side.
And looks like we're zooming in on some of the damage here. And again,
that's another gas station right there.
You can tell that that's a sign where they would show the price of the gas. And that is no longer there. You can also see the stalls where the gas where you fill up from the gas.
And this is, this is why it was warned as a potentially catastrophic, damaging tornado. And we are obviously seeing some of the damage from that storm as it moved through the area.
So the cross street is Christie. It's Christie and Ellis, just right off of 54. There were reports down the street right over there of roofs coming off of buildings. There's a YMCA down there. There's Best Western, Hawthorne Apartments. We have not been able to confirm exactly what's over the police scanner. As you can imagine, EMS is extremely busy right now. We know that Jeff City called, the fire department called FEMA. You got FEMA involved, and then FEMA called Task Force 1.
And Task Force 1 is a local branch in Missouri that has helped to respond to some of the the major hurricanes that have happened
Right.
across the country. So it's a serious situation
Saw
when
that.
these folks get called in.
That lightning there in the distance. Yeah, Christie and Ellis Boulevard right here off of 54. A couple other things Tyler ended up telling me. He said that, so right now he's at another gas station right across the street. You see some folks off in the distance there with either using their phones or a flashlight. No power in that area. It's he was in shock. I wonder if he has a microphone.
Tyler, can you hear us right now? It does not sound like
Yes.
he can hear us
can.
right now. Hey, Tyler, this is Matt Beckwith. Could you kind of describe what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, so I'm here on Ellis and Christie Drive, and there was tree limbs and debris just everywhere in the street. There was bulldozers that came by just moments ago and kind of cleaned all that up, but there's still lots of debris across the street from this gas station. There's a U-Haul, and there's just debris everywhere across that front parking lot of the U-Haul. The number of officers here now is significantly less than it was, but there's still a heavy presence.
Tyler, could you tell us? I'm seeing some reports of multiple roads being impassable because of debris, and it looks like that on the picture. But could you confirm that for us? At least where you are.
Yeah. I was trying to go a little farther down Ellis Lane originally, but there's crossing guards that are blocking that off, making everyone turn left and get back on the highway towards Fulton.
All right, Tyler, is there any other information that you have confirmed that you can tell us at this point in time?
None at this point in time. There are still officers responding to the situation at Hawthorne. A corrections officer was actually just up here and wondering if they still needed help. And so it sounds like, they're sending as many people as they can down there.
And we do have unconfirmed reports at this point in time. Tyler, thank you, of people potentially trapped in their basements and other locations. We're still working to confirm those locations. Ryan joins us now with an update.
The Hawthorne he's talking about is the Hawthorne Apartments. That's just about a block and a half from where Tyler is right now. And we were just from looking at the map, he was telling me that was the closest he can get. You can see from the yellow tape that was right there. It's blocking off from at least a couple blocks away from where the Best Western is, from where the YMCA is. Again, it's Ellis Boulevard over near Christie, just off of 54.
And so again, if you're just joining us, this is Jefferson City live coverage right now. There was earlier a violent tornado that rolled through with catastrophic damage right now. We do have one reporter on the scene. Do we have anyone else that's headed that direction?
Right, so this happened at about 11:30. At least best I can remember is in the 11 o'clock hour,
11:30,
right?
11:40, yeah,
Something
that's when
like
it was
that, right?
rolling through, yeah.
So we had to actually wait to send Tyler,
Right.
because there was the line of storms. I remember around that time we weren't able to actually send him until about midnight. Remember, so because that was something that we were having that conversation basically
Right,
over
yeah.
the air.
Yes, literally over the air, asking me if it
Right.
was safe. Yeah.
Because we of course wanted to make sure that all of our reporters are going to be safe while we're trying to confirm the information. So once we got the all clear from you, then we were able to send Tyler down there, and so he's been gathering information and gathering pictures for us ever since then. So. Yeah, we had to answer your question more directly. Sorry for that aside there, Kenton.
No, you're fine.
We've sent, by my count, at least 5 reporters down there. Landon Burke came in. He's going to anchor KOMU 8 News today from Jefferson City. We have crews who are over at trying to get close to the Best Western, trying to get close to Hawthorne Apartments. We also have a reporter over at Capital Regions, because obviously we expect them to be very busy right now with all the reports that we're hearing.
And Ryan, just a quick weather update for some folks. We do have tornado warnings for Camden County. This is south of our viewing area at this point in time, but I know we're streaming on Facebook and have a lot of viewers joining us right now. People from all over the place. This is south of our viewing area, but I want to talk about it because it's close. Eldridge, Lebanon, a tornado possible with this radar indicated rotation.
And it has pretty good rotation on it too.
Yeah,
I'm looking at
and I'm going to switch things over to our reflectivity. And of course, we are going to continue to monitor this situation at this point in time. But I want to rewind the reflectivity here and show you as it tracks to the east. That storm is rotating, and it is something that we are watching. So I'm going to go ahead and put a storm track on this. It is moving to the east at about 35 to 40 miles per hour.
And also an update for you while Matt does this here. We'll let him do this real quick before I get into my next point.
So 45 miles per hour on the rotation of this storm. And it would be near Carroll Junction at 120. Lebanon right now, safe locations is where you need to be, as we have radar indicated rotation. And as we've been talking about, this is part of that environment that's stronger. Hazel Green at 133, Winnipeg at 143, and Waynesville at 151, again outside of our viewing area. Also seeing another tornado warning issued for Camden, Miller, and Pulaski County until 1:45. This near Richland, as we continue to follow this situation here.
And there's this rotation. It's right here. Oh, I just accidentally did that. Okay,
Our editor Ryan Takeo will have an update for us.
Matt, and also before that, I do want to go back up to Montgomery County as well. We still have a very strong signature of a tornado just near Montgomery County right now, too. So again, for this, we're looking at this rotation, which is right here, getting across Highway 7 there, it looks like, if my eyes can still see. Again, it's going likely south of Toronto. We were tracking that earlier, too, south of Hawkeye. Going towards Crocker, though, we've been saying your name for over an hour now. 1:32 is your time in Crocker. 1:32, that is 15 minutes away. You need to be getting into your safe place and have that ready to go. Also, Swedberg, I would say, to try and have a safe place there too. That rotation is going to go just to the north of you likely, but still have a safe place. All right, Matt, I would like to go back up to Montgomery County real quick again before we do that next
Kenton,
update.
As we move the radar, this is a very quick update, a post from the Jefferson City Fire Department that all firefighters have been called back and are beginning rescue operations. They ask for prayers for their citizens in the tweet.
Yeah, so we're going to continue our live coverage here of this catastrophic situation that has rolled through the capital city here. We've been on air this whole time. We actually haven't gone off air since well before the tornado hit Jefferson City, and we are still on air right now. And again, here's another update. It's getting close to Warrenton now at this point, but this is just what I wanted to mention. Again, folks are watching us online. We have thousands of viewers watching us right now still, and this is getting towards the east, getting close to Warrenton for that rotation. So certainly, folks there, please be taking that precaution too. Also, in an update, I did get a report from or at least a comment from a Twitter follower that told me that that live shot we're seeing in Jefferson City, we can bring that back up, that there's a chance that that's actually used to be a break time, and there was a Sonic across the street as well. That is at least what this person says from Jefferson City.
Tyler, can you hear us at this point?
Tyler's the reporter there that we're trying to talk to.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Tyler, can you maybe confirm or not if that is a break time, and then if there is a Sonic across the street, maybe where you're at?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to confirm it's a break time, but
Can't tell,
you know, the sign has just been completely taken off and blown into the road, and it's really hard.
Do you see a Sonic at all?
Even what gas station it was at this point. I have not. There's
Okay.
like I said, there's a U-Haul across the street.
Okay.
It may
Yeah.
be a little further down the road. But.
Okay. Yeah, that's really good. Thank you so much. Do you have any other reports of anything that you've been seeing out there while you've been out there, Ryan?
Or Tyler.
Tyler, sorry, Tyler.
Are you hearing any other reports at this time?
Nothing at this time. I will tell you that at this gas station that I'm at right now, there's cars filled the entire parking lot. I mean, there's nowhere to move around in here as people are coming to check out the damage for themselves.
All right, people are coming. Okay, and that is something actually I would caution people against. We need to make sure that the first responders can get to these places first, and so this isn't a spectator sport at this point. Wait, give those first responders the room and the time they need to get in and do what they need to do before you're going out, please, folks.
And if I could just jump in right here, this is Managing Editor Ryan Takeo. Hey, Tyler, if you could actually look for witnesses right now, and we'll go off of your feed here for just a little bit. So you just go ahead and talk to people who are impacted. Remember to stay, of course, empathetic. This, of course, is the worst day. So you just be yourself and just try to tell the story.
Yeah, Tyler, thank you so much for that live shot. Again, considerable damage reported in Jefferson City. We do have a report from Troop F, westbound US 54 near Rockport Hills Road is pretty much completely blocked because of a tractor trailer. They ask that you avoid the area at this point in time. So a serious situation of considerable damage continuing to unfold in the Jefferson City area, as well as we continue to monitor multiple reports across the area. We did receive a report from the Jefferson City Fire Department on their Facebook page. On that page, they said that all firefighters have been called in at this point. They are all on duty and are beginning rescue operations, and they also ask for prayers for their community. And as Kenton mentioned, this is not a spectator sport. I know a lot of people want to help at this point in time, but you need to let first responders do their job, and first responders get people to safety. So here's what we continue to watch across the area. Heavy rainfall continuing for many of us, and we do have a couple of tornado warnings that are still in effect. So I'm going to switch to the Springfield radar and zoom in. This is extreme southern parts of our viewing area. Most people near Crocker not getting our channel, but since we are streaming on Facebook, I know we have a large viewer base right now, so I want to address this storm. Lebanon, Eldridge, these are all areas where you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. You can see this rotation right here. I'm going to point to it with a blue arrow. Near Lebanon, that's where we're seeing some rotation with this storm for radar indicated rotation with this. Also stretching up to the north outside of our viewing area as well, but wanting to address the situation here near Warrenton, seeing some rotation as this tornado warning continues to extend to the east. So something we continue to monitor, and just a new tornado warning being issued right now for that Lebanon storm. So I'm going to switch back to the SGF, that is the Springfield velocity here, and you can see that rotation.
Right, just north of Lebanon.
North of Lebanon. Lebanon, you really need to be in your safe location now. I'm going to zoom in on this. This is just to the north of I-44, and this is moving to the northeast. Carroll Junction, Delmar, Dove. All of you, I want you in your safe location at this point in time. This storm is moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. But as I back up the rotation here, and you can see that it's really started to come together over the last few scans here, it's moving a little bit to the northeast as well. So I'm going to put a track on this. And here's that. Dove 124, Carroll Junction 128, Sleeper at 129, Delmar at 132, and Stoutland at 136. Kenton, did you have an update to pass along?
I just was talking, and we really need to also make sure that we're focusing on Eldon as well. And don't forget that Eldon was also hit by a tornado. Also, there was a confirmed report of that earlier. So we certainly need to make sure that we're keeping them in our prayers as well. Again, we keep getting reports that people are stuck in buildings in Jefferson City. Again, also reports of many big trees and power lines down in Eldon. I don't know if we still have anyone in the control room that has the power outage map, but likely those are still very high at this point. We've had a lot of, at one point we had over 15,000 people just in 2 counties that did not have electricity just from this tornado. Again, a long-lived tornado that's been rolling through.
And Kenton, that storm that we've been talking about near Lebanon, a firefighter does report that that is a tornado on the ground.
Okay, so we have
on Highway 5, about 3 miles north of Lebanon. And if you look at the radar image, about 3 miles north of Lebanon is where we see that rotation indicated at this point in time. I'm also going to pull up our correlation coefficient, which is the product we've been showing you. It shows us how alike something is. And we're not necessarily seeing any rotation or any indication of a drop in this at this point, but this tornado may be fresh and may not have debris lofted within it yet, and that's what this product would tell us. So it's something we're going to continue to watch here near the Lebanon area. Again, Lebanon, I need you to get to your safe location. This storm is moving to the east at 30 miles per hour. So I'm going to turn on the velocity here and give you a track of this storm. And I'm going to actually back it up again so I can see where it's going. Mainly to the east, but just a slight tilt to the north. So I'm going to draw that on, and here's that track. Carroll Junction, 128. Lebanon, you need to be in your safe location now. Go to the lowest level of your home, the most interiorized room, away from windows. If you live in a mobile or manufactured home, you need to get out of that and seek shelter elsewhere. Delmar, 136. Harold Ford, 142, Hazel Green 147, and Stillhouse Springs at 158 if this continues to hold strength. But we are at least seeing reports from firefighters that this is a tornado. Kenton.
And we also have reports again of just in, one of our reporters got off the phone with Ameren, Missouri. They're reporting 13,000 folks in Jefferson City without power, in addition to 7 gas leaks. So gas leaks also something that are, of course, something that we did need to take into consideration when we're talking about a violent tornado creating catastrophic damage in Jefferson City. Again, this did track before Jefferson City. Again, and if you're just joining us, we've been on air since before this tornado was even warned for Jefferson City, and we warned Jefferson City before it was even warned. But that was in Eldon. So Eldon is another place that we are also looking in for this tornado damage too. A lot of damage also reported in that location. The 2 main towns that this tornado went through, and it did luckily start to die down as it went through into Callaway County.
Okay, new reports. This is from an emergency manager, so this is a credible source, if you will, in Jefferson City. Extensive damage starts around Christie Drive and Highway 179 and tracks to the northeast. Damage path crosses Ellis Boulevard near Highway 54 and continued on near Tanner Bridge. The 500 block of Ellis Boulevard and approximate area around the 600 block of Stadium Boulevard has suffered extensive damage, which includes Jefferson High School. At this time, there is no credible evidence that the Missouri Troop headquarters has been impacted. The southeast side of the town is completely dark due to power outages. And Kenton, how many power outages were there in Jefferson City?
We're looking at 13,000, and then also 7 gas leaks is what we're looking at.
And gas leaks can cause a serious issue. Certainly, when you're without power, a lot of people may be tempted to light a candle or anything with flames, and that's not a good idea.
And sometimes you can't smell it either.
Right.
So just be extra cautious.
Glow sticks, flashlights, anything not using a flammable substance is something you want to use, as we're hearing reports of multiple gas leaks. Again, that report, if you're just joining us, was extensive damage. This is via the emergency manager, or at least emergency management in Jefferson City. Extensive damage starts around Christie Drive and Highway 179. It tracks to the northeast. The damage path crosses Ellis Boulevard near Highway 54. That's where our reporter Tyler was just a little bit ago, and he's working to talk to some people, and we'll check in with him later on. The damage continued near Tanner Bridge, the 500 block of Ellis Boulevard, and approximate area around the 600 block of Stadium Boulevard suffered extensive damage, including Jefferson High School. At this time, there is no evidence that Missouri Troop Headquarters has been impacted, and the southeast side of the town is completely dark due to power outages. Wow. Again, 13,000 people without power.
Yeah, let's see if we can take that Jefferson City live shot again too. We can put that on the screen and get a nice look at that. We do have that Skycam, of course, and actually one thing that might be interesting to look at
as we work to get that, we do want to point out. Here we go.
This is the live footage.
This is the live footage, and again, you can see that damage in the background. What we believe was a gas station.
Multiple. This is
pre-recorded.
This is pre-recorded, and again, we have actually multiple viewers telling us that live in Jefferson City that this used to be a break time. Again, not confirmed, but multiple viewers telling us that this is a break time with a Sonic nearby. So if you do know that location, this is potentially where this is, just from multiple viewers who are watching, coming in and telling us this.
Also, a post from the fire department of Jefferson City does indicate that all firefighters have been called in. It is an all hands on deck situation, and that they are beginning rescue operations. They ask for prayers for their citizens and for their community. So certainly a situation that continues to unfold there. And as something that we continue to see is rainfall moving through mid-Missouri, and this just continues to contribute to a potential flash flooding threat as well. I'm going to switch over to the flash flood map here so we can see the watches. That's this lighter shading, and I'm going to use a blue arrow to point to that. This lighter green, that is the flash flood watch. Morgan and Pettis County, a flash flood warning is in effect. Sheraton, Howard, and Randolph, a flash flood warning is in effect. And parts of Monroe County are currently under a flash flood warning at this point in time. And we continue to see heavy, or at least moderate to heavy rainfall moving through portions of our viewing area.
Yeah, the good news is Jefferson City looks like it'll at least just have some light rain at this point for at least a little while. Again, also we still are still getting reports in cars totaled from this storm system in Jefferson City, power lines down, trees of course gone, all of this. And while we were showing this earlier on air, you could see all this debris in the air by looking at our radar, and it traveled potentially even as far as Fulton. It'll be kind of interesting to see if anyone has reports in the daylight hours of random debris scattered and how far away it actually gets, because this was likely a very violent tornado. And the National Weather Service will be going out tomorrow, and they are going to do a storm survey, and they will be able to tell us how strong this tornado actually was. And all indications are that it is not
high-end,
it is not
storm.
a weak one. It might not even be moderate. It could be on a high end of a tornado there. But the good news is, at least at this point, as far as I know, is from what I've seen, and probably from what you've seen, Matt, we have no reports of injuries. We have no reports of deaths.
But we do
have people trapped.
We do have reports of people trapped.
Right.
And I don't want to preliminarily say that no one was injured. I certainly hope no one was injured.
I did not say that. I was saying,
but
so far we do not have those reports.
Yeah. So far, no reports of that.
So far, that is just something. But we are certainly going to keep an eye on that for you too as we continue this coverage. And again, this coverage continues because we do have a lot of viewers that are certainly interested in this. We keep getting feedback that they do appreciate this coverage of what's been going on in Jefferson City. Again, we're also watching for Eldon as well. And then we do have these tornado warnings still getting out of Camden County, and that was from north of Lebanon that was moving towards the east, and then also one that is still heading along Interstate 70 towards St. Louis right now that you can see with a lot of lightning. There is still likely some rotation with that storm as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it sounds like we have someone coming back here, Ryan Takeo, coming back potentially to give us some new information. Ryan, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so here's what we know right now is 2 a.m. there's going to be a press conference over at the Cole County Sheriff's Office. Is the microphone?
No,
Is it
mic's
on? Let me
on.
work on
Yep.
this. So I'm on mic 3, law of 3, just so you know.
There we
I
go.
know
You're
we're
good.
switching.
You're good.
We had a change there, switching directors. The production team has been here all night, as y'all have been on. 2 a.m. is a press conference at the Cole County Sheriff's Office, 350 High Street. And so we're sending a crew over there. Landon Burke is heading over there. He's going to anchor our coverage out there. Of course, we know Task Force 1 is already there.
Which says something in itself. If you just want to talk about that, Task Force 1 in itself being called in is huge.
So we've done stories on Task Force 1. When it comes, we are going to do the press conference live. Thanks for bringing that up, because
So
and
stay
we'll be
with us.
streaming that. Yes,
and that's
of
at
course.
2?
It's at 2 a.m.
Less than a half an hour.
Right. So Tyler, who was there on the ground, he's off to the sheriff's office right now, and Landon's going to meet him over there. So we know we're talking about Task Force 1 before that came up. So Task Force 1, we know that they get involved in any kind of natural disaster. They go off to the East Coast whenever there are hurricanes, or if there's...
Especially recently, in the past few years, they've gone to a lot of hurricane sites, whether it's in Texas or over on the East Coast.
So I talked to Gail Blumenkamp with Boone County Fire Protection District just about an hour ago, and what he told me is they were getting people together. They were getting, he calls them search assets. He's getting people and engineers who are getting out there so they can try and find people. Of course, there have been reports of people who have been trapped. People who needed, they call it extrication is the police term for it, but just people who need rescuing. And so that's why the Task Force 1 is on its way over there, and might even be working on that. Now, FEMA actually called them to give you another sense of the level of severity of this. So you have Jeff City Fire, who called FEMA saying that we need help. And then you have FEMA, who called Task Force 1.
Yeah.
Tyler's calling me right now.
Okay, go for it. Yep. So Tyler is our reporter right now that is in Jefferson City, and he has been watching this. So we're doing all this live with you folks. We're keeping our coverage live because that is the most important thing. So we're keeping live with you, and we're going to bring you again this press conference that's coming up in less than a half an hour. It's coming in at 2 a.m. and we're going to keep this coverage live because of the catastrophic damage to Jefferson City. Again, other reports as well that rolled through Eldon too. And we do have Skycam footage, or at least we have a live Skycam. We can take over Jefferson City maybe if our director can pull that up. We have that. Also, they are continuing this tornado warning for Miller and Pulaski County. Here in south of Miller County, there is that Jefferson City Skycam, and it looks like, luckily some folks have lights, but there are still thousands of people that are without electricity, and there are reports of at least 7 gas leaks right now within Ameren. And again, those are just reports of gas leaks. There could be more. So if you're watching this live in Jefferson City or areas like that, be cognizant of any of any smells that you might think are a little off, right? It probably is off, and you don't want to be using too many electrical items, devices around those situations, and you want to, of course, call Ameren or whoever your gas provider is right away, and they will send crews out there with all these force responders, which again, we're also getting reports, even from Tyler, who is live on the scene for us right now, that they are spectators that are already coming out and that are driving around and watching.
And we asked,
this is not a spectator. This is not a spectator sport. We want to make sure that the first responders can get to where they need to go and can do what they need to do to save lives. We can look at this all later, and part of that too is why we have this live coverage, is so that we can give you this information and you don't have to go and seek it out yourself, and we can limit the people who are out there on the road. So they are also, by the way, we have new updates for our tornado watch. So they have canceled a few counties here in this tornado watch. So we now have Cole and Callaway and Montauk that are all out of that watch, still on flash flood watches until 10 a.m. But they are looking like we still have the, and they're also going to, they canceled the tornado warning for Camden, and that's going to continue on. But Morgan, Miller, Camden, Marys, Osage, Gaston, and Montgomery are still under this tornado watch until 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. respectively. The two that are, if you're wondering, the two that are still until 5 a.m. are technically Osage County and Gasconade County. That is until 5 a.m. Everyone else is until 4 a.m. at this point. And again, we've been live with you all night long, and we are going to continue this now as we now slowly, we're still watching again these tornadoes. If you're joining us from anywhere else, from again, we're streaming, we got thousands of people watching us here online. And through all of our platforms on Facebook and on the KOMU weather app on KOMU.com.
And we're still streaming on Facebook as well.
Yep. And again, this is still a tornado warning that they're issuing that is now past Warrenton, but it's still going along I-70, and it's still radar indicated, and it is looking to be still tracking towards the east here. I'm going to pull up some velocity, and we can still see a little bit of rotation, certainly, but it is starting to broaden a little bit, which is good news. But they are continuing this at this point. Also, that tornado warning that is down in Camden County, or it's not in Camden County anymore, it's actually to the east, but they're continuing that. There's also one to the south. There are actually two storms that are right here. And again, anytime we get updates on anything else going on, we will give those to you. But for right now, this is where we're at with this. And you can see we have some rotation here now just east of Lebanon, and there is now an observed tornado in McDonald and Newton, and that is going to be, that's southwest.
And that's something we continue to monitor. I also want to pass along a report from our Corey Johnson. He's one of our reporters and digital producers. Missouri State Highway Patrol is, again, urging people to not come to Jeff City if possible. Yeah. He says, quote, "We have a lot of hurt people." This is Trooper Bickle. He says, quote, "We have a lot of hurt people, and it's hard to get to them with people coming in to see the damage." The Cole County Sheriff's Office, of course, holding that press conference at 2 a.m., and we will be carrying it live for you.
Yeah, and we're going to continue to bring you this coverage as well. Okay, so we're going to continue. Let's look at these ones. So it looks like the system that's getting into Dixon, they issued a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. There was still some rotation with that system that we were watching, and we're also watching this rotation, especially that's right here, just to the east again of Lebanon, and that's moving just along Highway 32, between Highway 32 and Highway 44, Interstate 44. So the rotation that we're seeing is right here, and it is moving towards the east. And so we're going to put a track on that for folks that might be watching that are in the path. Let's see if I can do this right here. Okay. Not even doing this all night. I've been at the, I'm at the wall. I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. Okay.
There we
There
go.
we go. Figured it out. Okay. Again, Harold Ford, you folks need to be in shelter. That rotation is heading towards you. Also Hazel Green, and I believe behind this, Stillhouse Springs, that rotation will eventually be there too if it holds on strong. So you folks need to be taking shelter right now as we speak.
And again, a lot of these warnings outside of our viewing area, but we know we have a large number of people streaming in, continuing to watch us and continuing to check in with us, especially now that we will be airing that press conference at 2 a.m.
Yeah, and there is still some rotation too, still well north of Wentzville, but and south of Masco Mills along Highway 61 is where we're seeing that rotation now at this point. So I'm going to switch back over to some more velocity here, or reflectivity, and we can see where these storms are still rolling. So we still have more rain on the way. Jefferson City is unfortunately going to potentially see a little bit more rain still as the night goes on, and the flooding risk will continue. Also, you can see storms still just popping up even over towards Sedalia and rolling through.
And it's really a powerful statement to say how strong this environment was, that it is 1:43 a.m. Kenton, and we're still getting storms that are producing tornado warnings. I'm going to switch us over to our current temperature map, and you can see where we have this warmer air southeast of Columbia. Herman, Lynn, Rolla still sitting at 75 degrees right now. That warmer air is fuel for thunderstorms. That's where we have unstable air, and that's where we continue to see this threat set up. So I'm going to switch us over to our current watches. If you live north of I-70 in mid-Missouri in our viewing area, talking Macon, Sheraton, Randolph, Monroe, Audrain, Callaway, Cole, Montauk, Cooper, Pettis, Saline, Howard, and Boone County, the tornado threat is over. However, our southern counties, Morgan, Miller, Marys, and Camden, as well as Osage and Gasconade County and Montgomery County, the tornado watch is continuing at this point in time.
And again, we're now about 15 minutes from the press conference in Jefferson City that we're going to be bringing you live. Landon Burke is heading there right now, and we're going to bring that for you because, again, we still have this catastrophic damage going on in Jefferson City. If producer can tell me, do we still have that live shot in Jefferson City, or have we has that reporter moved? Okay. Okay, we do have some video though from earlier that we can show you if you're just joining us. This was a video that we were getting in live, and once we get that up here, and that was over a gas station that we believe used to be a break time gas station, and it was also near a Sonic. If you know that area, likely at least we're getting multiple reports from viewers that is where that was.
There we go. And you can see in the background behind this white car, again, this was recorded, I'd say 45 minutes to an hour ago. And a lot of reports are telling us that that was a break time gas station near a Sonic. And you can see a considerable amount of damage as this car moves, just covering the roadway there. And we, of course, are hearing multiple reports of road closures as well. It sounds like our managing editor, Ryan Takeo, is going to join us now with an update on some new developments. Ryan.
Well, just coming up to remind you about 2 o'clock is that press conference over at the Cole County Sheriff's Department. We're also sending crews over to Eldon because there's concern that at least we talked to a security guard over at Capital Regions over in Jefferson City who said they got patients from Eldon.
So this is a hospital in Jefferson City that received patients from Eldon, meaning that there were at least injuries, if not worse.
Right. Most of our coverage so far and how we've sent out our reporters and sent out our crews has been to Jefferson City because we've heard most of these reports of not only damage but people trapped, rescue efforts, Task Force 1 being mobilized, which is really they are some of the best of the best when it comes to search and rescue and responding to these kind of incidents. So that's where most of our efforts have been have been so far to Jefferson City, and now we're hearing that that Eldon is likely impacted as well.
And Ryan, thank you so much for that update. Again, that press conference now less than 15 minutes away, and we will be carrying it live as we continue our wall-to-wall coverage here. Did you have something else, Ryan?
Well, just to reiterate the amount of resources that we know that EMS is sending over in Cole County. We know that there are multiple emergency responders from Boone County, and we know that FEMA is involved. So we've heard reports that the National Guard is involved, and we have not been able to confirm that yet because Gil Blumenkamp did not specify that when I talked to him on the phone, but he's in charge of Task Force 1. He's with the Boone County Fire Protection District, and basically it's all hands on deck over in Jefferson City. They have search crews who are out there. They call them search assets to help rescue people who may have been trapped.
And I know we've heard multiple reports of damage from Jefferson City, potentially people trapped. And the Jefferson City Fire Department tweeted or posted on Facebook, on social media, about an hour-ish ago that they had all their firefighters on hand. All of them had been called in, and that they were beginning rescue operations, and that they asked for prayers for their community. And certainly still continuing to get developments. We also did see a report near Jefferson High School in Jefferson City of some damage as well, in reports from emergency management.
So I'm not sure if this soundbite is ready, but back there in the production booth, if you wouldn't mind taking there will be a soundbite here pretty shortly from a woman who was there on scene. Even before Tyler left that scene to go over to the press conference, he talked to a woman, and from what I saw in the script, from what she was saying, was something to the effect of she came here, she was talking to people, there was a lot going on, it was chaotic there, of course. She was trying to figure out, she talked to someone who was a law enforcement officer, whether or not they could help. That's something that Tyler was saying as well when he was there on scene. He did not know whether or not he could help. You just pulled up something from the city of Columbia.
I do have something from the city of Columbia. They say in a post to social media that the city of Columbia is sending emergency resources to our neighbors in Jefferson City. I'm reading this as a quote here, which was struck by a significant tornado earlier this evening. Please keep our neighbors to the south in your thoughts. Columbia Fire has sent 16 rescue technicians and 4 fire trucks to assist. Columbia Police have several law enforcement officers en route as well. They also ask, and we continue to emphasize this, that you do not self-respond to Jefferson City to volunteer to help. They ask that you wait for official word on how to help and when volunteers may be needed. At this point, there are rescue operations underway, and if you self-respond, you would likely just be getting in the way, and that's something nobody wants. I'm sure they appreciate your thoughts, and they would appreciate your thoughts. And when we have information on how you can help, we will certainly be passing that along. But again, Columbia Fire Department has sent 16 rescue technicians and 4 fire trucks to assist in rescue operations. And the Columbia Police Department has several law enforcement officers en route as well. This is all via the City of Columbia posting to social media.
And again, we are now, just quickly a reminder, 10 minutes from a live press conference that we're going to be covering from Jefferson City. And again, someone has reached out to me saying to please keep us updated on this tornado warning that is just to the east now of Lebanon. And I want to go ahead and get an update on that real quick here. And here we go. So there is still strong indications of rotation on this system. So if you are still in this area, it's now past Harold Ford. It's heading towards Highway 17 and towards Hannah. as well. It's moving towards the east. So please, if you're in that area, please take it seriously. Again, still a very strong indication that we are seeing a tornado, and it has also 2-inch hail with it also, and it's still radar indicated, but it is a pretty strong indication right now. We also have some viewer video that we can show you. If Prush wants to tell me where this video came from. Is this from Jefferson City? Jefferson City, someone walking around and taking video.
And
again.
it looks like
we don't encourage this action.
Some kind of structure here, and it looks like the windows are completely blown out of this building that we're seeing here. Also, considerable tree damage over the roadway. You can see some emergency responders there in the background. Again, all law enforcement and emergency operations are asking that you do not self-respond to Jefferson City. Multiple power outages right now. They really need the professionals of undergoing rescue operations to have the space that they need. As we continue to look at this video, we could see more damage over the roadway. Live Doppler 8 first alert radar. It looks like we're finally starting to see some breaks in that rain near Jefferson City.
And again, also on updates here, the National Weather Service is still really watching the system that's headed into Pulaski County. It is headed straight for Fort Leonard Wood, and we are seeing, again, very good indications of a tornado here. So we're going to go ahead and zoom in on this a little bit closer, and I want to look at what this is. This is what the National Weather Service is pointing out right here. And again, it's that rotation right there that's headed right for Fort Leonard Wood. It is still moving towards the east, and it's going at 30 miles per hour. So for folks that are here, and I know folks are still watching us that are in this area, here's an update. Again, near Brownfield is going to be to the north of you. Also, some of it towards LaQuay or Lackey, that's going to be around 2:03 a.m. And then it continues into that area too. So again, just we're still watching that tornado for you too, for anyone that's joining us not in the KOMU 8 viewing area and streaming us online. We want to make sure that everyone is safe who is trusting us right now for that information. And again, there's also quite a bit of lightning still within that storm system that is getting just north of Rolla now at this point. We also have some lightning. It's all cloud to ground lightning. Now the good news is for Jefferson City, there isn't too much in the way of rainfall heading that direction, but there is still more that's going to form up and come in. So Jefferson City will not be in the clear. Eldon, which Eldon has been with a lot of moderate to heavy downpours still since they've had that tornado. And again, Eldon is also reporting extensive damage at this point. So we are focusing a lot on Jefferson City right now because that's where the more people are. So we're getting a lot more reports from there. But Eldon, we do have reports that at the very least, folks have been sent to the hospital from Eldon. So it's not a great situation there either. And remember, we've been on air since before this tornado was even in Eldon. And then we tracked it all the way along Highway 54 towards Jefferson City. We warned Jefferson City folks before the warning even got to you.
And the Weather Service did a fantastic job warning this as well, labeling it with that catastrophic label, which by all the pictures and videos we're seeing, certainly that was warranted. We do have a soundbite we want to take to you right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
People are petrified. It's scary. It's always going to be scary, you know. Honestly, I just pray that no one was injured. And yeah, I mean, it's a scary thing, you know. A lot of people just lose their homes, and it's devastating. You lose everything you have. You just have nothing.
So this is an instant reaction. We unfortunately don't have this woman's name, but this is an instant reaction from Jefferson City here that our reporter got a while ago, just saying how surprising all of this is. You know, it's a situation that we can prepare you for as much as we can, and we do. We go to school visits, we do all this. We do, of course, you see it on TV. You see these reports all the time, but when it really happens to you, when that finally hits you, it really sinks in, and it can really give people a lot of shock. So there's going to be a lot of that we're seeing throughout these portions of mid-May Mid-Missouri, and that was just an instant reaction, from that woman there.
Absolutely a heartbreaking soundbite to listen to. And we just want to reiterate some information and what we know right now. We know that approximately 13,000 people are without power in the Jefferson City area, in addition to several gas leaks. So it's very important that if you are in this area and you don't have power, that you're not using candles or anything with a flammable light.
Or even electronics,
Or
honestly, at that point. Yeah.
Really, they recommend that you actually carry glow sticks in your emergency safety kit, and that's something that's a fantastic thing to use. We also want to point out that there's considerable damage reported. You've seen the video and some of the interviews that we've just played here. We do know that the city of Columbia has sent 16 rescue technicians and 4 fire trucks to assist in rescue operations. This is according to a post from the City of Columbia Facebook page. Columbia Police also have several law enforcement officers en route as well. And we have KOMU 8's Landon Burke at that press conference, again, scheduled to begin at 2 a.m. Megan Judy is also here, and she'll be joining our coverage shortly as we continue to learn more information. And we do have some photos from viewers.
Yeah, we have some photos from. This is from which Chevrolet? Riley Chevrolet in Jefferson City here from this photo, and absolutely devastation here. This photo from John Dolson, again, Riley Chevrolet and Chevrolet.
Oh my gosh.
Jefferson City. You can see vehicles that are on their side. Vehicles have been turned over. These vehicles have been flipped. I do not think they actually were probably carried potentially through the air. Again, a violent tornado. If you're just joining us, a violent tornado rolled through Jefferson City close to about 11:40, a little bit before that even, and catastrophic damage reported with us, and we can see it here firsthand. Again, you can see vehicles just thrown around, which again is very indicative also of a violent tornado. So again, that's Riley Chevrolet there in Jefferson City.
As we go back to the radar image here, again, some good news for Jefferson City, at least a little bit, is that the rain is starting to lighten up. I do want to watch some of that heavier rain off to the southwest. Not severe at this point in time, but heavy rain would certainly hinder any of those operations. The time now is 1:59. I'm meteorologist Matt Beckwith, joined by Chief Meteorologist Kenton Jawicki, and we continue our coverage here. The press conference beginning momentarily. I don't know if we have any updates
Or any live footage of
or
that.
live footage of that.
Or just an update from no. Okay, so.
They're setting that up right now, so we'll bring that to you shortly. Megan Judy is also here, and she'll be bringing us some updates as well as we get them. But again, considerable damage reported in Jefferson City. 13,000 people at least without power right now in the Jefferson City area. Multiple injuries. Jefferson High School reported some damage as well. Emergency managers, and this is a point we really continue to focus on, asking you to not go into the area. Wait until they have information for you on how you can help.
Well, I mean, and part of the reason why we're doing this live coverage and we're continuing even after the tornado threat is over here for us in mid-Missouri, at least for now, is because one, a lot of people are asking us to continue the coverage, and two, because we want to be able to give you all of this live information, and so that you don't have to maybe feel the need to go out and look for it yourself, so that we can let those emergency first responders get there. And again, as we mentioned, it's all hands on deck. There are you might think, oh, well, if I just go, it won't be a big deal. But it will be, right? All hands on deck. There are a lot of first responders responding to multiple locations, a lot of locations within Jefferson City. And not only there, areas along Highway 54 to the southwest of there towards Eldon and in Eldon that is also suffering a lot of damage there too. And a lot of folks need help. And we need to make sure that those emergency responders can get there. They're also calling in people from outside the region. As we've mentioned, Columbia, they're sending crews, multiple different types of crews like firefighters and technicians. They're sending them to the south as well towards Jefferson City. So there are a lot of people coming in from all parts of the state. We have Task Force 1 that is on the way as well. Again, as managing editor Ryan Takeo was saying earlier, Jefferson City called FEMA, and then FEMA called Task Force One, which again, Task Force One is, those folks go to hurricanes, right? They help out in major situations, and that's the type of situation that FEMA called in for Jefferson City for tonight, for what's just happened, from what we've been covering live on air since well before it even hit Jefferson City. We have not gone off air, and we will not likely for a while now as we continue our live coverage, our storm mode coverage of this situation, this just devastating situation for a lot of Missourians tonight. And also kind of interesting to say, it's not just for us either. There is currently a confirmed, or at least I'm not sure if it is still, but it was a confirmed tornado earlier in southwestern Missouri that is still warned as well. And there's also reports of catastrophic damage north of Joplin earlier on this evening too, before a lot of these storms even got to us. Of course, it's the 8-year anniversary of Joplin. Not today anymore, but yesterday, last night, was the 8-year anniversary, and that is also when that happened too. So, just again, we're going to keep you updated on the situation, but also as we're here too, and as we got you, I want to mention that we're not done yet. We have multiple rounds of showers and thunderstorms that are coming in over the next few days and through Memorial Day weekend, and flooding is going to be a big threat with that too. So stay tuned with us, please. We also are eventually going to get a live shot coming in from Jefferson City as this this live coverage continues here. Again, the press conference is going to be momentarily. It was initially set for 2 a.m.
And we have the 2-minute warning till that press conference begins. So if you're just joining us now, catastrophic damage reported in Jefferson City. They're going to be giving us the latest information. Our news team is here covering this. I'm meteorologist Matt Beckwith with Chief Meteorologist Kenton Jewicki. Megan Judy is here at the desk. Landon Burke at the press conference.
What did you say, Megan? I don't know if you have a mic.
My mic on. Hey, you guys are doing a great job. It's been a long night. So been on Facebook. Let me give you a second to breathe here. Been on Facebook and talking with some people who are in Jefferson City right now who own a house on East High Street. And I'm seeing pictures from Capitol Avenue, and I just emailed these to the newsroom. So we're going to get these on our Facebook page and also get these on air. But Capitol Avenue is, one of those areas in Jefferson City that's got those big old historic homes. And the destruction of these houses is just unbelievable. This woman who I'm speaking with said that she's got neighbors that she's heard from who are trapped in third-floor apartments.
Third-floor apartments.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
In some of these old areas of Jefferson City. She said neighbors are stuck. The firefighters are trying to get to them. A porch blew off of a house, one of those old houses on Capitol Avenue, and then also on High Street. And then there's some video of just in Jefferson City in general. Right now we're going to go to a live press conference in Jefferson City. Like we've told you, Missouri Task Force One is being sent there, and there's 13,000 people without power. We're going to speak with some of the law enforcement down there in Jefferson City. Lieutenant David Williams is going to hold a press conference here in a couple of minutes to tell us exactly what the situation in Jefferson City is like. We've got team coverage from Jefferson City, and that right there is Lieutenant Williams. Looks like he's not quite ready to start talking yet. He's on East High Street, and that's specifically where a lot of the damage is, right, that we're talking about?
I'm hearing
it is powered because I see a plug.
We're hearing reports of damage all across the city.
In multiple parts, especially the southern part of Jeff City, especially.
Looks like they're waiting for a few more news crews to get to this press conference. Again, it was scheduled to start here at 2 a.m., waiting on a few more news crews so Lieutenant Williams can give us an update of what Jefferson City is doing. Missouri Task Force One has just joined the search and rescue effort after severe weather moved through Jefferson City last night. According to a press release from Lieutenant Williams, who you're looking at him right here, officials are currently assessing damage and searching for injured residents, and this is Lieutenant Williams.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming out. The first thing we want to cover is, in fact, we do have a confirmed storm effect here in Jefferson City, Missouri. At this time, we're still trying to determine exactly how much damage we have. We are still working very hard to identify any injured people and any places that we need to put more emergency personnel. The first thing that we want to make clear is we need to have people that are not affected stay out of the area. Right now we have emergency personnel from all venues trying to get to the people that need our assistance the most, and we can't do that if there are citizens out trying to assess themselves and post on social media and other avenues of what's going on. What we need is for people that are not affected to stay home so that we can identify the people that are affected and get help to them. We've had a lot of calls so far about volunteers. At this point, we have emergency personnel from all agencies in the surrounding area coming to help us. We are coordinating efforts through emergency personnel, and at this point, we have not identified a need for citizen volunteers. Not to say that we're not going to need those people later in the day, but for right now, at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can tell you that we do not need any citizen volunteers to come in. What we do need is we are trying to identify locations for the displaced citizens that we have identified. As you're aware, the sirens went off at approximately 11:10 p.m. last night for the first time. Soon thereafter, we began getting calls of damage from wind, and we've been able to identify several areas in Jefferson City that have been affected by this. The primary place right now we're concentrating our efforts on is the Ellis Boulevard area near Highway 54, as well as Stadium and on Dunklin. We have not identified the entire corridor of where the storm went through, but right now we're still trying to do that. But my message, first and foremost, is that we need people that are not affected to stay out of those areas. We would hate to have to get resources in place by arresting people who should not be there that are in the way. So if you can help with the citizens, tell them that we do not need volunteers at this time. Emergency personnel are in place. We have members from MoDOT are helping us clear debris from the roadway, Cole County Public Works, Jeff City Public Works. There are agencies all over that are trying to help us. But right now what we need is for everyone to stay out of the area unless they live in that area. Questions?
Can you tell us if there's any confirmations of injuries or deaths?
Right now we have no confirmations of any fatalities related to this storm. However, we have identified several people that are injured as a result of this. We are receiving multiple calls for people being trapped in their homes. Interpretation of that is we don't know what they are saying trapped. If they can't get out of their front door means one thing, but we do have debris on some homes to where they are not able to access the outside at all.
And you said there are some reports of injuries. I think how many of those reports have you received?
Oh, it's too early to say. I would just critically say multiple calls regarding injuries, but we have not been able to confirm it. As you can imagine, it's a chaotic situation right now. We are trying to identify the people that need our help the most, but at the same time, we're trying to identify all the people that need our help.
Hey, could you talk about damage in the area around Capital Region and the high school and those neighborhoods there?
At this point, the corridor, as you mentioned, the high school and Capital Region Hospital, we have identified multiple trees, property damage, roofs, materials are all over the roadway. As another precaution, there's roadway debris. People are driving over it, causing accidents that we cannot respond to because we're trying to go to areas and actually help those that have been displaced.
What's currently happening right now as we speak as far as with police officers, emergency personnel, and firefighters?
As would be expected, the fire department and the police department were working hand in hand trying to get to those places where we're still receiving calls. Our 911 center is still up and running. We're getting multiple calls about people who are trying to determine whether or not they have damage to their homes. There are power lines down all over this affected area, and at this point, it's too early to say how many homes will be affected.
How many people are without power?
I have not gotten an estimate yet from Ameren as to say how many people are without power. I will tell you, if you traveled on the south side of our city, there were multiple places that were without power.
What you're describing to us as far as the people trapped in homes with some injuries but not deaths, is that confined to the Jefferson City limits, or are you also speaking on areas outside?
I'm only speaking for the Jefferson City area at this point. I know that the storm actually hit farther south of Jefferson City as well. Our sirens encompass the entire Cole County, so I can't speak to any damage outside the city limits. I haven't been briefed by any other members of the Cole County Sheriff's Department as far as damages outside of the city.
When I spoke to the Cole County EMS Chief Matt Lindworth, he mentioned that hospitals are in disaster mode right now and that they were calling staff back in. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but can you speak as to...
I can't speak to exactly what their designation for it is, but I will tell you we have identified all available personnel to bring them in so that we can start setting up shifts to where we know we will have sufficient personnel to help throughout this. But this is just the beginning. We know it's going to be something that's going to last.
Are hospitals active right now? Is it?
I'm not going to respond to exactly how many patients we've taken. I will just tell you that multiple ambulance districts from around the area are assisting. They are on standby at our EOC, so they are aware that if we need to transport multiple patients, they are available for us. So right now, we are working with the hospitals as one would expect in a plan to this situation.
Just to confirm, you said all available EMS workers are working right now. Is that what you said?
I said all available police personnel are working. I can't speak for the ambulance and how their procedures are in place for calling in their employees.
Do y'all have a specific corridor for not a good way to put it, where the storm went through town?
We're still trying to identify that. We have officers out throughout the city trying to establish a perimeter of where exactly the storm went through. We know that we have damage as far south, as I said, at the South City limits, 179 and 54. If you're familiar with the city, we also have reports all the way up to the north side of this building that we're in right now. There's debris in the roadway. There's debris all over the area of the police department, so we know it went over our building as well. So at this point, we're still trying to identify that. Once we establish the perimeter, we're going to be able to put out a map to where I can share it with you, but it's too early yet to say exactly how wide of a swath that the storm actually did go through.
Is there a disaster where people that are displaced from their homes that they should go? Is there any sort of...
They are calling us through our normal 911 and non-emergency lines, so we have people in place that are manning the phones, trying to get the information for people that actually do need our services at this time. And that goes back to what we said in the beginning. We want to make sure that we're not wasting valuable emergency resources on people that should not be in that area.
I've heard Hyde Park is a possible area where emergency services are gathered. Do you know anything about coordinating?
That has not been identified as one of the places that we're using, but there is a plan in place. As I said, the department has an emergency response plan, as well as our emergency manager for Cole County. We are working with them, and all the resources that we have are being put into play right now.
What's going to happen once the sun rises later on this morning?
Well, daylight will definitely help us identify areas that have been affected. We have officers on the ground that are reporting back at the station. We're trying to make that map to where we can say what the borders of that will be. But of course, when daylight does arrive, we'll be able to see it even more. We'll be able to get some resources in the air to hopefully we'll be able to see it from above.
When are we planning on having a next update? Is it too early to say?
No, I'm hoping for the next update to be at 6 a.m. I will put out a message through our normal media broadcast system to let you know that, but at this point, I'm looking to 6 a.m. being able to come back here and have this second.
And here's
Yes, this will be our meeting place until further notice, depending on where we have to go if this becomes unavailable. For now, the sheriff has graciously given us this building to assist in the process to inform our viewers and citizens of Jefferson City.
You mentioned a lot of people are interested in volunteering and trying to help, but to clarify, you want everyone to stay indoors. That'll help you more than if people were to try to come out and do something.
Absolutely. We expect this morning we will have an established volunteer system set up, but for now, we do not need citizens coming out helping us by driving around identifying problems. We have enough calls coming in from affected citizens to where we don't need people driving around telling us that there's a tree in the roadway. We have personnel out doing that. Any other questions? A timeline that has been established by us so far to help you out with this, we have identified that, as I said earlier, our first sirens were activated at 11:10 hours. We received a report of a rotation in the Brazito area at 11:30, and then the first damage reported inside Cole County was at approximately 11:38. We then reactivated our sirens here in the city in the area at 11:40, and then the first reported damage that we started getting calls for inside the city limits was at 11:47 p.m.
What type of damage have you been getting reports on?
Everything from debris from a rooftop into the street, uprooted trees. We've had damage to vehicles, roofs of businesses. There are several businesses on our south side that we're trying to assess how much damage there is to the buildings. But at this point, it's too early to say how large of a scale of damage it would be.
Have any buildings collapsed?
No, there are no reported structural damage as far as buildings collapsing, but that's too early to say whether or not that could be a possibility later in the day. It will all come, hopefully by 6 o'clock. I'll be able to give you further as far as structures and that are affected.
A lot of the noticeable damage came from that apartment complex off of Ellis Boulevard. you say whether that is a spot that you recognize as being the most affected so far?
It's too early to say what most affected is, but definitely that is one of the areas I mentioned earlier, Ellis Boulevard. The apartment complex you're mentioning is the 500 block of Ellis near the YMCA. We do know that there is a lot of damage as far as debris. There's too early to say whether or not there's buildings affected, but that is one of the areas where we receive a lot of calls from citizens that are being displaced.
How would you describe the response effort from all the different departments in Jeff City, but also surrounding departments as well that have come to help?
I can sum it up. It's exactly why we practice. It's going exactly how we would want it. Of course, when we do our practice for situations like this, we don't want to ever have to put it in place. But right now, the system is working. All our resources are coming in. We have Highway Patrol. We have members of agencies that would normally not be associated with a storm, but they're all coming into play, and we're making sure that we're making our shareholders aware of what's going on so we can get that information out.
Any idea of damage to state buildings?
No, I haven't got a estimate from any of the state buildings yet, no. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Okay, you just heard from Lieutenant David Williams in Jefferson City there. The big takeaway before I send it back to Kenton, our chief meteorologist, because he's got another update of a tornado on the ground. The big takeaway is they do not need citizen volunteers right now. They do not need any help as of at this moment, and they're trying to really focus on the people who need their help. So they asked for people to not call if there's downed trees. They have spotters out looking for that. They're really trying to focus on the people who are trapped in their homes, and we do have reports of that. Kenton Jawicki has some information about tornadic activity in Fort Leonard Wood.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. You can see this is just south of Interstate 44 here, and we're looking at this rotation, and it's right near Fort Leonard Wood. The National Weather Service really pointing this out for us as well. And Fort Leonard Wood, again, right in this area, and that's exactly where we're seeing this rotation. And there is confirmation of an observed tornado on the ground heading towards Fort Leonard Wood. Again, it's moving to the east at about 25 miles per hour. It is an observed tornado, and it says a confirmed tornado was located over southwestern Fort Leonard Wood, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So again, this is brand new. A confirmed tornado located over southwestern Fort Leonard Wood with this rotation, and certainly everything we're looking at would confirm this as well. We can see it here too, and that is moving towards the east at 35 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this. For anyone that's watching us that is in this area, we have people watching from all over now at this point on into our live stream. And again, that's going to be especially near Spring Creek by about 2:34 a.m. here. And again, that is a confirmed tornado on the ground at Fort Leonard Wood as we continue our coverage here. And everywhere else now in the KOMU 8 viewing area in central Missouri is looking okay at this point. Still more rain on the way and even some thunder and lightning, but otherwise we are not looking at any more tornadic activity currently in mid-Missouri. If we look at our watches, we do still have a few tornado watches still in mid-Missouri, and that's going on still for another couple hours here. It's about 2:20 a.m. We have them until 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. respectively, unless they go earlier.
And if we put up the temperature map, we can show you why that tornado watch continues. You can see in those areas to the south, especially towards Rolla, that would be the closest temperature sensor we have to where Fort Leonard Wood is. You see that temperature is still at 75 degrees. That's still a lot of warm air, and that's still a very prime environment for that severe weather. And that's why that tornado watch does continue still for another few hours. Again, this outside of our viewing area, but a lot of people listening in and picking up our coverage right now, so we certainly do want to talk about this.
Yep, and there is certainly some hail with that one too. So that's what we have right now. Again, a confirmed tornado over southwestern Fort Leonard Wood. Right now, Megan, we're going to send it back over to you with some more.
All right, guys, thanks. Okay, so just to recap that press conference, we heard from Lieutenant David Williams in Jefferson City. Missouri Task Force 1 has joined the search and rescue after severe weather moved through Jefferson City overnight. According to a press release we received from Lieutenant David Williams, officials are currently assessing damage and they're searching for injured residents. Some of the thing he kept reiterating was that they're trying to figure out the corridor. They're trying to figure out exactly where the streets are that have been affected, and they're still working on that. But they do ask if you recognize that area has been hit, please stay out of it. They're trying to avoid any more injuries, unnecessary injuries. They're really trying to help the people who've been affected. And they ask that please don't respond to them yourself. Let the law enforcement do their jobs. They're really trying to get in there and help the people who are trapped. Again, we have reports of people who are trapped in third-story apartments and people who are now trapped in their basements. So the law enforcement is working on that. Here's a timeline Lieutenant David Williams gave us. He said the first sirens were heard around 11:10 p.m. The first rotation was spotted in Brazito at 11:30. Then at 11:30, there was rotation in Cole County. The sirens were reactivated in the area at 11:40, and then at 11:47 were the first reports of damage within the Jefferson City city limits. No buildings have collapsed so far. Lieutenant Williams said that that could change as the morning goes on. They said they'll know a lot more by 6 a.m., but as of right now, no buildings have collapsed. No homes have collapsed. They're trying to identify the citizens who really need help. So those are the calls that they're hoping to receive into the station and into their 911 call center, not necessarily downed trees, things like that. Lieutenant Williams said he didn't have an exact number from Ameren yet of people who are without power, but I think we heard from Ameren that it was 13,000, right, guys?
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
So
yes.
we've heard the number of 13,000. We do have some video from earlier in Jefferson City. This was recorded earlier. That's from the tornado in Jefferson City. So you're looking at law enforcement there working through the streets. If you guys can turn on Kenton and Matt's mics, they have some other information. They're on.
Again, earlier, if you're just joining us, this is likely, it used to be a break time. If you look in the distance, you can kind of see a red post there. That used to be where they would display the gas, price. And then also you can see below the awning, which used to be there, and then also where the gas pumps are still standing. But that's where those gas pumps are as well. Also a Sonic in that area. If you know Jefferson City at all, that is what we're looking at right now. And again, that was from a couple hours now ago at this point. And also with those 13,000 folks reported without power a while ago, we also were receiving reports of gas leaks from Ameren as well. So that's certainly another situation folks have to take seriously.
Right, no candles.
Right, no candles, and even plugging in things to electrical outlets, even if you have electricity but no gas, that can be a big issue with that too. It doesn't take much to make that spark.
We were talking about the timeline that Lieutenant Williams gave us, saying that a rotation had been spotted in Brazito at 11:30. I'm just getting a message from a viewer from Jefferson City, and she said she called 911 for a welfare check on a friend in Brazito whose phone is down, and she said that the law enforcement there said they have so many welfare checks at this point. They told her to call back in an hour or two. So trying to check on people and see if they're okay, and the law enforcement, the lines are obviously flooded. So we heard that press conference at 2 a.m. from the Jefferson City Police Department, and their Missouri Task Force 1 a few hours ago, just a little bit ago, Missouri Task Force 1 was getting ready to head out to Jefferson City and assist in trying to find the residents who are trapped. So I think that's the main thing, the main takeaway from that press conference is they don't need citizen volunteers yet. There may come a point where those are asked for, but as of right now, they don't want that because it's a dangerous situation. It's dark. There are gas leaks. We have a shot from earlier from Jefferson City that we can roll to give you a little more a picture of what's going on.
People are petrified. It's scary. It's always going to be scary, Honestly, I just pray that no one was injured, and yeah, it's a scary thing, A lot of people just lose their homes, and it's devastating. You lose everything you have. You just have nothing.
So that's some sound from Jefferson City early this morning. If you're just joining us, a tornado went through Jefferson City around 11:45 or so last night, and we've been tracking it. Kenton Jawicki has more on the track of the storm in Jefferson City and also the track of the storm that went through Eldon. We have reporters who are headed both directions. We have reporters in Jefferson City. We have reporters being sent to Eldon because we're getting reports of a nursing home that received some structural damage from that storm that tracked through Eldon. And Kenton, you have more specifics about where it was and when?
Yeah, I do. So again, we've been on air currently as you're watching us. We've been on air live since well before this tornado was in Jefferson City. It's been continuous storm mode coverage here all evening long. And so here's a look at this storm. Now what I want you to watch for is I want you to watch at this signature right here. This is what you're tracking. Okay, do you see my pointer here? It's just on the west of Eldon. And so this is the storm that you're watching for. Okay, so this rolled through Eldon, a tornado rolling through Eldon, and there was great signature that there was a tornado there, and we're getting damage and reports that that was true. We also saw power flashes. That was one of the first indications that there was a tornado. Again, it was 11 o'clock at night. You can see this timer here just underneath our First Alert Weather logo, 10:59 as this was rolling through Eldon. And we also have reports of folks being sent to the hospital in Jefferson City from Eldon. So injuries reported from this at least. Then this signature you can see continues into northern Miller County. And at this point, it did weaken a little bit, and then it cycled and it strengthened again. We were watching it do that multiple times here. We were always aware of that. Even before this was a tornado warning for Cole County and Jefferson City, we were telling folks in Jefferson City to be prepared and to have that plan in action. Then again, that warning did go into effect, and then the tornado sirens were sounded. Again, we're still watching this signature. If you still see it, it's getting closer to Jefferson City. It's around 11:35 right now. Here's the signature. This is where the rotation is, and this is where the tornado is. Right around this point, I would say, is when the National Weather Service told us that it was as it was getting real close here, probably around right here, is when it started to become a violent tornado with catastrophic damage likely at this point. So again, you can really see how those colors brighten up just as it's heading into Jefferson City. It strengthened rapidly as it approached Jefferson City, all of which, of course, we were telling folks here, right here on air on KOMU 8 and on everywhere else we were. They were also on Cumulus radio stations as well. Again, this is rolling through. You can see this rotation moving right through Jefferson City. And as this rolled in, of course, it's still very strong. It went over the Missouri River. And as it headed into Callaway County, it did luckily dissipate a bit and then eventually went away. But it was a it was a violent tornado. It was a large tornado, and it would cause catastrophic damage there in Jefferson City. And again, it was a long track tornado. It went from even outside of Eldon, and then it rolled in and continued very close to that Highway 54. And right through Jefferson City, as you can see this track. And again, Jefferson City, again, getting to around 11:40 is right around where it got to the outskirts of Jefferson City and then moved through right over top Jefferson City, about 11:44, 11:45 here, as you can see on this timing as it rolled through. And we also had great indications of on our other data set that gives us a look at debris. Let me see if I can pull it up. I'm not sure if our data goes back quite that far.
And just to talk about the significance of the warning that the National Weather Service had put on this, they don't use the term catastrophic damage lightly. So that was something we really emphasized the significance of. And you can see as we zoom in on this, this is as that storm was moving over Jefferson City, you see those red colors. Those are particles and things that the radar is seeing that are alike. But where you see that green and that yellow, that's where we start to see other things in this, and that's indicating debris that was being lofted into the atmosphere or into the air by this storm. That's indicative of the damage that we saw through Jefferson City.
Yep, go ahead. Megan has some more for us.
I do. I'm going to jump in here real quick. We're getting reports that K-9 units are being dispatched to Hawthorne Apartments in Jefferson City. I just looked up Hawthorne Park Apartments in Jefferson City. Looks like the address is 505 Ellis Boulevard. So that's right in that same area. And what we're learning is that is where reports of people who are trapped are in these Hawthorne Apartments. So they're sending K-9 units in to assist in searching for the people who are trapped in that area. And you know, when we were listening in on that press conference, they were giving us kind of an idea of some of the streets, some of the areas affected. Again, they're trying to establish a corridor, and Highway 54, Stadium, Dunklin, We've seen pictures from Capitol Avenue. We've seen pictures from High Street. Now we know that Hawthorne Apartments in Jefferson City on Ellis Boulevard is also an area of concern. Again, K-9 units being brought in to assist in the search for people in that specific area. So as the morning is progressing, we're hearing and seeing more pictures and video come out. We've got some pictures that we're going to show you in just a little bit. We're trying to get them up. They're from Capitol Avenue, and they're these beautiful, big, old historic homes, and there's quite a few pictures that we can cycle through here. And you can see that the homes are just trees down, cars damaged. You know, you can see just so much debris in the middle of the road. If you keep clicking, I mean, on that specific, on High Street, which is pretty close to that area, on High Street, we're hearing from Jefferson City residents saying that one resident in particular knows that one of her neighbors is trapped in a third-story apartment on High Street, and then also a patio, a deck on the front of a house was ripped off. See, look at that. Just the damage is unreal. So I think the takeaway from these photos is these specific areas, nobody needs to be walking around, right, guys? Like, nobody needs to be walking around, trying to help. At this point, you need to, what law enforcement is saying, and here's some video. What law enforcement is saying is they don't want you to get hurt walking around trying to help. They need to be able to focus on the people who are injured, and specifically those who are trapped. The ones who are trapped with gas leaks, obviously a even higher priority, trying to find them, which now those K-9 units are being called into that Hawthorne Apartments. I'm trying to figure out, what the population of that Hawthorne Apartments would be, but, it's hard to tell from looking at the specific floor plans. I can't tell, but more pictures, again, like I said, rolling in from members of the community, specifically people who live in Jefferson City. There were people who were just getting ready to list their houses for sale.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so some of the pictures that this Jefferson City resident, here, I'm going to send a picture to our control room, and we'll get this up. It's of the Simonson School, and it looks, just so destroyed off of High Street.
Yeah, and again, also those reports of course, the electrical outlets and also the gas leaks as well, and we don't want any of those sparks maybe from some of those electrical lines could be an issue as well, so something to certainly watch out for. And another reason not to go into this location, a lot of reason, is to, one, let the first responders get in there, but also you could be putting yourself in harm's way without even knowing it, because you don't know what damage has come through either. Now, we're going to take another look here, because there is a strong rotation still with this tornado warning that is still for Phelps and Dent counties, and it is still radar. It is radar indicated now. It was confirmed earlier. It's radar indicated now, but it's now 10 miles east of Fort Leonard Wood, moving at 30 miles per hour. It moved through the southern portion of Fort Leonard Wood. Now it is on the way toward Edgar Springs. So again, if you are in this area, please be taking shelter. If you're watching us on our live stream on the KOMU weather app or on Facebook, please be taking shelter. I'm going to put a track on this too for folks that are in the path of this. It's moving at 30 miles per hour, as I mentioned, and here is the rotation right here. And again, Edgar Springs, the main thing, and that's around 2:38, which is in 4 minutes. And then after that, around 2:54. And both of those are directly in line. And this is a long track tornado. A lot of these have been long track tornadoes. It's again, including this Jefferson City one. It went through Eldon first, and then it went into Jefferson City. It strengthened. It was very likely stronger as it rolled through Jefferson City than it was when it went to Eldon, but still nonetheless damage in both locations.
And these long track tornadoes is why we had that particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, that PDS tornado watch earlier. And that's also why we were in storm mode level 4 for this event. And it was for this potential of these long lasting tornadoes that could potentially produce a lot of damage across the area. And again, this particular storm that we're looking at on live Doppler 8 first alert radar as we continue our coverage here is not within the KOMU 8 viewing area, but we know that we have viewers tuning in on Facebook, online, and all these different platforms, so we want to make sure that we're getting that information out there.
And again, also just looking back here, for those first responders who are in Jefferson City, You can see there is still, luckily, a bit of dry time there, but there's still some rain that's on the way. You can see this rain that's getting into Benton County now, and eventually beginning into Morgan, and that will be tracking towards Jefferson City. So there's a chance that they will be also dealing with some rainfall as it rolls through. Now, luckily, the severe weather threat is diminished in that area. I do not expect any more severe weather there. That has passed, which is great, but you can see, they're no longer even in that tornado watch at this point. It's just for Gasconade, Osage, Marys, even into Montgomery still that we're watching too, and Miller, and it's out of Camdenton now for the most part too. And these tornado watches, which means it's still capable of producing a tornado, they still are in effect for a few hours. And everyone else is still under a flash flood watch for a few hours as well because of all this flooding that we continue to see, and it's just going to be off and on. Again, also, if you're joining us and you want an update on around Missouri, we also had reports earlier this evening of catastrophic damage north of Joplin. Not in Joplin, the tornado was north of Joplin, but it was likely a large tornado there as well. And of course, yesterday was the 8-year anniversary of the Joplin tornado.
I have some more pictures we can show, guys.
Yes.
Okay, so a viewer, like I said, from Jefferson City, she's sending in some pictures. This right here is an area right there of Jefferson City. So if you remember, up on that back right corner, that is the house on Hobo Hill. And it's one of those, it's on the historic register in Jefferson City. It's been there for forever. There was like a little contingency on that hill of, I think, 7 homes when it was started. It's an historic district, and the owner of the home, the house on Hobo Hill, is messaging me right now on Facebook, and she said that house is okay, shockingly.
Oh, wow.
That everything around it has been, not destroyed necessarily, but has sustained significant damage. And she just posted on Facebook that particular picture and said, Hobo Hill house is still standing. It's the house on the back right. How in the world she's still in one piece? We can't believe it. So that is, and then we have other pictures that we're going to get up. It's of the Simonson School. And, these are properties around the city. And it was, the pictures are just, they're shocking. I mean, it looks like tornadic damage that we've seen in other areas when we cover storms like this, but specifically that area, there's all those really old homes and they're up high on a hill. And so, I think that puts you at more risk, obviously, for damage in that specific area. Again, just kind of a quick recap of what we've learned from the Jefferson City Police Department. Missouri Task Force 1 on its way to assist. Columbia law enforcement officials on their way to assist. They brought in K-9 units, specifically to the Hawthorne Park Apartments in Jefferson City. It's on 505 Ellis Boulevard. We do know there are reports of people who are trapped in those apartments. They're bringing K-9 units in to try to search for them. We're working on getting an updated number for you of power outages. Currently, we can confirm 10,992 without power. We believe that number is going to go up once more reports start coming in from some of the other surrounding counties. And when we have that, we'll pass that along to you. As for more, I'm getting a text from the newsroom right now asking if the picture that I sent is of the Simonson School, and it is. It's pretty interesting, that picture, if we can get that up at some point to see it. And we showed you pictures of Capitol Avenue. Maybe we can cycle through those again, those Capitol Avenue homes, those big, beautiful old historic homes. Okay, that's Simonson School right there. So Simonson School, let me do a quick Google about Simonson School in Jefferson City. I've driven past it, but it is, it's in a 9th grade center. Jefferson City Public Schools. It's on East Miller Street. And that, I'm not sure when that was built necessarily, but the pictures from that area are really, really just terrible. It's an old school in Jefferson City, currently a middle school, and this was their last day. This was their last day of school. So again, guys, the track of this storm, the law enforcement there in Jefferson City is really trying to establish a corridor, trying to figure out what specific streets were hurt. We had some live video that somebody walked around about 8 minutes, walked around Jefferson City, posted it. He specifically focused in on an old Red Cross center that looked really damaged. The roof was kind of blown off. That right there, again, is the Simonson School in Jefferson City, which is on East Miller Street. We can take some sound again from the law enforcement in Jefferson City. Lieutenant David Williams, he spoke to press at about 2 a.m., giving a recap of the timeline of the storm and also a recap of what specifically they need and do not need from citizens, i.e. no citizen volunteers at this point. We'll take that sound right now.
The first thing we want to cover is, in fact, we do have a confirmed storm effect here in Jefferson City, Missouri. At this time, we're still trying to determine exactly how much damage we have. We are still working very hard to identify any injured people and any places that we need to put more emergency personnel. The first thing that we want to make clear is we need to have people that are not affected stay out of the area. Right now we have emergency personnel from all venues trying to get to the people that need our assistance the most, and we can't do that if there are citizens out trying to assess themselves and post on social media and other avenues of what's going on. What we need is for people that are not affected to stay home so that we can identify the people that are affected and get help to them. We've had a lot of calls so far about volunteers. At this point, we have emergency personnel from all agencies in the surrounding area coming to help us. We are coordinating efforts through emergency personnel, and at this point, we have not identified a need for citizen volunteers. Not to say that we're not going to need those people later in the day, but for right now, at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can tell you that we do not need any citizen volunteers to come in.
Okay, then again, that was the Lieutenant David Williams. We just found a tweet from Boone County Fire talking about Missouri Task Force 1. It says, the second wave of Missouri Task Force 1 members are en route to Jefferson City. This group consists of double the numbers of search and rescue assets, 6 search canine, 2 technical search team managers, 4 rescue squads, 4 structural engineers, 1 trauma surgeon, 2 medical specialists, and 2 hazmat technicians. 80-plus members from across the state have been activated to deploy to Jefferson City after they were struck by a significant tornado late last evening. Missouri Task Force 1 Advanced Element Team is currently searching an apartment building in the impact area of Ellis Boulevard and Highway 54 and also Stadium Boulevard. Please stay away from the impact area and allow emergency responders to do their work. Stay tuned for further updates. So they're specifically talking about what we were just discussing about Hawthorne Park Apartments, which is on Ellis Boulevard there at Highway 54. So again, a reiteration from Missouri Task Force 1 and Boone County Fire to please stay out of the area. They're trying to work. They don't want anyone else to get hurt in the process. Let them do their jobs. They've got an entire team headed to Jefferson City to make sure that they have everything they need, including a trauma surgeon, medical specialists, hazmat technicians. Earlier this morning, KOMU 8's Landon Burke, we sent him to Jefferson City to go to the press conference, do some reporting, and these are some of the pictures that he's sending from Jefferson City.
And Meg, according to his tweet, these were right outside of the Cole County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
So we can see some of the damage here. I'm not sure what it
looks like. That could be a piece of siding, maybe.
I was wondering what that is. It looks, or maybe a white brick. You know what? That's white brick, don't you think? Because that building looks like it's.
This particular piece looks like siding to me.
Oh yeah, that's siding. There's another one that looks like a brick. So these are all tweets and pictures from KOMU 8's Landon Burke, who's live in he's out in Jefferson City. He went to that press conference. He also has some pictures of Lieutenant David Williams working with some of the other law enforcement and looking at the path of the storm. There you go. They're trying to figure out, if you see all the circles and the X's, trying to figure out, again, detailing the storm's path, figuring out the corridor. I can run through the timeline again for you real quick. It's what Lieutenant Williams gave to us in the press conference. First sirens heard in the area were 11:10 p.m. That's when they were first activated. First rotation was spotted in Brazito at 11:30, and then 11 in Cole County. This is video we recorded earlier from the Jefferson City area. 11:40, the sirens were reactivated.
Okay.
11:47, first reports of damage in city limits. Again, no buildings have collapsed thus far. If we can pull up tweets from the Missouri State Highway Patrol, Troop F.
Meg, while we do have this video up, just so we can talk about this, we believe that this was a break time gas station. That's what several of our our viewers have
are
been saying to us, also near a Sonic here in Jefferson City. Again, this was recorded earlier today. I'm also seeing a tweet from our Rosamond Crown, one of our reporters, and she is at the Capital Region Hospital in Jefferson City. They expect that nearly 100 people are injured. That's according to the hospital, Capital Region Hospital.
Okay, we're going to take some more tweets and some pictures. This is from the Missouri State Highway Patrol Troop F in Jefferson City, assisting Jefferson City Police and Cole County Sheriff's Department after the tornado. It says, if you're not affected, please avoid the area. You'll see power lines down in several of these pictures. Treat them as if they are live. And one of the photos, yeah, you've got cars flipped over. That specifically is as several vehicles on westbound Business 54 near Eldon. Is that a bus or a tractor trailer?
That would be
some type of semi.
Maybe a flat top truck.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
So that's all in. This is coming from the Missouri State Highway Patrol Troop F, who's out there assisting at this point. So again, the resounding message that we keep hearing from every form of law enforcement is please stay out of the area. And while they appreciate that people want to help, citizen volunteers are not needed at this point. You're dealing with gas leaks, live power lines. They said any downed power line, assume it's live. You don't know, we don't know, they know. So stay out of that area specifically. So we're starting to see more and more pictures roll in. Let's go ahead and look at more photos from Troop F this morning. This is again from the Jefferson City area. Trying to see what that says. It says, again, just in the Jefferson City area, trying to help assist Jeff City Police and Cole County. Missouri Task Force 1 is out there as well, and they brought their K-9 units.
And again,
a semi on its side. Everybody's headed to the same area, right, guys?
Yeah, and everyone is saying, literally everyone is saying, don't go here. Don't go to Jeff City.
And it's a kind thought that you want to help, and there will be ways to help later on. And when we have how you can help, we will definitely share that information. But at this point, the way you can help is by staying away and letting first responders do their job.
I'll run back through all the team from Missouri Task Force 1, the members who are en route to Jefferson City. It's a heck of a team. They have double the number of search and rescue assets. It says 6 search K-9s, which are specifically going to that Hawthorne apartments on Ellis Boulevard. We have heard people are trapped in those apartments. 2 technical search team managers, 4 rescue squads, 4 structural engineers, 1 trauma surgeon, 2 hazmat technicians, 2 medical specialists, 80 plus members from across the state are being activated and deployed to Jefferson City. They will be working all day long, trying to figure out. We have another tweet from a reporter out in the field, Rosamond Crown. She's live we sent her out to Jefferson City, or she's in Eldon. No, she's at the Capital Region Hospital. Mm-hmm. So she's at the Capital Region Hospital in Jefferson City, where people hurt from the storm are being brought in. Hospital staff say ambulances have been in and out all morning. They expect nearly 100 people are injured. So that's the first number we're hearing out of the hospital. Earlier on, Lieutenant David Williams was asked by a reporter during the press conference. He said, are hospitals in disaster mode? And Lieutenant Williams said he was not going to respond to that. He was waiting to hear from the hospital what specific mode they were in, how many people they were seeing. But our reporter, Rosamond Crown, who is at Capital Region in Jefferson City, those are the first numbers we're hearing of the number of people who may have been brought in at this point related to storm injuries, and she's saying 100. We expect that number to go up, again, because we do know there are people trapped in their homes, trapped in their basements. So that is the first that we're getting out of that specific area.
A few more reports here too, Megan, if I can jump in here.
Yeah.
We have a report from a mobile home park near Jefferson City, reports roof damage from a parent tornado, and also said emergency responder told them that the Twin Bridges Bar and Grill was hit, but no reported injuries there.
And if we could have a director take weather graphic C, Max C.
I can pull that out.
Or Actually, we're going to get it on what we have right
stress.
now.
I got it.
This is the tornado watch map, and we do have an update to this. That watch continuing for now for Morgan, Miller, Marys, and Camden County, but everyone north of that in the KOMU 8 viewing area. So I'm going to go through and name all these counties: Macon, Sheraton, Randolph, Monroe, Audrain, Montgomery, Gasconade, Osage, Callaway, Cole. That includes Jefferson City, Boone, Montauk, Cooper, Howard, Saline, Pettis. That tornado watch has expired and been canceled for you. That green that you're seeing is a flash flood watch that does remain in effect until, or at least through this morning. But that tornado watch does continue for at least the St. Louis metro, as we continue to see an environment that may be supportive of more severe development in tornadoes. Kenton, could you pull up the temperature map? Just to see kind of how that environment's doing.
Yeah, you can see it's really going down, which is really good. We want to see the temperatures cool down, especially below 70 degrees, and it looks like that's happening now. We do still have a tornadic situation that is near Rolla. It is south of Rolla, but there is still a tornado warning on this. They are now extending it out even further. It's still moving, it's located 13 miles northwest of Salem, and it is moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. So still a tornadic situation here in at least central Missouri, but it is south of Interstate 44, and again, it's moving east here, and that is moving into Dent County now at this point from Phelps County. And also, just again, getting back to some Jefferson City coverage, these are the official reports. You can see all these little tornado icons. These are official reports that have been coming in to the National Weather Service. You can see where these are, and each of these have their own reports with them. So this one's a little long here, but it just shows that some areas that have been really damaged by this. And power outages there as well in the south part of town, which the south part of town has been reported to have the worst power outages. Troop C reports multiple injuries and extensive damage to the Best Western there in Jefferson City. That was reported, it was at 12:03. Extensive damage reporting along the Ellis building, also closer to Stadium Boulevard here. It looks like reports of people trapped in the basement. That was from 11:45 p.m. So that's a report that we've been talking about for a while. And also, again, house structures reported to be damaged. Some collapsed, it says. The school suffered extensive roof damage, and several trees stripped down, and power lines are down in the area. Roads are impassable in many areas with debris throughout the eastern side of town. So we've been talking about the southern side of town with a lot of power outages, but it's also other places as well. And again, that report coming right here near McCarty Street, East McCarty Street there in Jefferson City. This other one getting close to Stadium Boulevard, just off of Highway 54. So again, reports continue to come in.
Some more pictures. I have some more pictures I can share for you. Yeah. Missouri Department of Public Safety tweeted some pictures, and there we go. It says, in Jefferson City, the state capitol, there is extensive damage along Ellis Boulevard near Highway 54. Power lines are down. Traffic is being diverted as Missouri State Highway Patrol and local first responders go door to door. Consider all power lines live. Stay out of areas with damage. So if you look at those, I mean, I'm not even sure what those are. I don't know what, is that a gas station?
So
is that a
that looks
restaurant?
like actually,
it looks
the
like a
one
gas
on the
station
top
sign.
is that it looks like the same place that our reporter might have been. Look at that break time gas station.
Yep, and I think it's the top one, and then the one on the bottom right is the same picture.
Yeah.
And then we're looking at an intersection, obviously.
Which may be Ellis and 54 potentially, or someone near there.
Right, and then we have some other pictures. I'm not sure if we're ready to have those up yet. Guys in the control room? Not quite yet. Okay, so we've got some other pictures that we'll show you here in a little bit. We appreciate all the photos you're sending in and all the tweets and everything, because we do have photos now from Hawthorne Apartments that we're trying to get up, and you can see we have about 20 pictures that eventually we'll be able to show you here in just a little bit that we found on Facebook. We appreciate all the viewers who are directing us to specific areas where photos are being taken and posted so that we have a better picture of what we're looking at. Again, K9 units specifically are going into those Hawthorne Apartments, because that's the one that's on Ellis Boulevard, which is, seems to be one of the street names that we keep hearing over and over again. FEMA has delegated Missouri Task Force 1 to assist, and FEMA at Missouri Task Force 1 is there helping. Columbia has sent resources, and we do have several reporters in the field doing coverage of the damage in Jefferson City. Again, tornado damage from a tornado that hit roughly around 11:45 last night. And Kenton and Matt have been on. What time did you guys go on last night, guys?
Our first tornado warning that we broke in for was around 7:15.
Yeah, probably around 7:15, and then we were on there for multiple hours. We were on for maybe about 10, 15 minutes, and then another warning came into Morgan, into Miller County,
right.
And that is when we got on, and we have not been off air since then. And we've been tracking, so we've been pretty much on air all evening since, you can say since 7:15,
right.
with just a small break.
Okay, so we do have these photos that we can share with you. These are of, I believe these are all of Hawthorne Apartments. Somebody's asking if that one in particular could be the YMCA on Ellis Boulevard. It's a question that's that a viewer, that somebody posted on this Facebook picture that we're seeing. These pictures are coming from someone named Jordan Hendrickson. And if you keep scrolling, you just see more and more pictures of damage in the Hawthorne Apartments area. And that, again, like we said, is where Missouri Task Force 1, part of Missouri Task Force 1 was headed in order to take canine units to help search for people. We do know people are trapped in that area. You see people outside, damage from trees that have fallen, power lines down. It's just it's a mess. It's an absolute mess.
And there, it looks like a car that has some damage to it. Maybe the glass
broken out,
broken out there,
and some lights broken out as well, the brake lights potentially. And again, we've been seeing this here. We were at a car dealership earlier. We had some pictures of there, and again, cars just tossed around, which is very certainly confirms the fact that there was a violent tornado that moved through. It's likely not going to be a low-level tornado when it is ranked. And again, the National Weather Service will go out and they will do a storm survey later on today, and they will give us a official, or at least a preliminary EF rating on that EF 0 to 5 scale. And it's likely not going to be on the lower level. It's either going to be middle, potentially a little higher up towards the top too.
And if we could go ahead and take a look at live Doppler 8 first alert radar, because you're going to be hearing potentially some rain over our microphones falling on top of our studio. But I want to show you that for the most part, along and north of I-70, we are fairly dry at this point. And it looks like we're starting to see the last of the rain moving through central Missouri, which is fantastic news. That's going to help with rescue operations, with damage surveys. It's going to allow crews to really do their job unaffected. But we'll need to watch, of course, some thunderstorm activity here. Here's a look at Nowcast as we continue to track that off, seeing much lighter precipitation through the morning hours. By 8 a.m., still some rain down towards the Lake of the Ozarks and some light rain showers possible. But for the most part, we are pretty much seeing our last round of heavy rain right now.
Yes, yeah, we are. And a lot of that stuff that's over right now to our west should be dying down a little bit more too, and that'll eventually just push on again closer to Interstate 44. But Camden, Miller, Marys County, you could still be dealing with rain through tomorrow morning, and we were mentioning that even earlier today too. And we mentioned that because there's already been a lot of rain there, so we're tracking the chance for some flash flooding still to continue for that region.
And it looks like we're getting an update on that storm to the south of Rolla.
Yeah, so this is again a tornado warning that we've been tracking for a while. It went through, it was confirmed actually as it was going through the southern portion of Fort Leonard Wood. And so the latest on this, I'm going to put on some reflectivity here. It looks best over here. And the update with this tornado warning is that it is still producing, capable of producing a tornado located 13 miles towards the northwest of Salem, moving east at 35 miles per hour. And we still have a good bit of rotation on that storm. And this has been another long track storm, as many of them have been tonight. And so we'll go ahead and put another track on this for any folks that are watching that are still in the path of this dangerous situation. It is heading towards Short Bend. It'll be there around 3:23, which is in about 23 minutes. It's now 3 a.m. here on your Thursday morning. And again, it's going to be near Hobson even sooner. That's any moment now. So folks in Hobson need to be taking shelter. And then Short Bend after that as it continues due east around 30 miles per hour. Yep.
I'm texting with Landon Burke right now. Just getting a little bit of information from him because, like we said, we sent him to Jefferson City. He says that as of right now, Jefferson City Police Department is not aware of any deaths. That at this point is fantastic news. Right. There are reports of multiple injuries. Like we said, we do have a reporter at Capital Region Medical Center there in Jefferson City, and she says that she has heard the number 100, roughly 100 being treated right now. But Landon Burke, who's in Jefferson City, says the police department says not aware of any deaths, reports of multiple injuries. He said police say, and quote, "This is why we train." So far, everything is going according to their training, which is, again, excellent news. Once again, urging the public to stay home. Very dangerous while the first responders are working to comb through the wreckage. Portions of the city appear to be without power. Dunklin Street was completely dark about 20 minutes ago, and all the stoplights are dead. So if you are in that area, do not leave. Stay in your homes as long as you are safe. Don't get in your car and drive around because we've got reports of downed power lines. We have reports of dead stoplights, completely dark areas. He was on Dunklin Street and said it was completely dark. So portions of the city are without power at this point. We have an Eldon Parks and Rec sent a picture over. And
is that this one, Meg?
Yep, that's the one.
And this is in Eldon?
Yeah, that is in Eldon.
This is one of the first images of Eldon that we've
seen
so far.
So here's what Eldon Parks and Recreation says. It says, as we sit here and see the aftermath of the tornado that hit Eldon tonight, please do your part and let emergency personnel do their jobs, checking on families and people. A lot of homes and businesses were damaged severely tonight. Until we have daylight and are able to see the damage entirely, here are a few snapshots of our parks. Not good, I'm afraid. McMillan Concession Building gone. Apperson Concession Building destroyed. Apperson Bleachers gone. Rock Island Park destroyed. Wow. Aquatic Center,
oh my gosh,
good condition. Air Park, we'll evaluate tomorrow. Wilson Park, tree down, nothing too damaged as far as we can see. So yeah, like you said, this is the first we're seeing from Eldon. And you guys showed a track of that storm and how that went a little bit ago, but those are the first pictures. I don't know if we can click through any of those. There's like, I don't know, 7 or 8 photos. There you go.
And this is all Eldon here?
This is all Eldon. This was shared on Facebook just a little under an hour ago from the Eldon Parks and Recreation.
And Meg, it's worth noting that this was the same storm. It started near Eldon and then tracked towards Jefferson City.
And strengthened right before it got to Jeff City.
Okay, so it's the same, we're talking the same path, the same cell?
Yep, the exact same cell. Yeah, okay. we tracked the whole way. It really followed Highway 54.
We're getting a message from a viewer, and in the control room, if you guys can get this at some point, a viewer sent a message to our KOMU inbox. Jason Alaba, he said if you check my page, he's got live video he did right after it went through at the Ellis and 54 section. So directors, if you guys can work on getting that. His name is Jason Alaba. It's like the top one in our messages on our Facebook inbox. Again, we really appreciate all the pictures that are coming in. We appreciate just the reports of, damage you were seeing in the area or things you've heard about. And we were talking with a viewer a little bit ago, and she said she tried to call 911 and get a welfare check on a friend in Brazito. And okay, we're not going to be able to get that video for you, but we'll work on trying to get that a little bit later. But she said that she tried to get a welfare check on a friend in Brazito, and that was the first in the timeline from the Jefferson City Police Department. The first rotation in Brazito was around 11:30, and she said that the 911 call center said we're sorry, you're going to have to call back in an hour or two. We can't possibly send somebody out on a welfare check at this point. They're just trying to deal with the damage and trying to find the people who are currently trapped. So that's the situation at this point. I'm going to try and send some more live video to our control room to see if we can get this up. But guys, what's the latest on that Fort Leonard Wood storm you were talking about a little bit ago?
Yeah, Megan, so that storm is still south of Rolla right now. Again, there was a confirmed tornado that was on the ground in southern portions of Fort Leonard Wood. Now it is still a tornado warning at this point, and it is still tracking towards the east around 30 miles per hour, about 35 miles per hour now. See, there's a lot of cloud to ground lightning with it. I'll get rid of that so we can see what we're talking about. And we can also put up, of course, our some velocity here, and I can see where there's maybe some rotation still. We're kind of in getting close to some dead zones here with some of the radars from the National Weather Service, but that is still on its way towards Short Bend. So we tracked this out a little bit earlier. Short Bend still needs to be taking shelter right now if you're watching from that location. This is no longer a confirmed tornado, but we are watching for radar indicated rotation still with this storm. And again, now just for kind of everyone in mid-Missouri, St. Louis already hit by a severe thunderstorm warning, as you can see, but not a tornadic situation for them at this point.
But they are under a tornado watch still.
Yes, they are still under that tornado watch, so they'll keep tracking that one. Otherwise, we just have some storms, luckily, that are rolling north of Jefferson City, getting into Ashland, but it's north of Jeff City, so luckily folks that are first responding aren't getting downpoured on at this point. And then we also are looking at Camden County, still getting even more rain. Kind of surprised, actually, there isn't a flash flood warning for Camden County because they've got a lot of rain here recently.
And something we talked about just a few moments ago was with Nowcast, showing you that for the most part, this is the last of the heavy rain for the Jefferson City area, which is really going to assist in those rescue efforts. However, down towards the lake area, rain chances could continue as we go through the morning hours.
Yeah, into 8 a.m. even as you're heading to work potentially.
And I'm told that we'll be able to check in with Landon Burke in just a few seconds. So when that shot's ready, just let us know.
We're working on that.
We're working on it, but we continue to watch live Doppler 8 First Alert radar, and you can see that heavier rain down towards the Springfield area as well. We did hear reports of damage north of Joplin. Of course, yesterday, the 8th anniversary of the Joplin tornado. This is climatologically, we are in the height of severe weather season, so it is very common to see severe weather this time of the year.
Yeah, and the thing is, we're going to continue to see this even in the coming days as well, and even through Memorial Day weekend. So we have good chances for showers and thunderstorms this weekend on Saturday and Sunday, and even into next week as well. We have chances almost every day of showers and thunderstorms to pass through. So this is just a good idea or a good time to remind you to stay with us, and we'll keep you updated on the latest. We've been keeping you updated on this for multiple days now at this point, and we're also looking at continuing, of course, that coverage and through the weekend and on the KOMU weather and traffic app. Can't stress that enough. That's where we get a lot of these alerts out so that you're never caught off guard.
And it sounds like we have some viewer video, so let's go to Meg.
We do. We have a man named Jason Alaba. He directly sent us a video. It looks like he's the head coach at JC Elite. He's also the director there. He sent some live video that he shot. It looks like, I'm not sure he's telling us exactly where we're looking, but look at that storm video, guys. We're getting a lot of storm video that's coming into our inbox, which we appreciate everything. You viewers are really helping us. You're reporting for us. You're helping us piece together this story and piece together the storm. So a lot of lightning. I think this video goes for quite a while. He sent a lot, which is great for us to be able to see exactly what was going on. We appreciate it. So yeah, again, Jason Alaba in Jefferson City.
And the thing that we were talking about earlier, we had an audio and a video from an instant reaction from a woman that we found earlier. Our reporter did when they first got to the scene, and it's just shock. We see these pictures from all around the nation when tornadoes go through, but to see it in your backyard, to see it in Jefferson City and Eldon and other areas potentially is really a shocking situation for a lot of folks. And this is something that a lot of folks are going to be dealing with for some time now at this point, especially trying to rebuild from all this this damage now that they're just learning about and that we're going to continue to learn about throughout tomorrow. Again, we haven't even seen sunlight yet. When we get that, the images and the videos tomorrow are going to be just very interesting to look at, and we'll keep that coverage. All right, Megan, for you.
So, Kitten, just like you were saying, that's one of the things Lieutenant David Williams from Jefferson City said. 6 a.m. is going to be a whole new ball game for them to really see what they're working with, see what they're looking at once we get some sunlight on the situation and they can actually see. We sent KOMU 8's Landenberg to Jefferson City. He left for Jefferson City, I don't know, around 1:15, 1:30 this morning to head and make sure he got there in time for the press conference. And then also he sent back some tweets and some pictures and kind of walked around different areas just to see what he sees. We've got Landon with us right now in Jefferson City. Landon, what's it like out there? What are you seeing? This is our live team coverage from Jefferson City.
Yeah, Meg, I want to bring your attention here right at Ellis and Christie here. This is where we've been earlier this morning. I want to show you this building behind me. This is a U-Haul store. I don't know how well you can see it because, like you said, the cover of night makes things really difficult here. But if you can see here in the light, the front glass of the storage building's been almost completely smashed out. There is trees are down. We're seeing a lot of leaves, a lot of bits of splintering wood, a lot of insulation. And let's take a look at this over here, guys. This, I'm not even sure what this used to be, but we're right outside of a U-Haul store, as I mentioned, and really authorities are still just kind of trying to assess the needs. When we spoke with Lieutenant Dave Williams at that press conference earlier this morning, something that he said that he reiterated over and over again was that right now authorities are trying to assess the situation, and it makes their job a lot harder when a lot of onlookers come out. Lieutenant Williams told us that Jefferson City Police has all available officers working right now, and they're also receiving help from just about every nearby agency as well, including agencies like MoDOT, agencies that you don't usually think of offering assistance in times like this. But there is some good news here. As we've been talking about this morning, as of earlier this morning, JCPD said it was not aware of any fatalities. It said it was aware of several reports of injuries, and we are expecting to learn more from them at a press conference coming up at 6 a.m. But another, possible beacon of optimism here is that Lieutenant Williams said, and Meg, I heard you read it earlier, is that this is why they train. He said that up until this point, everything has been going according to training. The cohesion is working really well. And like you said earlier, daylight will really help this. Right now it's difficult because it's so dark outside, and there are some power outages. You read my tweet where I was driving on Duncan just about a half hour ago, and it was completely dark, and there's no traffic signals. And to make it more dangerous, people are still out walking around and driving around, kind of trying to take in the scenery. On a similar note, Jefferson City Police says it's gotten some public interest about volunteering, people that want to help their community. And while that gesture is really appreciated, right now Jefferson City Police says it's in the process of just assessing needs, so it doesn't need people coming out to help. It says it should later this morning have a better idea of how volunteers will be used, but for right now, it's best if you folks at home stay at home while emergency responders are doing their thing and trying to assess the needs and then meet them. We'll be live here all morning. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, Landon, thanks so much. We're going to check back with him in just a little bit. So again, he reiterated everything that we said. He was at that press conference with the Jefferson City Police Department talking about, stay out of the area. They don't need help. They need to focus on the people who are injured. We have a tweet to show you from Missouri State Highway Patrol Troop F, also in Eldon, assisting the Eldon Police Department and Miller County Sheriff's Department after the tornado from last night. If you are not affected, please stay clear of the area. Let first responders do their jobs. So Kenton and Matt and I were just talking a little bit ago. We're just now starting to get pictures in from Eldon. We showed you those pictures from the Eldon Parks and Rec Department talking about the specific areas of their parks that have been damaged or completely destroyed. There's quite a few things in Eldon. So the path of that storm, and then we sent a reporter out to Eldon because we heard reports that a nursing home sustained some damage, which is scary. We do have an email that we can't show you, but I'm going to read it to you. It's from Lincoln University, and it was sent at 2:48 this morning, so just about 30 minutes ago, from Lincoln University. Campus is closed for today. Due to overnight storms, the Lincoln University campus will be closed Thursday, May 23rd. The university is currently operating on summer schedule, is closed on Fridays through August 9th. The university will also be closed Monday, May 27th for the Memorial Day holiday. The campus will reopen Tuesday, May 28th. Our thoughts are with the entire community, and this came from their Office of Communications and Marketing. So Lincoln University understandably closed. That way the officials and the departments there can clean up any damage the university has sustained. We have not seen any pictures or video from Lincoln University's campus yet. I believe we probably will. I think that's safe to say. I'm not sure. Do you guys have an idea where Lincoln is located in Jefferson City? Like what street it's on?
I do not, but if you find that street, we can try and find it here.
So,
what I'm looking at right here, though, just quickly while you're finding that, is right here. Landon said he was on Ellis and Christie, so that's right here. So I want to just give you some scope. You saw the damage behind him right there, and I'm going to zoom out. And again, you can see a few just reports of damage, but there's, of course, reports of damage everywhere. And that's just a small portion of a large area that is reporting damage here in Jefferson City. So there is a lot of ground to cover with this storm.
Okay, so Lincoln University is on Chestnut. 820 Chestnut, if you can find that. It's close to, I think it's close to Dunklin.
Yes.
Yep. Haven't seen any damage yet from Lincoln University, but again, that campus is closed today.
So it's right in here.
In order for
Chestnut. It's Chestnut's right here. Yep.
There you go. In order for people to clean up. There was a lot of damage in that area, so you have to assume that, maybe trees or something on that campus. Again, we heard from Landon Burke just a little bit ago. He's saying portions of the city that appear to be without power. Dunklin Street was completely dark about 20 minutes ago, and the stoplights are dead. He texted that, a few minutes ago. So that means that specific area, no stoplights for maybe going on 30 minutes or so. So I think that, we've reiterated more than once the big takeaway is to just stay out of the areas. There are a lot of downed power lines, and there are reports of gas leaks, which that is a lethal combination. So far, thankfully, Jefferson City Police Department says there are no reports of fatalities, which is miraculous. We hope that stays that way. There are reports of multiple injuries. We have a reporter at the hospital there in Jefferson City, and she tweeted roughly 100 people being brought in to receive treatment for storm-related injuries. So when's the sun coming up, guys? Because I think that's really, we're not going to know much more until the sun comes up. We're starting to get more pictures, but goodness, until sunrise.
Yeah, exactly. And once that sun comes up, again, we're going to get so much information coming in. We're going to get, of course, Sky 8 out there as long as we can do that legally, looking at there's a lot of legal factors within that too, but we'll get a nice view over the entire area. And again, it is just such a large area. And the sunrise, by the way, Megan, you're asking, it's at 5:51 a.m. today. So it's 5:51 a.m., so that is, what time? It's 3:17.
3:17
so
right now.
A few hours now from that at this point. And again, we do still have some showers and thunderstorms in the area. None of them right now are severe in the KOMU area. Also an update, we've been tracking that system south of Rolla. Great news there. That tornado warning has been allowed to expire. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning in Springfield, Missouri and in St. Louis, Missouri right now, two large cities for us. And so those are both under severe thunderstorm warnings, but everyone else just dealing with some rain. There is some thunder and lightning getting through Ashland and southern Boone County right now, and some heavy downpours continue, but luckily Jefferson City staying dry and hopefully does continue to stay dry also as these showers and thunderstorms roll through. And we are still under that flash flood watch in effect right now, but luckily this rain is dying down, and by tomorrow, I keep saying tomorrow morning.
You haven't slept yet.
Well, one, I'm not used to working mornings, and two, it's still the same day in my brain. But a little bit later on this morning, or by about 8 a.m., we're just expecting that rain to be down closer to Camden County. Everyone else should be drier as you head out for your day, and you can get out there and start heading to work.
Okay, so we do have a tweet from a reporter, Marissa Rios. She is at Capital Region. And she says ambulances are getting here to drop off patients and family members. This was a tweet from about 20 minutes ago. Another thing I'm seeing, it looks like Mayor Carrie Turgeon, she was on CNN this morning. She was telling CNN the best advice is to not call first responders unless it's a true emergency. They are on everything, Turgeon said, of the people working in the command center. So CNN spoke with the mayor of Jefferson City talking about this true emergency. We have reporters in Jefferson City spread out. We have reporters in Eldon, we have a reporter at Capital Region, we have a reporter, Landon Burke is live down in the area of Dunklin and High Street and Miller Street, which is kind of the specific areas. Do you guys want to take some more of those photos again in case we've got people who are just waking up and joining us? Some of the pictures of the sustained damage on Capitol Avenue, the older homes, or maybe some of the other ones at that Simonson school. We've got all kinds of pictures that we've had of viewers who are sending things in live video of coverage of, just where the storm rolled through. Semis on their sides, cars completely blown, trees down, power lines down. We had a 2 a.m. press conference that we took live from Jefferson City. That right there is one of the homes on Capitol Avenue. There are a bunch of them, and if you just see all those trees and the debris, it's a mess. And this is where Jefferson City Police and Missouri Task Force 1 and the Missouri State Highway Patrol have all said, please stay out of this area. This is where they need to be able to do their jobs, and they need to be able to focus on the people who are actively hurt. Viewers, we've heard people trapped in their basements, people trapped in the third-story apartments, decks and patios blown off the front of homes. Missouri Task Force 1 was sending K-9 units to Hawthorne Park Apartments in Jefferson City, which is on Ellis Boulevard, which is one of the areas, one of the corridors that we've really been focusing on where the storm rolled through. And we know that people were trapped in those Hawthorne Park Apartments. So the K-9 units were going in to assist, to try to find people. Obviously, cell signals are shoddy at best, and we've reports of stoplights that are dead. So, the area, again, for the next roughly 3 hours, this is what we're seeing until the sun can come up, and it can really help. Guys, how's it going back there? Anything for you to report?
So far, we don't have any really big reports. Again, we are still not dealing with any warnings at this point. We do have a thunderstorm warning getting into St. Louis, one down to Springfield. Otherwise, just some showers and thunderstorms that are rolling through, at least on radar right now. Again, it is worth pointing out that we are going to continue to see showers and thunderstorms over the coming days and through Memorial Day weekend. So please stay tuned with us, and we'll keep you updated with the latest through the holiday weekend. So don't think that this is kind of the end of it. We're still kind of just getting started, actually, for the next week or so, with flooding really is a big potential too, because our ground is so saturated. I can actually show you how much rainfall we've seen over the past about 48 hours here, and it has been quite a lot. Here's a look that's going to come up. These are radar estimated rainfall totals. This is from 48 hours. Again, we've had 2 days of a lot of rain, actually almost 3 if you consider 2 nights ago, or 3 nights ago now. Again, a lot of rainfall that's been rolling through in these orange areas. That's 3 to 4 inches. In the red areas, that's 4 to 5 inches. And in some areas, again, even in Miller County or northern Morgan County, where we're seeing that flash flood warning right now, they've seen potentially 5 to 6 inches of rainfall. So certainly a lot of it has fallen, and it's not going away, which is why the Missouri River is also going to be a big flood place for us as well. The Missouri River likely this weekend getting to the highest levels it has so far in 2019. It is certainly not a good situation for the Missouri River. Actually, some locations are going to have the most rain, or the highest levels they've seen in the top 5. So you can see in all these light green locations here, including Waverly, Boonville, Glasgow, expected to crest at a top 5 river crest in any recorded history that we have with these rivers. Jefferson City and Herman expected to crest, and that's going to be at a top 10 river crest. And that's just from rain that we are expecting for the next couple days. This is not including rain we're expecting through the weekend and through next week. So this could get even worse, but it is not a good situation. And again, just something to reiterate, if you're along those areas, and I guess other rivers and streams that aren't the Missouri River will also be affected by this too.
Okay, so just to recap, Lincoln University, we do know, is closed today. We did get an email from the communications department there at Lincoln. Classes, I think, ended, but they're currently on their summer schedule. So it says because of the overnight storms, the Lincoln University campus will be closed Thursday, May 23rd. Operating on summer schedules, they're always closed on Friday. They were going to be closed on Monday for Memorial Day, so they'll have until Tuesday to clean up the area, clean up campus. We do have a tweet from KOMU 8's Landon Burke, who's been he's been out in Jefferson City. Down power line and a trailer light found 30 feet or so away from the rest of the trailer. So that gives you an indication of the power of the storm. That's the distance it traveled, the power line, and then the trailer light from the trailer. So he is there in Jefferson City, and he attended that 2 a.m. press conference getting information about the timeline of the storm. Hey guys, can we pull up those Eldon photos again? You know, we've talked about Eldon, about how that cell first hit the Eldon area and then made its way into Jefferson City. The Eldon area, we do have pictures from the Parks and Rec department there. We'll get those in just a little bit. I think we're going to try and get a shot up from KOMU 8's Landon Burke, who's in Jefferson City. He was there talking about specifically like walking around Dunklin Street, which Dunklin and Chestnut, that is where Lincoln University sits. It's a couple of blocks from 54 and the Capital Region Hospital. So Landon was walking around Dunklin this morning, and he said it was completely pitch black, no power whatsoever. Landon, what do you have for us from Jefferson City at this point?
Hey Meg, yeah, you know, kind of right now, it's the main thing that I think officers are trying to work on is just assess all the needs. You know, that was something that when we spoke to Lieutenant Williams with JCPD earlier this morning, he said that was what their main priority was, because they couldn't confirm a lot. They could say that they hadn't heard of any fatalities. They could say that they had gotten several reports of injuries. They couldn't speak to the extent of that. They did say, however, that they were not aware of any significant structural collapses, which is good news. But this morning, first responders and fire department agencies from not just Jefferson City, but the surrounding agencies as well, are right now kind of converging on Jefferson City to try and just figure out what exactly needs to be taken care of. We've been at the scene at Ellis and Christie, Highway 54 here in Jefferson City, and there's just so much to take in. You know, we've done a little bit of walking around since we last checked in with you, and you know, we found, I think you mentioned my tweet, we found a trailer hitch light from a trailer about 30 feet away from the rest of it. This right here is what I assume is a smashed trailer here. We're right outside of the U-Haul storage shop here at off Ellis in Jefferson City. And there's been, guys, can we turn the cameras over there and just kind of see? I know you're not going to be able to see much, but we've got multiple agencies here. They've blocked off the street, they've closed it, and they're just kind of really assessing the damage. Over there, that gas station, we can't get over there just yet, but I'm assuming that as the sun comes up and we can really get more light here, we will get a better idea of the destruction. And that's something that Lieutenant Williams said himself, is that, you know, at the time that we spoke, just a little bit after 2 this morning, he told the press that they were really still kind of taking inventory, kind of figuring out what was needed where. Another thing that they stressed, and we've been talking about it all morning, is, you know, this is fairly causing quite a bit of concern and a lot of distress in the community. Authorities say while it is tempting to go outside and look for, or rather just look around, take it in yourself, you really should stay home. Authorities are trying their best to assess the needs, and it makes things harder when they have to keep confronting people. We just discovered a couple minutes ago there was a power line down about 15 feet away from where we were, and it's just under this cover of night, police and rescue crews can't tell where those dangers are. So we're planning on being here all morning. As I said earlier, Jefferson City Police is planning another press conference at 6. We have a reporter waiting at the Cole County Sheriff's Office for that. We're going to pass along any updates we can get, but right now all we can do is stay in an area that we know is safe and basically just look. We'll pass along any updates as we get it, but for now I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Landon. Landon, again, like he said, he was walking around areas of Ellis and Christie, walking around Dunklin Street, just kind of assessing the damage. We've gotten tweets from him seeing, like how far apart the trailer hitch is blown from different parts of it. And again, like he said, we do have people at the Cole County Sheriff's Department. We have reporters at Capital Region. We're getting tweets from them. We have a reporter who's been to Eldon. Speaking of Eldon, we do have photos from the Eldon Parks and Rec Department that we can show you. The Eldon Parks and Rec Department, they specifically talked about areas of their parks that have been damaged. Eldon Parks and Rec put out a Facebook update, and it says, as we sit here and see the aftermath of the tornado that hit Eldon tonight, please do your part and let emergency personnel do their jobs. Checking on families and people, a lot of homes and businesses were damaged severely tonight. Until we have daylight and are able to see the damage entirely, here are a few snapshots of some of our parks. It's not good, I'm afraid. McMillan Concession Building, gone. Apperson Concession Building, destroyed. Apperson Bleachers, gone. Rock Island Park, destroyed. Aquatic Center, good condition. Air Park will evaluate tomorrow, which means today. Wilson Park, tree down, nothing too damaged as far as we can see. And, we talked about Eldon specifically because there's that nursing home that we sent a reporter to check on to see, specifically how bad that was. We were getting reports of damage there at the nursing home. One of the things that we learned from the press conference at 2 a.m. from Lieutenant David Williams, one of the reporters specifically asked him, what are you hearing from hospitals? Are hospitals saying that they are in disaster mode? Lieutenant Williams would not comment on the mode that the hospitals say they're in. He just said that they're working to get as many people in who've been hurt as possible. And he said that, they do know that as of right now, thankfully, there are no fatalities. Multiple injuries. Our reporter, Rosamond Crown, who I think we're going to try and talk to here in a couple of minutes, she is in Jefferson City at Capital Region, and she said that she was seeing, we saw a tweet from her, she said that she was seeing the number that she was getting was about 100 people, roughly 100 people. Now, that number is from probably 45 minutes ago, so it could be an updated number at this point. Do we have her shot yet, guys? Okay, we're going to get to her in just a second. Again, she's at Capital Region, which obviously, in the heart of the city, and is taking in all of these people. Lieutenant David Williams was really saying they were trying to establish a corridor of where the storms went through. We know of specific streets: Ellis Boulevard, High Street, Stadium, Highway 54, Dunklin. And again, Capital Region is right there, kind of in the same area as Lincoln University and all of it. So KOMU 8's Rosamond Crown is live in Jefferson City at Capital Region with an update from the hospital and on the number of people she's seen coming in and out.
So I'm here in front of the Capital Region Medical Center, and people have been in and out all day. I mean, ambulances have been coming in and out all morning. But even more jarring is that people have been driving themselves in, driving neighbors in and loved ones in. I talked to a man who says he and his wife had to push through rubble to get their son out of the Hawthorne apartments that we've heard a lot about being badly damaged today. The hospital, like you said, they're expecting about 100 people actually injured, and they said so far they've had about 5 to 6 ambulances come in, but like I said, a lot of those people who are coming in are driving themselves here because they just can't wait. And also the hospital staff is telling us the other wing of the hospital has actually been opened up. They're using that as an emergency shelter for people who've lost their homes. We're just hearing a lot of disaster stories of people saying, my house is gone, I don't know what to do. They're sitting around the hospital, and so that other wing has been opened up. So they're really wanting people to know you can come there. They just opened it not too long ago, about 15, 20 minutes ago. So there's a lot of room there for people to come over here. Earlier when we were here, they were prepping the helipad just in case they need to use the helicopter to get anyone. So the hospital media personnel was telling us that they're at full capacity as far as their staffing goes. They're ready for whatever happens, and they're just hoping for the best, but definitely preparing for the worst. And we're going to be out here trying to talk to people and see what else is going on, and hopefully things just move up from here. So I'm live in Jefferson City, Rosamond Crown, KOMU 8 News.
Thank you very much, Rosamond. Again, just a quick recap of what she's seeing there at Capital Region. She said the hospital did open a wing for emergencies. Full capacity. She said that the staff said it's at full capacity. Everybody was leaving work. They brought them back in. They're just ready for whatever happens, because as we've said, when the sun comes up and you know, law enforcement and Missouri Task Force 1 and Missouri State Highway Patrol can really get in and find the people who need help, the hospital does know that they're going to need more staff because more emergencies are going to be coming in. You know, the number we heard a while ago was 100, but again, no fatalities at this point. KOMU8's Matt Beckwith has some more information for you about just the storms in general and what we've been talking about. We're going to talk to him, and then we're going to try to go back out to KOMU8's Landon Burke, who's live in Jefferson City. So first, Matt.
Yeah, Meg, thanks so much. Here is our current watch map. And I do want to note that the tornado watch for Morgan, Miller, Marys, and Camden County has been extended until 6 a.m. And this watch continues up into the St. Louis area. We also have this flash flood watch that remains in effect for a good chunk of our viewing area as we continue to see rainfall across the area. Here's live Doppler 8 first alert radar, and we have two main areas of flash flood warnings right now. One of those is in Monroe County, and the other is in Morgan County at this point in time. You can see, though, that our radar is looking much more active, or much less active, than it did a few hours ago. I do want to zoom in closer to Jefferson City here and stop this, and it's showing fairly dry conditions, and really those mostly dry conditions should continue as we go through the next several hours. But the reason that tornado watch continues is we still have very warm air in place down towards the Lake of the Ozarks, towards Rolla and Herman as well. 68 is that current temperature at the lake, 72 in Rolla, 68 in Herman. And where we have this warmer air, that's an atmosphere that is more prime for the development of thunderstorms, and we could still see a spin-up tornado with some of these thunderstorms as they move through the area. Now, I do want to switch back to live Doppler 8 and kind of take this big view and show you that we currently have no tornado warnings for the entire state, and the only severe warnings are down towards the Springfield area. Turning our radar back on here, you can see those are all tracking to the east and not expected to move through our viewing area. I'm going to switch things over to Nowcast real quickly here just to kind of show you what we're looking at as we go through the morning hours. You can see that pushing off to the east. Still some rain possible down towards the lake area through the mid-morning hours, and then this gets out of here and we should see a lot of dry time for this afternoon. Again, though, the severe threat has diminished for a lot of us at this point in time, but a tornado watch does continue for Morgan, Miller, Marys, and Camden County until 6 a.m. No warnings at this time. Meg.
Okay, guys, thank you. So we do know earlier on, Jefferson City Mayor Carrie Turgeon, she was on CNN, and she said the best advice is don't call first responders. They're in the middle of a true emergency. They are on everything. Turgeon said of the people working in the command center, you know, they're working very hard to try to find the people who need to be found right now. So she said specifically, you know, stay away from the areas, and that's what law enforcement has reiterated. Stay away from the areas, and please do not call. Some people are trying to call for welfare checks, and that's understandable, but a lot of the 911 centers just can't handle that at this point. We are going to talk with KOMU8's Landon Burke. He's in Jefferson City, and some of the things that he has been doing this morning, you know, he went to the press conference at 2 a.m. for us, and then also he said that portions of the city appear to be without power. He was walking up and down Dunklin Street. It was completely dark about 20 minutes ago, probably about 45 minutes ago. Stoplights are dead. Do we have Landon shot up quite yet? Hey, there he is. Okay, Landon, where are you right now? Are you still in like the Dunklin area, or have you moved? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Meg, so we're over at, we're kind of just right off Highway 54. We're at Ellis and Christie Street, and we've been here because kind of all morning we've heard that this is one of the spots where these storms did the most damage. We heard that from the police department earlier this morning. And, you know, we've been here for about an hour or so, and there's just so much to take in. We're actually, we're going to do our best. The thing is because it's in the middle of the night and the power is kind of iffy in some places. Like right now on Ellis, it's just about all dark. So we're going to do our best to show you some of this wreckage. But take a look at this gas station behind me. Also, we could turn that camera. Thanks, bud. We can't get any closer because there's actually, downed power lines just feet from where we are. So we don't want to make things any worse for first responders, obviously. But let's take a look over here as well, guys. We can see, I don't know how well you can see that on camera, but there is a sign that does appear to be, it's a car wash sign, I believe, that it just appears to be mangled. I don't know if we can see it hardly at all, but as the sun comes back up, and we can kind of, get that daylight, we'll be able to really see what kind of damage we're working with. And this darkness it's not just frustrating for us, it's not just frustrating for people in this community, it's also frustrating for law enforcement and first responders. That's kind of been their anthem, their rallying cry for thus far in the recovery effort, is just assessing needs. We took you to the U-Haul storage center just across the street where the glass was smashed in and trailers were ripped apart, and we're going to be making our way up and down Ellis here throughout the morning. But Meg, like we've been reiterating all morning, since we've been here, we have seen a number of groups of people coming just with flashlights just to look at what's happened. And while that's very tempting, especially because this is something that is deeply upsetting to a great part of the community, first responders and law enforcement ask that you stay put where you are, you stay at your house, you get your information from us. But we are communicating with law enforcement, we're passing along any updates we get, and at 6 a.m. we're expected to hear from Jefferson City Police again with an update. Another thing that we want to mention is a lot of people have been talking about wanting to volunteer. And while that gesture is really appreciated by the city, law enforcement says they would much prefer if for now you just stay at home. We might be getting moved out of here in just a little bit, so we're going to send it back to you guys here. But we'll be here all morning. We're going to try and learn what we can. We're going to try and assess the damage as best we can. But that's something that everybody is doing right now. That's something that we're doing, and law enforcement is just trying to see the extent of the damage, Meg.
Can we chat with you for a second, or do you need to move?
I think I'm okay for now if you've got time.
I have time. As far as the press conference, the mood in the press conference when you were there at 2 a.m., was it urgent? Was it, I know obviously it would have been high alert, but did it seem like everyone was pretty calm? You said that one of the great quotes we've gotten from this is that this is what they train for and that it's going according to plan. So did it feel like, the level of preparedness was there and all of the law enforcement who was in that room was just calm? We could only see Lieutenant Williams. You could see a lot more than we could.
Sure. Yeah. Well, it was funny you would ask because there was actually a little bit of back and forth, before we started, because originally we had heard that the press conference was going to be at the Cole County Sheriff's Department. We got there, and then we were told it was actually going to be at the police department. We got there, and Lieutenant Williams met us there and said, "No, back to the Cole County Sheriff's Department." So we went back there. So things were a little bit. Obviously a little bit hectic, understandably so, but once the meeting started, I think everyone there got the sense that though things were urgent, certainly not dire. And like we've been talking about this morning, Lieutenant Williams said that thus far everything has gone according to their training, which is the best case scenario that you would hope for in a situation like this. And Lieutenant Williams also said that the neighboring agencies besides JCPD have been cooperating wonderfully, and he was very grateful for their response. Obviously things can never really be calm in this kind of situation, but it like Lieutenant Williams said, things were going according to training.
That's wonderful. Yeah, so that's what it seemed like, just watching the press conference. It seemed like everything was pretty calm and cool, especially knowing that there were no, thus far no fatalities to report, thankfully. I think that this is the times when we see the spirit of Mid-Missouri come to play. Missouri Task Force 1, all the Columbia agencies, the surrounding areas, immediately dropping everything, going in to help. So as the sun comes up, I think we're going to see a lot more. I know you probably need to get moved out of that area because you're a little close to the action, so you're going to get moved. But we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Thanks for being out there for us. All right, that was Landon Burke. One of the things that we've been talking about all morning is outages. Earlier, I'd say in the 2 a.m., 1:45-ish area, we had the number of 13,000 people without power. And then a little bit later, it looked like it was around 11,000 people without power. Angie Bailey is now on the desk with us, and she's got more information about the current Ameren outage map that we're going to take, and Angie's got more information about the specific numbers of, Cole, Miller, Boone, all the surrounding areas that may be experiencing power issues.
Right. I've been trying to look at that map and specifically the Ameren outages that but the good news is the numbers are already going down this morning. More than 5,000 were reported out 15 minutes ago, more than 7,000 to 10,000 a half hour ago, and now in the Jefferson City area, that number just dropped to about 4,000 people who don't have power. In the Brazito area, 1,700 people they're reporting don't have power. And then a little further down, if you hit the Eugene area, these are estimates based on that map that you're looking at there. If you guys want to zoom in a little closer to the area that can get more specifics. Eugene, about 1,200 people still. And then if you head over on Highway 50, I'm not sure if it's Taos or the Loose Creek area, but they've received orders that people don't have power in that area, but they are still efforting to get out there and assess it and start restoring power. But meanwhile, in the Jefferson City, Brazito, and Eugene area, they have linemen out there right now trying to get power back on, and already more than 1,000 people, hopefully accurately, have had their power restored just in the last hour or so in Jefferson City. So we know they are out there. Task Force 1 has been activated earlier this morning. There was talk as I was driving in on the local radio stations who had people out there as well that MoDOT trucks, we're used to seeing them as snowplows, but they're seeing them with lots of debris, trying to get roads open and get to people and property so they can assess it more. All of this developing overnight since that late night tornado in Jefferson City.
We've seen a lot from Twitter. Twitter and Facebook has kind of been our mode of operation as far as seeing pictures, seeing video. In a little bit, we're going to try and get this video up that Landon shot. It's like 16 seconds or so of a U-Haul store off of Ellis in Jefferson City, and the front glass was smashed in. We're going to try to get that in just a little bit. Some of the other pictures we've seen, some of the other, things we've heard from. There we go. This is Landon's video. This is a U-Haul store. Look at that smashed glass that he found. It's off of Ellis. So, obviously the magnitude of the storm is such that it's a mess. Everything's a mess. Missouri State Highway Patrol Troop F posted on Twitter about 45 minutes ago saying it was in Eldon, assisting Eldon Police Department and the Miller County Sheriff's Department after the tornado. And once again, if you are not affected, stay out of the area. They just need to make sure that the people who are need help are the ones who are getting the attention immediately. And Jefferson City Police Department said, please don't call about downed trees. They have spotters out looking for that stuff right now. So they know the areas that of concern. They are specifically trying to find people. Eldon, we've got a shot from a tweet from Eldon. There you go. That's the picture that we've been looking at this morning. It just shows the magnitude. And what Kenton and Matt were saying, and guys, feel free to jump in here if you want to talk about the track of that storm. You said that cell that hit Jefferson City, it first started in Eldon and then it just picked up speed, right?
Yeah.
It did, Megan. It really actually grew in intensity. And I'm not sure how much time you want to give us here, but we can actually track that through. We can actually show you the track of this tornado from Eldon getting into Jefferson City here. We can do a quick track for you. So take a look at this. This is a look at our velocity here. And we're going to go back all the way. Here we go. Okay. So what I want you to watch for is I want you to look at this this area right here. This is where the tornado currently is. And again, it's before Eldon. It's right here between this green and the blue. That's where you're looking, okay? So it's getting through Eldon. Also, you can notice the time over here on this, right underneath our logo here, the Force Alert Weather logo. So it's getting through Eldon. Again, damage there, tornado. We knew it was a tornado on the ground in Eldon, 10:56 last night. Then it continued to move in. It's strengthening a little bit, it weakened a little bit, and it cycled. And we were under tornado warning this whole time. We were tracking it towards Jefferson City this whole time with the timing. And you can see right here, it's growing in strength. I'm going to zoom in on that so you can see that a little bit better. But notice the time, 11:36 here. and then see how the colors deepen a bit? You see a bit more red, see a bit more blues. That's when it was a violent tornado causing catastrophic damage already, and then it moved through Jefferson City. This is 1146. It moving through Jefferson City right now, and then went over the Missouri River, and it's still very strong as it did so, and then it eventually died down and continued on. So we can see exactly the timing of this. Again, we were tracking it the whole time. We were tracking it before it got to Eldon, and we've been live on air with you before it even got to Eldon at that point.
Thanks, Kenton. You went through that earlier, which is great. And I think we're gaining viewers as the morning is progressing. So wanted to kind of recap that track of the storm. So one of the things that we've been following, Missouri Task Force 1, always first to jump in and help. And Boone County Fire tweeted about an hour ago, it was about 2:45, just talking about the team it was assembling for Missouri Task Force 1. 2 hours ago, it said the remainder of Type 1 team is currently being assembled at Boone County Fire Headquarters for deployment to Jefferson City as soon as possible. Further updates will follow. And then about an hour ago, again about 2:45, it tweeted this really very involved and kind of detailed assembly of what Missouri Task Force 1, the kinds of members that it pulled together to send to Jefferson City. I'll read it to you. The second wave of Missouri Task Force 1 members are en route to Jefferson City, and we do know they are there. They're there now. So this is a tweet from an hour ago. The group consists of double the numbers of search and rescue assets, 6 search canine, 2 technical search team managers, 4 rescue squads, 4 structural engineers, 1 trauma surgeon, 2 medical specialists. We've got a trauma surgeon, 4 structural engineers, 2 hazmat technicians. 80+ members from across the state have been activated to deploy to Jefferson City after they were struck by a significant tornado late last evening. Missouri Task Force 1 Advanced Element Team is currently searching an apartment building in the impact area of Ellis Boulevard, Highway 54, and also Stadium Boulevard. Please stay away from the impact area. Allow emergency responders to do their work. Stay tuned for further updates. We did talk to Gail Blumenkamp earlier today of Boone County Fire. He's also a member of Missouri Task Force 1, and he did confirm that they were getting ready and they were going. One of the other reports that we had earlier on in the morning was that K-9 units specifically were being dispatched to Hawthorne Apartments in Jefferson City to search for people. Hawthorne Apartments is located at 505 Ellis Boulevard, right kind of in the hotbed of where that storm went through. A lot of the pictures we're seeing are from that area. We do know Lincoln University is closed today, also in that area. So it seems to be that, you know, that was an area specifically hit, and they were taking K-9 units in because there were reports of people trapped in those apartment complexes. We've got video from KOMU 8's Landon Burke here. He has been out there since about, I don't know, he left I think here about 1:15-ish is when I saw him leave. So that is video from Jefferson City.
This is when they were telling them to clear out, basically, Landon's crew. We were talking to him a second ago, and he had to get on the move because the MoDOT trucks were coming through to clear debris, so he shot a short video there of
bulldozer
on his way out, basically, as MoDOT's coming in.
Yeah, again, it's hard because there's no power, and well, it's going to be dark for another roughly 2 hours. So they can't see the level of destruction. We've seen a lot of pictures and video rolling into the newsroom, and that we've seen on social media that people have shared with us. We do appreciate all the pictures and the video that you've sent. This is also from Landon, shot just a little bit ago. More emergency crews going in and out of the area, trying to help people, find people, get to the areas that are of the greatest concern. And you're pulling more outage numbers? Is that what you're pulling from Ameren right now?
From what I'm looking at the Ameren map, more reports are coming in, which shouldn't surprise anyone.
Maps.
Yes, exactly. That additional reports, obviously people are waking up, getting to areas to find out what is needed in that area, and the numbers, by my quick estimates, are going up because of those outages. 1,200 in the outskirts of the west side of Jefferson City, 530 here, 600 there, 400 here, 800 there. So the numbers are getting bigger, which makes sense as people are able to get into those areas and as people are waking up and trying to assess what the damage is out there. There are also some green dots popping up. If you see those, that is, we've gotten a call, basically, Ameren is saying, but we haven't had a chance to establish how big the outage is. The orange dots are 500 to 2,500 people, and then the larger multi-circled or multicolored circles means it's a lot of people who don't have power. And before, when we looked at this map, there were 3 or 4 of them. Now we're looking at about 10 of them. I'm sure those numbers are going to shift, and linemen are going to be in need out there to try to get power back on, even so people can assess it and safely go into those areas to see if there's damage. We certainly are surprised and so thankful that there haven't been any reported fatalities, but the hospital there, St. Mary's in Jefferson City, is prepared and looking at their estimating about 100 injuries that they're going to be treating or are treating right now in Jefferson City, but again, no confirmed fatalities, and that's amazing news when you're talking about a tornado of this. I know that, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Kenton, over there, but I saw mention this morning online about wedge tornado, and that's not something I'd heard of, and I'm not sure if it's something that he can speak to, but that was something that I was curious about.
What's a wedge?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so a wedge tornado is basically kind of a very wide tornado, and there's a chance that we could even have this could be a situation like that. This could certainly be a wedge tornado. This is it has covered a very large area. Just from the reports we've got, we can see the area that this rolled through. It was a very large area, and also it was a very violent tornado, again causing catastrophic damage even before it came through mid-Missouri, or before it came through Jefferson City. The National Weather Service was saying this is a violent tornado and this is causing catastrophic damage already. They updated it minutes before it went through, about 5 minutes I would say before, maybe a little bit more. It's certainly a large tornado. This is likely not going to be a low-level tornado. Again, the enhanced Fujita scale is a 0 to 5 scale of a tornado threat level. I have a graphic here I can try and find and try and pull up for you here, but basically explains the enhanced Fujita scale. But basically, it's a 5 is the worst possible tornado, which was Joplin, which was 8 years ago yesterday, and then a 0 is it's not going to do too much damage at all. So that's kind of a little bit of an example of that, but it's likely going to be a mid-range or a high range on that enhanced Fujita scale is what we're going to be dealing with for this tornado. And again, the National Weather Service, they're going to get out there tomorrow, and they're going to, or today, excuse me, they're going to get out there later today once the sun comes up, and they'll be able to really look over that damage. And what they're going to do is they're going to look at buildings, because they have to look at buildings in order to know how much damage it's done, right? How strong was this building before the tornado hit, and then what type of damage did it do to this building with the strength that it should have been able to withhold. And then they were going to rank this tornado on the enhanced Fujita scale from 0 to 5 based on the damage it did to those buildings. And with it going through 2 towns here from Eldon to Jefferson City, likely I believe it was stronger at Jefferson City than it was at Eldon, but they're going to be able to tell us that here. They're going to be able to track this and see its strength all along, but it's all based on the damage that we're seeing. So they will do that tomorrow for sure. This is the strongest tornado that the National Weather Service in St. Louis, who covers that Jefferson City area, this is the strongest tornado that they likely have seen all night long. So it's going to be the top priority for them in just a few hours already tomorrow morning.
And it was certainly the strongest worded of all the warnings that we saw as well. So
and really a great job from the Storm Prediction Center earlier on to getting this out, that it was a particularly dangerous situation. That was the tornado watch that was in effect. We posted that on social media. We started talking about that on air, of course, and we even went into a storm mode 4 here. And again, a 4 meaning that we expect a potentially life-threatening situation and be prepared for rough weather. We went up into that. We wanted to make sure that people know that this was a life-threatening situation, and that you were prepared for that. So that's what we've been in all day, and that's what we were tracking. So again, hopefully that coverage helped you. Have been on air throughout the entire evening since 7 p.m. last night, pretty much continuously live, giving these updates.
All right, guys, thank you very much for all your hard work this morning. Simonson Center in Jefferson City, we got some pictures earlier this morning from people in that area. It sits on Hobo Hill, which is an historic district in Jefferson City. You can see it right there. Look at all those downed power lines. And again, all the law enforcement has said, don't touch anything. Assume all power lines are live. That's Simonson Center. The history of that, it sits on Hobo Hill, which was the original location of Lincoln Institute when the first classes were offered in September of 1866. And, you know, if you know a little bit about the historic district of Hobo Hill, that's a lot of the pictures we're getting is kind of in and around that area. It's those massive hills in Jefferson City. Hobo Hill specifically is a National Historic District located in the heart there of Jefferson City. It encompasses 7 contributing buildings and a predominantly residential section, and the district was developed between 1908 and 1916. And we did get pictures of, you know, there's one kind of famous, the house on Hobo Hill. We had some pictures of that, and that specific home, not damaged at all. Simonson Center, you can see it from the house on Hobo Hill. And, you know, that did, and other homes in and around that area sustained some significant damage. We did talk with, we were able to, at 2 o'clock this morning, we were able to take a press conference live from the Jefferson City Police Department. I know we're working right now on getting that press conference. You may not have been up at 2 a.m. listening to Lieutenant David Williams from Jefferson City, but we had a reporter in the room, Landon Burke was in the room during that press conference, and he said the mood was very calm, you know, very obviously urgent, but an urgent sense of calm as far as they're very trained. They knew exactly what they needed to do in this situation. We have new video from Landon Burke in Jefferson City. He just sent in, so we're going to take that right now, and then in a little bit we're going to show you that press conference again, which is roughly 12 minutes long. This is video from Landon. What are we looking at here? More just emergency personnel and
snow plows. You can tell it's tractors out there removing debris. That was some of the chatter I heard on the radio this morning. Is we're used to seeing these plows in the wintertime pushing snow, but they're pushing trees and debris and branches to try to clear the way.
Everybody's just working so hard. The power's still out in a lot of the areas. And do we have that press conference yet that we can show? Okay, so again, in Jefferson City this morning, they kind of bounced around where they thought they were going to hold the press conference, but Landon Burke was there this morning, and Lieutenant David Williams wanted to get out ahead of the news, make sure everybody knew no fatalities at that point, and that, you know, it's one of those things where all hands on deck, all law enforcement was ready to help. Missouri Task Force 1 called in, and then neighboring areas. So we're going to show you for the next 11, roughly 12 minutes, the press conference from 2 o'clock this morning from the Jefferson City Police Department, Lieutenant David Williams.
The first thing we want to cover is, in fact, we do have a confirmed storm effect here in Jefferson City, Missouri. At this time, we're still trying to determine exactly how much damage we have. We are still working very hard to identify any injured people and any places that we need to put more emergency personnel. The first thing that we want to make clear is we need to have people that are not affected stay out of the area. Right now we have emergency personnel from all venues trying to get to the people that need our assistance the most, and we can't do that if there are citizens out trying to assess themselves and post on social media and other avenues of what's going on. What we need is for people that are not affected to stay home so that we can identify the people that are affected and get help to them. We've had a lot of calls so far about volunteers. At this point, we have emergency personnel from all agencies in the surrounding area coming to help us. We are coordinating efforts through emergency personnel, and at this point, we have not identified a need for citizen volunteers. Not to say that we're not going to need those people later in the day, but for right now, at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can tell you that we do not need any citizen volunteers to come in. What we do need is we are trying to identify locations for the displaced citizens that we have identified. As you're aware, the sirens went off at approximately 11:10 p.m. last night for the first time. Soon thereafter, we began getting calls of damage from wind, and we've been able to identify several areas in Jefferson City that have been affected by this. The primary place right now we're concentrating our efforts on is the Ellis Boulevard area near Highway 54, as well as Stadium and on Dunklin. We have not identified the entire corridor of where the storm went through, but right now we're still trying to do that. But my message, first and foremost, is that we need people that are not affected to stay out of those areas. We would hate to have to get resources in place by arresting people who should not be there that are in the way. So if you can help with the citizens, tell them that we do not need volunteers at this time. Emergency personnel are in place. We have members from MoDOT are helping us clear debris from the roadway, Cole County Public Works, Jeff City Public Works. There are agencies all over that are trying to help us. But right now what we need is for everyone to stay out of the area unless they live in that area. Questions?
Can you tell us if there's any confirmations of injuries or deaths?
Right now we have no confirmations of any fatalities related to this storm. However, we have identified several people that are injured as a result of this. We are receiving multiple calls for people being trapped in their homes. Interpretation of that is we don't know what they are saying trapped. If they can't get out of their front door means one thing, but we do have debris on some homes to where they are not able to access the outside at all.
And you said there are some reports of injuries. I think how many of those reports have you received?
Well, it's too early to say. I would just critically say multiple calls regarding injuries, but we have not been able to confirm it. As you can imagine, it's a chaotic situation right now. We are trying to identify the people that need our help the most, but at the same time, we're trying to identify all the people that need our help.
Hey, could you talk about damage in the area around Capital Region and the high school and those neighborhoods there?
At this point, the corridor, as you mentioned, the high school and Capital Region Hospital, we have identified multiple trees, property damage, roofs, materials are all over the roadway. As another precaution, there's roadway debris. People are driving over, causing accidents that we cannot respond to because we're trying to go to areas and actually help those that have been displaced.
What's currently happening right now as we speak as far as with police officers, emergency personnel, and firefighters?
As would be expected, the fire department and the police department will work hand in hand trying to get to those places where we're still receiving calls. Our 911 center is still up and running. We're getting multiple calls about people who are trying to determine whether or not they have damage to their homes. There are power lines down all over this affected area, and at this point, it's too early to say how many homes will be affected. I have not gotten an estimate yet from Ameren as to say how many people are without power. I will tell you, if you traveled on the south side of our city, there were multiple places that were without power.
What you're describing to us as far as the people trapped in homes with some injuries but not deaths, is that confined to the Jefferson City limits, or are you also speaking on areas outside?
I'm only speaking for the Jefferson City area at this point. I know that the storm actually hit farther south of Jefferson City as well. Our sirens encompass the entire Cole County, so I can't speak to any damage outside the city limits. I haven't been briefed by any other members of the Cole County Sheriff's Department as far as damages outside of the city.
When I spoke to the Cole County EMS Chief Matt Lindworth, he mentioned that hospitals are in disaster mode right now and that they were calling staff back in. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but can you speak as to...
I can't speak to exactly what their designation for it is, but I will tell you we have identified all available personnel to bring them in so that we can start setting up shifts to where we know we will have sufficient personnel to help throughout this. But this is just the beginning. We know it's going to be something that's going to last.
Are hospitals actively receiving patients right now? Is it...
I'm not going to respond to exactly how many patients we've taken. I will just tell you that multiple ambulance districts from around the area are assisting. They are on standby at our EOC, so they are aware that if we need to transport multiple patients, they are available for us. So right now, we are working with the hospitals as one would expect in a plan to this situation.
Just to confirm, you said all available EMS workers are working right now. Is that what you said?
I said all available police personnel are working. I can't speak for the ambulance and how their procedures are in place for calling in their employees.
Do y'all have a specific corridor for not a good way to put it, where the storm went through town?
We're still trying to identify that. We have officers out throughout the city trying to establish a perimeter of where exactly the storm went through. We know that we have damage as far south, as I said, at the South City limits, 179 and 54. If you're familiar with the city, we also have reports all the way up to the north side of this building that we're in right now. There's debris in the roadway. There's debris all over the area of the police department, so we know it went over our building as well. So at this point, we're still trying to identify that. Once we establish a perimeter, we're going to be able to put out a map to where I can share it with you, but it's too early yet to say exactly how wide of a swath that the storm actually did go through.
Is there a disaster where people that are displaced from their homes that they should go? Is there any sort of...
They are calling us through our normal 911 and non-emergency lines, so we have people in place that are manning the phones, trying to get the information for people that actually do need our services at this time. And that goes back to what we said in the beginning. We want to make sure that we're not wasting valuable emergency resources on people that should not be in that area.
I've heard Hyde Park is a possible area where emergency services are gathering.
That has not been identified as one of the places that we're using, but there is a plan in place. As I said, the department has an emergency response plan as well as our emergency manager for Cole County. We are working with them, and all the resources that we have are being put into play right now.
What's going to happen once the sun rises, later on this morning?
Well, daylight will definitely help us identify areas that have been affected. We have officers on the ground that are reporting back at the station. We're trying to make that map to where we can say what the borders of that will be. But of course, when daylight does arrive, we'll be able to see it even more. We'll be able to get some resources in the air to hopefully we'll be able to see it from above.
What are we planning on having next update? Is it too early to say?
No, I am hoping for the next update to be at 6 a.m. I will put out a message through our normal media broadcast system to let you know that, but at this point, I'm looking to 6 a.m. being able to come back here and have this second. Yes, this will be our meeting place until further notice, depending on where we have to go if this becomes unavailable. For now, the sheriff has graciously given us this building to assist in the process to inform our viewers and citizens of Jefferson City.
You mentioned a lot of people are interested in volunteering and trying to help, but to clarify, you want everyone to stay indoors. That'll help you more than if people were to try to come out and do something.
Absolutely. We expect this morning we will have an established volunteer system set up, but for now, we do not need citizens coming out helping us by driving around identifying problems. We have enough calls coming in from affected citizens to where we don't need people driving around telling us that there's a tree in the roadway. We have personnel out doing that. Any other questions? A timeline that has been established by us so far to help you out with this, we have identified that, as I said earlier, our first sirens were activated at 11:10 hours. We received a report of a rotation in the Brazito area at 11:30, and then the first damage reported inside Cole County was at approximately 11:38. We then reactivated our sirens here in the city in the area at 11:40, and then the first reported damage that we started getting calls for inside the city limits was at 11:47 p.m.
What type of damage have you been getting reports on?
Everything from debris from a rooftop into the street, uprooted trees. We've had damage to vehicles, roofs of businesses. There are several businesses on our south side that we're trying to assess how much damage there is to the buildings. But at this point, it's too early to say how large of a scale of damage it would be.
Have any buildings collapsed?
No, there are no reported structural damage as far as buildings collapsing, but that's too early to say whether or not that could be a possibility later in the day. It will all come, hopefully by 6 o'clock. I'll be able to give you further as far as structures and that are affected.
A lot of the noticeable damage came from that apartment complex off of Ellis Boulevard. Can you say whether that is a spot that you recognize as being the most affected so far?
It's too early to say what most affected is, but definitely that is one of the areas I mentioned earlier, Ellis Boulevard. The apartment complex you're mentioning is the 500 block of Ellis near the YMCA. We do know that there is a lot of damage as far as debris. There's too early to say whether or not there's buildings affected, but that is one of the areas where we receive a lot of calls from citizens that are being displaced.
How would you describe the response effort from all the different departments in Jeff City, but also surrounding departments as well that have come to help?
I can sum it up. It's exactly why we practice. It's going exactly how we would want it. Of course, when we do our practice for situations like this, we don't want to ever have to put it in place. But right now, the system is working. All our resources are coming in. We have Highway Patrol. We have members of agencies that would normally not be associated with a storm, but they're all coming into play, and we're making sure that we're making our shareholders aware of what's going on so we can get that information out.
Any idea of damage to state buildings?
No, I haven't got a estimate from any of the state buildings yet, no.
All right, that's the press conference that was held this morning. It was 2 a.m., lasted about 12 minutes. That was Lieutenant David Williams from the Jefferson City Police Department. And we wanted to re-air it for you because you may not have been up at 2 a.m. when we took it live. So we should be getting another update from them in about 2 hours. And when we get that, we'll take that live as well, just because when the sun comes up, that's when there's going to be, much more information can be gathered when they can actually see. There's so many power outages around the area. Okay, KOMU 8's Landon Burke has been in Jefferson City. He left the station at about 1:15, drove to Jefferson City, and you've sent back pictures and video and, you know, smashed glass at a U-Haul center and down power lines. And I mean, you've kind of seen it all. I guess what you could see since it's so dark. Have you moved? Have you moved along down the road? I know you're on Ellis Boulevard now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so on Ellis Boulevard, the most recent update we can bring you is that MoDOT crews came through here with bulldozers and started to clear out the debris. That's why at our last hit we had to, you know, move along so we could clear the road. So we're just kind of off the road now. The MoDOT crews had to be careful though, because if you look at our KOMU 8 News Twitter, you can see they were bulldozing debris down, you know, wooden power beams, but also that those power lines were still attached. And that's actually kind of a constant reality here on Ellis Boulevard in Jefferson City, is there's the power lines are almost lining the streets. So, you know, that's why Lieutenant Williams said that he doesn't want people out walking around. We've seen a number of people, you know, coming out of their homes with flashlights, you know, very obvious that they've been up all night, coming to just look at the scenery. And while that's very tempting, you know, we want to reiterate Jefferson City Police Department's wishes that they don't want you to do that, because the scene is dangerous. Like I said, down power lines, broken glass. Something worth considering is that, you know, we have kind of set up shop here on Ellis Boulevard right off Highway 54, because this kind of appears to be where some of the worst damage is. Behind me, I don't know how well you can see it because it's, you know, the middle of the night and there's no street lights up, but that's a gas station. Since we've been here for the last 20 minutes, every now and then we'll hear like a pop or a whoosh noise. I don't know if that's like some electrical circuitry that's failing or whatnot. But what we've taken a lap around the city as a whole, and there's traces of damage all over the place. We were at the Cole County Sheriff's Department for that press conference a couple hours ago, and we just outside the police department, you know, planters are blown over, plants are knocked around. There's insulation is what appears to be the most persistent type of debris that's around. Insulation, like that fiberglass powder or cottony stuff, and then, you know, pieces of drywall, wood paneling, and that was in downtown Jefferson City. So regardless of what part of town you're in, it seems like, you know, the storm was noticeable, but we're led to believe right now, while the sun is still down, that Ellis is where one of the areas that was affected the most noticeably. Meg, you mentioned that U-Haul store that had the glass smashed in from the winds, and, you know, we were, you know, walking around over there, and we could see pieces of lumber that had been broken off of a trailer, and, you know, the light was some 30 feet away. Right now we haven't ventured too far from this main strip here on Ellis because it's so dark and we can't see, and down power lines are a reality for us. We've been keeping an eye out, we've been keeping our flashlights on so we could see it. But as you said, Meg, we think as the sun comes up, we'll get a much better idea of what the impact of this severe weather was overnight. And we do have a reporter waiting at the Cole County Sheriff's Department for that meeting at 6. We plan to carry that live so we can get that information directly to our viewers. That's all I have for now. I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you guys at the studio.
Okay, so Landon, as the time has gone on, you've been out there for a few hours now. Are you starting to see more people? Are there people milling about, or is everybody doing a pretty good job of staying away?
You know, it's really interesting because I think when I first got here a couple hours ago, there was more people, and then I think it's kind of died off, but now we're kind of starting to see more and more people come out. I imagine that it's going to be a very rude awakening, sorry to use a cliche, when the sun comes up and we can really see, because right now we can only really see the areas that have impacted off the roads. And an interesting note I'd like to make is that in that press conference with Lieutenant Williams, he made it clear that he could only speak to the Jefferson City limits. I know we've got a team in Eldon, I believe, but, you know, the reality is, you know, we will learn more throughout the day how these other, you know, communities outside of just Jefferson City, the specific city limits, were impacted.
Okay, but as of right now, still no fatalities, thankfully.
multiple injuries. We appreciate your report from Jefferson City. Now we're going to go to Capital Region Medical Center in Jefferson City. That's on Madison Street, which thankfully is not one of the streets that we have talked about having sustained damage. KOMU 8's Rosamond Crown is in Jefferson City Capital Region Center with an update from that hospital.
Yeah, Meg, so I'm at the Capital Region Medical Center, and it's kind of serving as a multi-purpose facility right now. They're taking in a lot of patients that are coming in with injuries, but also the other wing of the hospital has been opened and is kind of serving as an emergency shelter for people who've been displaced. As we've been here all morning, we've seen ambulances bringing people in and going back to get more people. But also we've seen a lot of people just coming in on their own, a lot of them driving in neighbors or loved ones who have been hurt, people coming in limping or part of their body covered in blood, and it's just been a really jarring thing to see. But people are just trying to get help as they're waiting for this. And that shelter is definitely open, and people can come down here and get help, and we'll keep you guys updated. Back to you, Meg.
All right, Rosamond, thanks so much. She's been out there with another reporter all morning and watching, tweeting pictures and watching people come in. And, you know, we did get a report from that hospital saying they were at full capacity. At the press conference, which if you were listening to it a few minutes ago, a reporter did ask if the hospital was in, disaster mode, if it was operating under disaster mode. And the officer said he wasn't going to respond to that the hospital was handling it, but he did know that it was at full capacity and ready for anything. The other thing we've been dealing with, aside from, gas leaks and down power lines, obviously is power outages, which is part of the problem of why nobody can see anything. Nobody knows exactly what damage we're looking at and what we're talking about, which is what Landon was referring to a little bit ago. Angie has been digging into the outage map specifically and getting some numbers for us. And you've got numbers from the different counties and the newest update as of, now around 4:20.
Right, exactly. Trying to concentrate on the Jefferson City area. Obviously, that's where the most customers are going to have power outages. That's a look at the live numbers that Ameren is efforting right now, and that is the Jefferson City area, slightly more outlying areas as well have outages, but the majority, we're looking at 1,200, 1,300 and another 500 is roughly all those dots there. Also, the green dots represent calls have been made, but they have not had a chance to assess how many people are without power or how many locations. You can see that's a highly populated part of Jefferson City, so those outage numbers are likely not going to be lower in those green dot areas. The orange dots represent 500 to 2,500, and then the circles that are multiple means there's a lot of power out there, and they haven't even had a chance to say how many, but it's in excess of 2,500 is what they can say. So that's just the Jefferson City area alone. There's also outages further down Highway 54 in Brazito and Eugene, the Taos and Loose Creek area. Also to the east, southeast of Jefferson City has reports to Ameren, and Ameren, some of those numbers have went down and those dots are moving around. That means that they are getting out there and helping people out, but more dots are popping up as this morning is going on and more people are waking up and more people are able to get into areas and find out what the damage is. So those numbers are going to be changing a lot this morning, but needless to say, there are more than a few thousand people in places without power in Jefferson City as we speak.
Yeah, and they kept saying those down power lines, stay away.
Assume they're live.
Right,
because
always.
Odds are they are, because no one has had a chance to turn them off yet.
Exactly. So that's one of the, high alert things that we've been talking about. Oh, good. Okay, so we have another shot this morning. We have a reporter who's been at the Cole County Sheriff's Department all morning, and he's been waiting for another press conference. We're going to try to get to him in a little bit. Maverick Alexander, he went out there. This morning we went to the newsroom and tried to figure out where to go. Who needs to go where. And KOMU 8's Maverick Alexander was sent out to the Cole County Sheriff's Department, fully knowing that another press conference would.
When I got here, the streets were covered in there were power lines on the streets, the sidewalks. The streets are completely covered in debris. And many of the people who live here were checking on their neighbors to make sure that everyone was okay. I spoke with a few people. One man lost his whole entire house and had to pry. The only thing he had left from his house was a trailer outside in front, kind of on its side. They had to pry it out of there. Another man said he was going down his steps to the basement when he said he felt like a bomb went off in his kitchen. And then little did he know, when he came up a few moments later, once everything had kind of settled and there was really no more sounds left, his whole entire kitchen was gone. The whole entire second half of his house was gone, and he had nothing else left. His car was covered with a tree, and there was really nothing else he could do at that point. He just felt completely defeated. Reporting in Jeff City, Maverick Alexander, KOMU 8 News.
All right, Maverick, thanks so much. And again, we're going to check back in with him in a little bit. We do know that there's going to be a 6 a.m. press conference. Lieutenant David Williams said that they would definitely check back in with all of us and hold another press conference at 6 a.m. Maverick will be there, and we plan to take that live because that's our best mode of figuring out what the heck is going on.
How bad is it out there, right?
MoDOT Central District sent out a couple of tweets. So as of 4 a.m., routes 50 and 54 through Jefferson City are open, and most of the debris has been pushed to the side of the road. However, exits and many roadways with the city remain closed as the damage evaluation and cleanup continues. And then a secondary tweet, this one was from 2 a.m. So this one said, it's important that you do not have to be out on the roads right now. Please stay home. Allow emergency personnel to do their job. So in that roughly 2 hours, an update that 50 and 54 through Jefferson City are open, and most of the debris has been pushed to the side of the road. We saw that with Landon's video. Landon was sending a bunch of video with the snowplows, moving the trees and all the junk off to the sides of the roads. So that's a good update about Highway 50 and 54. I think still the resounding message is don't leave your house.
Right.
Just stay home for right now. We've got some video to show you from earlier. This was recorded earlier from the Jefferson City area, and emergency officials starting to try to help people and figure out where the damage was. We've had some moving sound bites from people in the area. We've seen so many pictures and video. I don't know, guys, if we can pull up some more of those pictures of just some of the damage in and around the Jefferson City area. We're going to try and get you some sound from Jefferson City residents who experienced the tornado last night. Again, that timeline being that the tornado hit in Jefferson City. The first reports came into the 911 call center at about 11:47 was the first reports of damage in the city limits. And here's some sound from a resident who experienced the tornado herself.
People are petrified. It's scary. It's always going to be scary, you know. Honestly, I just pray that no one was injured. And yeah, I mean, it's a scary thing, you know. A lot of people just lose their homes, and it's devastating. You lose everything you have. You just have nothing.
All right, so we're trying to get some video that has been sent to KOMU through our Facebook inbox. Some of the videos we've been sent are, long, like 45 minutes long. Some of them are, 10, 12 minutes
One
long.
of our viewers I'm talking with now on Facebook, he just sent about a 2.5-minute video from right at a little after midnight.
It's a lot
that
of
shows
lightning.
the funnel cloud there and a lot of lightning backlighting that. So we're trying to get that on the air and show it to you as well.
We talked with other viewers who, Brazito, again, in the timeline that the Jefferson City Police Department gave to us, they said Brazito was where the first rotation was spotted, about 11:30. And so we've had residents and viewers in Jefferson City who tried to contact the 911 area, the center, and say, like, can you do a welfare check on my friend in Brazito? And they just can't. They said, give us a couple of hours and maybe we can try. But there's just so much going on in these areas, in these disaster areas, and then the emergency officials are trying to get where they need to go. Can we show some more of the pictures of some of the damage that we've seen? The pictures were really rolling in earlier. We haven't seen quite as many. These are more disaster pictures. Damage
Yesterday, at least, if we can find anything positive, it is that Jefferson City schools are not in session. They had a half day yesterday, and no kids were expected to go to school today.
You did say there's a track meet, though.
The state track meet is supposed to start tomorrow at Atkins, which Jefferson City High School is near, where a lot of damage has been reported. That Simonson 9th grade center also near there. The pictures there show electrical lines down. We'll see how quickly everything happens, but if there is damage at Atkins, I don't see how they're going to have that state track meet tomorrow.
It would seem pretty tough, and Lincoln University has already announced it's closed. Again, more reaction from one of the Jefferson City residents our reporters spoke with last night.
We've talked to police officers about helping, and They told us that there's not really much that we can do except provide for resources, clean water, clothes, dry towels, help people get some shelter.
All right, that was the same woman we spoke to early this morning, and it's such an emotional thing. And you know, we're just hearing, the scary thing is we're hearing stories of people who are trapped in their homes.
Right.
Trapped,
So much
either
is
trapped in the basement.
Still becoming revealed, of course, because all this has happened in the last few hours.
Exactly, trapped in the basement. Somebody trapped in a third-story apartment, which does not sound like the place you want to be. We'll take a look at some more viewer video that's been sent in, just more storm damage video in Jefferson City. You know, no power, so walking around with a flashlight, just trying to show what it looks like in that specific area. We do appreciate all the video and pictures you've sent, because it really does give us a clear picture of what we're dealing with. And Kenton and Matt have been on air since about 7 o'clock last night. They were on air before that first storm hit in Eldon, and that was the same cell that ended up going through Jefferson City. So Kenton Jawicki and Matt Beckwith are going to stay with us through KOMU 8 News today. We're just going to start in about a minute and a half, about 2 minutes. We're going to start our newscast. Again, they've been on since 7 o'clock last night and straight through, keeping you up to date on the storm. We'll be back with KOMU 8 News today in just a bit.
KOMU 8 News starts with breaking news.
Okay, right now I've got Engine 1, Ladder 1, Squad 2, and Engine 4 responding. Apparently we have several people trapped in that area. We've got multiple calls through this end of town, all the way down to East Elm with multiple trapped. We're trying to work through them one by one.
Did anyone respond to Best Western?
Everybody you can get a hold of needs to report to duty. All personnel you can get a hold of. All personnel. East Ashley has multiple lines down, multiple limbs down. From what I'm hearing, we've got multiple people trapped. Go ahead and give me Engine 3 and Squad 5, please.
Good morning, Mid-Missouri. Today is Thursday, May 22nd, 2019. We have live team coverage this morning as we take a look at the damage left by last night's storms.
Right, our crew, and as well as Landon Burke, we've got them all over Mid-Missouri, specifically in Jefferson City, where a reported tornado hit overnight. We've seen numerous reports of damage and hearing of some injuries, thankfully, and with this much damage, unbelievably, there have not been any fatalities.
KOMU 8's Kenton Jawicki and Matt Beckwith have been here all night long, making sure you're up to date on the storm. Kenton, how are you?
Area. There we go. Looking at some tornado reports across the area, and I want to show you exactly kind of what happened last night. So we're going to start up to the north. There were reports of tornadoes north of Moberly, also there in northern Cooper County or Howard County too. Also just between Columbia and about Hallsville, there was a report of a tornado. This is the tornado that, of course, we are still tracking, or that we were tracking for multiple moments. You can see going from Eldon, went all the way up through Eldon. There was north of Brazito there, as they've been mentioning, and then also right into Jefferson City. And then it died off once it got into southern Callaway County, but certainly the most reports from that tornado in Jefferson City because there are more people there. Right now it's 65 in Columbia. You can see that warmer air is pushed off along and south of Interstate 44. Now that is important because that's where that severe potential still is. The rest of us are not in that at this point, but we are seeing it live. .the First Alert Radar. We still have some showers in the area. Most of that is south of Jefferson City, south of Highway 50 right now, except for northern Montgomery County, and that rain will continue closer closer to Interstate 44 through actually the rest of the morning. If we zoom out, you can still see there is more rain that's on the way. That's going to be moving through southern Missouri, and that will continue for the next few hours. Again, temperatures at 65 right now in Columbia, and a little warmer to the south where that threat will continue. But for us, we are in the clear. More in your full forecast coming up.
All right, Kenton, thanks. Overnight, emergency responders have been working to find and rescue people who are trapped and hurt after a tornado hit Jefferson City.
Task Force 1 and FEMA have joined local agencies in that effort. KOMU 8's Landon Burke's live right now in Jefferson City on Ellis Boulevard and Christie Drive, where some of the heaviest damage is being reported. Landon, what can you tell us?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Right now, Ellis Boulevard appears to be one of the most impacted areas of this severe weather that rolled through. Now we're hearing every now and then we can hear the scraping of a bulldozer coming through and pushing debris. About maybe 45 minutes ago, MoDOT bulldozers came in here and started clearing out some of the debris. This morning we've been talking about some of the things we've seen just here at Ellis alone. The U-Haul building next door to us, the winds knocked out the glass in the front. The winds ripped apart a trailer, and parts of the light and the wood beams were strewn some 30 feet away. We've been trying our best to assess the damage this morning, but it's difficult under cover of night. And that was something that authorities told us at our press conference when we heard from them earlier this morning, is that really they're going to rely on the sunlight to kind of help them see the full extent of the damage. But as I've been saying, we are here at Ellis Boulevard in Jefferson City, right off Highway 54. But that's not the only part of Jefferson City that is seeing this damage. Anyways, Austin Walker joins me now. Austin, you were over at the Best Western in town. What did you see?
Yes, I came from the Best Western, which is just off of Highway 54 right over there. And when I was there was a semi-truck flipped over on its side along with shattered glass all around the hotel. I talked to one guest who said as he was trying to seek shelter once the siren started, there was flying debris and shattered glass flying all around him. Just farther down the street, though, on this side, there's the YMCA and the Hawthorne apartments that were also affected by the storm. Earlier, residents were bussed away from the property, but before that happened, I did talk to one woman who said that she did lose everything.
When you're holding your 6-year-old child, clenching to your shirt because a tornado is going right through your home, you can't imagine what you can expect or what you don't expect. I lost everything in my home, but I'm glad to be alive. I'm glad that my daughter's alive. I know that I shouldn't act shooken up, but I really am. This is the first natural disaster that I've ever been through, and I never thought that a tornado would hit my home, but it did, and it's really made me realize, who I love and who I care about and what really matters most in life.
So as the day goes on, we're going to learn more about who was impacted and how severely. And Austin, you've been on the scene with me for about an hour or two now, and I mean, it's a mess. There's wooden debris everywhere. We can see bits of insulation, leaves blown about, pieces of siding. Throughout the morning, as the sun comes up and we can give you some better visuals of the damage here, we'll do that. But for now, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Landon. We're going to have a lot more information, of course, and Landon will be out there as well as multiple reporters this morning. Rosamond Crown has been at Capital Region Medical Center for one of the city's 2 main hospitals. So, Rosamond, you've been there this morning. What can you tell us about how they're preparing and what they're seeing?
Yeah, Meg, the media person for the hospital just spoke with us. They're actually having a briefing right now just to update themselves on what kind of response they need to be having as they move forward. She's going to get more information back to us. But as we've been here all morning and we've just seen lots of people coming in and out, just some really bad injuries, people with just gashes all over them, and just telling us some really sad stories of how they've had to kind of get their friends and family over here. And so the hospital is really, they said they're at full capacity with their staffing just to get people the help that they need, but they also have the other wing open that they're using as an emergency shelter right now to give people a place to stay. I just walked down there, it's right down the corner here, and there are already people there just sitting around and just taking in all of what's happened and just trying to think of where to go from here. Like I said, the hospital is expecting that there's around 100 people injured just here in Jefferson City alone. And I know earlier we were talking about the Elding nursing home that collapsed, and they're expecting that those patients from there may be brought here. Right now, patients are kind of being split between this hospital and the St. Mary's Hospital. So they're just working to get everything ready. They were prepping the helipad earlier, and nurses, about 15 of them, were standing just out here behind me, just getting to patients as soon as they're getting here. So there's a lot of staffing and a lot of things that they've done to get ready, and we'll just keep updating you guys as things develop here.
All right, Rosamond, thank you so much. We also have reports of damaged buildings in central Jefferson City. KOMU 8's Maverick Alexander is live on Ashley Street. He's by the Cole County Sheriff's Department, where he talked to people taking stock of what got hit and what survived. Good morning, Maverick.
Good morning, everybody. I mean, much like Landon said, being in the darkness out here, you can't really serve the justice of how devastating it really is. But where he's at on Ellis Street is much like where I'm at on Ashley Street. Ashley Street is completely devastated. When I got there, there was tons of debris in the roads. There was housing in the roads. There was also power lines in the roads and in the sidewalks. I spoke with a few people. One of those men was one who lost his whole entire house, and he had to end up prying out the only thing he had left, which was his trailer. I ended up speaking with another man who said he was going to take shelter in his basement when it felt like a bomb went off in his kitchen. Little did he know, once all the dust settled, he came back up to find out that half of his house was gone. The street is currently blocked off, and many of the other streets leading up to this street are blocked by trees, so there's really no point in trying to make your way to Ashley Street. Much of these neighbors have been checking in on each other, making sure everyone's okay, but for the most part, everyone's just doing what they can right now to take part. Reporting in Jefferson City, Maverick Alexander, KOMU 8 News.
All right, here we've got a tweet that just came, or that Governor Parsons is reacting to this. Due to the tornado and severe weather in Jefferson City last night, we're asking that all non-essential state employees in the Jefferson City area remain at home on Thursday today. We have damage to state buildings and power is down in some areas. Please do be safe. That was at 4:30 this morning, so just about 10 minutes ago. Governor Parsons saying if you're non-essential, stay home from the Jefferson City area as a state employee because the damage is just too much. We're learning more and more as the morning comes and as well as the light. This morning in a couple of hours we're going to be seeing a lot more damage, no doubt. The City of Columbia posted on Facebook that it's going to be sending emergency personnel and resources to Jefferson City. Again, Jefferson City hit by a tornado around midnight last night. Columbia Fire has sent 16 rescue technicians and 4 fire trucks to help this morning already. Columbia Police have several law enforcement officers that are headed there right now. The city wrote to not self-respond in Jefferson City, to not volunteer to help at this point, to wait for official word on how and when you can volunteer and if you may be needed. So while many may be thinking about how they can help and being a good citizen, they're asking you to just not do that right now because they're still trying to get their bearings.
Right now, thousands of people in mid-Missouri are still without power. Here's a look at Ameren's outage map. You can see groups of outages in Jefferson City, near Eldon, and in Tipton. We also know hundreds of Three Rivers electric customers are also in the dark. No word yet on when the power could be restored, but we've been keeping an eye on that outage map all morning, and the numbers have been changing.
And because of the storms and the damage, some places will, of course, be closed today. Lincoln University sent an email just before 3 a.m. saying that campus not going to open today. We haven't got word yet on the status of classes for Jefferson City, but we do know they weren't in session today anyway. We'll let you know if we learn anything new. There are events that are happening in schools, but they were on an early release yesterday for their last day of school. So at least there is that. No one's getting up and getting ready for school this morning. Let's check in now with Kenton.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and take a look at our forecast. We're going to do our forecast today. I want to give an update here, I believe. Okay, so we're going to, is this for, sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Is this for long weather, though? Is this what we're doing? No, this is the cap at the end. Just regular? Okay, well, we're going to take a look at our temperature trend for the next couple days here. New to the morning show. Hey.
You're back again.
Oh, yeah, that's true. 80 degrees, though, today for our high temperature. We're 86 on Saturday. Then we're in the lower 80s as we head through the rest of Memorial Day weekend. And again, we have chances for showers and thunderstorms along that time lane as well. I'm going to have full coverage on that in my full forecast. That's coming up here in just a bit.
All right, Kenton, thanks. We're continuing to check in with our crews in Jefferson City after the storms and that tornado overnight. We'll have the latest coming up.
And there is a live look at 442 this morning over mid-Missouri. It's been a rocky night for a lot of folks. We're thankful that you're watching. We're going to try to keep you updated on that tornado that hit in Jefferson City.
Now, your live Doppler 8 First Alert weather.
Welcome back to KOMU 8 News Today. This is a live look over the Columbia Regional Airport here. Your time is 4:45 a.m. on your Thursday. And here is another look at our temperature trend over the next few days. Updated here now with correct numbers. About 80 degrees today, 86 then on Friday, much warmer. Just 20% chances over the next couple days. I'm going to be tracking that. And then over the weekend, we have 60% chances through Memorial Day weekend for more rain. So don't think that we are out of the woods yet. There is still more on the way. Take a look at live Doppler 8 First Alert radar. These showers and thunderstorms finally starting to break up. The only areas here in mid-Missouri that are still seeing rain are right now in Marys County, getting through Vienna with a little bit of rain right now closer to Rolla. Most of the shower and thunderstorm activity is going to stay south of our viewing area for the most part in southern Missouri. The only folks I think that would see any rain potentially would be into Camden, maybe southern Miller and Marys County. Otherwise, you can see the cloud cover still holding strong for a lot of us. Here's a look at where our cold front is. We've been tracking that. That's been really kind of leading our showers and thunderstorms into warmer air. So it's been creating them to pop up, of course, and be severe and be strong. A little bit of clear sky, though, starting to roll into northwestern Missouri, and that will continue moving into temperatures at 65 right now in Columbia. You can see the warmer air now in the southeastern part of the state, a little cooler up there. Nebraska at actually 44 there in the central part, and it's calmer with our winds too on the other side of this cold front. So that's really good news, especially for all of the first responders and things like that that are assessing damage. At least they're not dealing with the rainfall, and they're not dealing with winds right now at this point either. So good news there. Now, this is a look at our severe potential, and you can see it's over to the west for our day today, but we are going to be in a marginal risk for tonight because we have more chances for showers and thunderstorms to roll through, and there's a slight chance some of them could even be severe too. So let's track this hour by hour. Again, here's 9 a.m. Most of this rain going to be south of the viewing area in southern Missouri. Again, if it does stay north, it would likely only go into Camden, Miller, and Marys County by this morning here in the next few hours. And then as we head into the rest of our day, it is partly sunny, and we're looking at sunshine at least north of I-70. The better chance for clouds, of course, will be south of I-70, and also south of I-70, a slight chance for maybe just a pop-up shower or thunderstorm. That's not what we're waiting on. What we're waiting on is late into the evening. It's going to be this system. It's going to track all across Kansas as long as it stays put together and this comes to fruition. And then here's 10 p.m. It's going to move and it's going to roll in, and there's a chance that it could still have some strong winds with it. So that's really what we're watching for this system. Again, late tonight, talking again after about 9 p.m. for that chance. And then that will push out, and by the morning hours on Friday, we're going to be much better. And so for that, we're in a storm mode 2 here on our 0 to 5 scale. And again, that's for after 9 p.m. for 40 to 70 mile per hour winds as a possibility. And again, it's that quick moving system. So the strong winds are really the main threat that we're going to be watching for again late tonight. So stay with us throughout the day again, and especially throughout the evening once again there too. Otherwise, then for the rest of our Friday, here is 3 p.m. We're looking at just a mix of sunshine and cloud cover, a slight 20% chance for a pop-up shower or thunderstorm on Friday. We'll be watching the environment there too. Have a little bit of stuff to get through before then though. And then as we head into Saturday here, as we head into the weekend, Memorial Day weekend, a chance Friday night for a few showers or thunderstorms to roll through. We'll be watching those. And then for the rest of our Saturday, here is 7 a.m. on Saturday morning. It does look dry here. And then as we head into the rest of Saturday, here's 1 p.m. Showers and thunderstorms possible in the afternoon, and that will then continue through into the overnight. And on Sunday, we have pretty much the same thing as well. So for today, our high temperature is going to be around 80 degrees, remember, and partly sunny skies there. A slight chance for a pop-up, but that's mainly going to be south of I-70. Then tonight, we're looking at a low temperature around 67 degrees. We're in that storm mode too for that shower and thunderstorm activity. A chance for some strong winds with that. 83 then on Saturday, 82 on Sunday. Chances for rain 60% each day, but some sunshine and some dry time. Drier by Memorial Day, more rain and thunderstorms next week.
All right, Kenton, thanks. Stay with KOMU 8 News today. This morning, we've got live team coverage from Jefferson City after that tornado rolled through Eldon and Jefferson City. We're in Eldon, multiple places in Jefferson City. We'll bring you live updates as we get them. Your time is now 4:49. You're looking live over downtown Columbia. Stay with us. Welcome back all morning. We've been watching the damage reports roll in from that tornado that hit Jefferson City.
Task Force 1 has joined local agencies in a search and rescue effort, and our Landon Burke is live on Ellis Boulevard and Christie Drive, where some of the heaviest damage is being reported. What can you tell us? What are you seeing, Landon?
Angie, right now Task Force 1 is actually just a few feet to my left there. They're talking with some other agencies, and that's something that the Jefferson City Police Department has really been grateful for, vocally grateful for this morning, is this cooperation between different agencies. We know that when the first reports came in a little bit before midnight, Jefferson City Police says it called all available officers out to try and assess damage and help anyone who may be in need. We are expecting an update from the police department at 6 a.m., but in the meantime, we can tell you that this scene here on Ellis Boulevard is a lot of activity. We've seen MoDOT bulldozers come and go throughout the morning. They've been clearing out some debris, lots of debris here. This appears to be one of the worst hit spots. Behind me, a gas station, tiles, siding brought down, signs ripped apart. The U-Haul building to my right, the storm debris smashed the glass in the front. Every now and then we've been here for about 2 hours now, every now and then we'll hear like a pop or a whiz from the debris back at the gas station, which may be electrical or something like that. Right now, crews are really waiting for the sun to come up before they can really understand the full extent of the damage. Jefferson City Police said at 2 a.m. when we heard that press conference that it could only speak to the areas within city limits. I know we have a team live in Eldon this morning, but really, I think when the sun comes up, I think first responders, police, and people who live in these neighborhoods will really have a much better idea of the extent of this damage. Back to you guys.
All right, Landon, thanks so much. Happening right now, Missouri Task Force 1 is currently searching for victims at the Hawthorne apartment complex in the 500 block of Ellis Boulevard in Jefferson City. It tweeted some photos of the search within the last 25 minutes. Still dark out, so they're using big spotlights to light the scene. And if you remember, we've talked extensively about how they brought in 9 canine units, and they're using the majority of those canine units, perhaps all the canines, in that specific apartment complex searching for people. They're hoping there are no victims trapped, but they're using the canines to ensure that they've gotten everyone out of that apartment complex. So we're actually moving a reporter right now in Jefferson City, sending him to Hawthorne Apartments, and we'll get to them in a little bit. Your time is 4:54. We'll be back after the break.
live Doppler 8 First Alert weather.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to KOMU 8 News Today. I'm meteorologist Matt Beckwith. We are continuing to track some showers moving through southern parts of the viewing area, but the good news is, for the most part, this is moving off to the east. You can see it through Rolla, Owensville, north of I-44, moving out of here. Jefferson City mainly dry at this point in time, but still seeing shower and thunderstorm activity down across the Springfield area. Flash flood warnings extending through that area as well. We do have a tornado watch still in effect this morning for Morgan, Miller, Marys, and Camden County. This is set to go until 6 a.m. We have not heard if the National Weather Service is going to extend that or is going to keep this or cancel it. Temperatures this morning tell us a little bit about the atmosphere and why that tornado watch is still in place. We have that warm air off to our south, 69 still in Rolla, 67 down towards the Lake of the Ozarks. It's an environment that has a little more spark to it, and some thunderstorms may become strong enough there. 64 right now in Columbia, 59 in Moberly, 55 up in Macon, where we have that cooler, drier air. It's more stable. Today's planner looks like this. We're in the middle 60s at 8 a.m. Still seeing a few spot showers with us through the day. 73 at noon, near 80 this afternoon. That rain continues off to the south. It's a mainly dry day for any of those recovery efforts happening in Jefferson City. A few spot showers possible as we head into the afternoon. Then as we head into the evening and overnight hours, we'll watch this area of thunderstorm activity. As this pushes to the east, we may still see a strong wind gust or two associated with this, so that is something we continue to watch. We are in storm mode 2 for that, again, mainly for that wind potential. We'll talk more about this coming up. We'll be right back.
KOMU 8 News starts with breaking news.
Okay, right now I've got Engine 1, Ladder 1, Squad 2, and Engine 4 responding. Apparently we have several people trapped in that area. I've got multiple calls through this end of town, all the way down to East Elm with multiple traps. We're trying to work through them one by one.
Did anyone respond to Best Western?
Everybody you get a hold of needs to report to duty. All personnel you can get a hold of. All personnel.
East Ashley has multiple lines down, multiple limbs down.
From what I'm hearing, we've got multiple people trapped. Go ahead and give me engine 3 and squad 5, please.
That is what we are hearing this morning coming out of Jefferson City. Good morning. It's Thursday, May 23rd, 2019. It's some scary stuff. We have team coverage this morning as we take a look at the damage left behind in last night's storm.
We do. We've got crews including Landon Burke in Jefferson City, along with we've got Kenton Jewicki in, who's been in all night long, and then another reporter who's at the hospital for us this morning. We've seen numerous reports of damage and are hearing of some injuries, no reported fatalities so far. We're going to start with Kenton.
I want to go ahead and I want to give us a recap of what happened here last night. So you can see these are storm reports of tornadoes in mid-Missouri. We're going to start up actually north of I-70. You can see some north of Moberly there, also one in northern Howard County, also another one that was north of Columbia, and that was near Midway. That tornado crossed, or at least the potential tornado crossed Highway 63 right around Midway. We were tracking that one. This is the tornado that you're going to hear a lot about that we're really on. It went from Eldon just before Eldon, and Eldon, by the way, did get hit as well. And then it tracked very close to Highway 54 and it rolled right into Jefferson City. And before it hit Jefferson City, it was a violent tornado with catastrophic damage. We've been tracking again that same tornado for a long time as that continued to push up. Right now on live Doppler first alert radar, we're looking at drier conditions, at least in mid-Missouri. Still some rain in southeastern mid-Missouri, getting into Osage County, Marys, and Gasconade as well. But everyone else is dry at this point, and a lot of that rain is going to stay pushed down to the south. Now we're looking at dry conditions for a lot of our day, but tomorrow, or tonight, excuse me, coming up in about 12 to 18 hours, we have more showers and thunderstorms that are rolling in. We're going to have more and that in my full forecast coming up, but for now, we're going to get back into more of this tornado coverage.
All right, thanks. Kenton, thank you. Just pass along in the newsroom, we've just spoken to Mayor Carrie Turgeon on the phone. She just got finished assessing damage. She has several live national interviews set up. She's already done one with CNN, so we do know she's very busy this morning. We are going to try and grab her for a live interview after the press conference that's going to be at 6 o'clock. So elected officials will meet at 7:30 at City Hall. So as soon as we can get a hold of the mayor, we will get an interview to you. But again, she's going to be on all the national news shows this morning, so we'll get to her in a little bit. That overnight emergency responders, they've been working all night into this morning to find and rescue people who've been trapped and hurt after a tornado hit Jefferson City.
Task Force 1 and FEMA have joined in the local efforts overnight. KOMU 8's our own Landon Burke is live on Ellis Boulevard and Christie Drive with some of the heaviest damages being reported. What are you seeing there, Landon?
Yeah, thanks, Ange. We set up shop here a couple hours ago. We, after that tornado came through just before midnight, Ellis was quickly designated as a place that saw the most damage. There's Missouri Task Force 1 crews waiting here. MoDOT crews were clearing out the streets with bulldozers about an hour ago. We've seen some heavy debris. We've seen some down power lines, not just the lines, but the actual wooden beams themselves. This U-Haul storage shop next to me has had the glass at the front blown out completely. An entire trailer has been ripped apart. And there's a gas station behind me that has been toppled. Here you can see a Jefferson City Fire Department truck coming through. We've seen a lot of different agencies represented here, and that was something that the Jefferson City Police really spoke fondly of earlier this morning. We'll get to that in just a moment. We want to make sure that you see some of that footage from when we first got here. It's hard to assess the damage with the cover of night that we're seeing. You know, in addition to it being a cloudy middle of the night situation here, we are also seeing power outages in some spots. It's pretty dark here. All the lights that you've seen are really being supplied by cars or our lights. We do have an update for you that happened in the last 15 minutes or so. KOMU8's Austin Walker is going to join me now. Austin, you spoke with someone with Missouri Task Force 1. What did they tell you?
Yes, so behind us we have the Hawthorne Apartments and the YMCA, and they sent dogs down there to check for human scent. Luckily, they sent the dogs back up here, and this was about an hour ago, because they found no human scent that was left in the destruction of the Hawthorne Apartment Complex and the YMCA, so that definitely is a great thing we have for today. When I was down there, there was walls ripped off, roofs collapsed, and people being bussed off to other locations away from the complex as of right now.
That's right, and we're still assessing damage. We want to go ahead and play a bit from you from Lieutenant David Williams with Jefferson City Police. We heard this from him earlier this morning.
The first thing we want to cover is, in fact, we do have a confirmed storm effect here in Jefferson City, Missouri. At this time, we're still trying to determine exactly how much damage we have. We are still working very hard to identify any injured people and any places that we need to put more emergency personnel. The first thing that we want to make clear is we need to have people that are not affected stay out of the area. Right now we have emergency personnel from all venues trying to get to the people that need our assistance the most, and we can't do that if there are citizens out trying to assess themselves and post on social media and other avenues of what's going on. What we need is for people that are not affected to stay home so that we can identify the people that are affected and get help to them. We've had a lot of calls so far about volunteers. At this point, we have emergency personnel from all agencies in the surrounding area coming to help us. We are coordinating efforts through emergency personnel, and at this point, we have not identified a need for citizen volunteers. Not to say that we're not going to need those people later in the day, but for right now, at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can tell you that we do not need any citizen volunteers to come in.
That was Lieutenant David Williams with Jefferson City Police. Earlier this morning, Lieutenant Williams told us that the authorities were not aware of any deaths, thankfully. They were aware of some reports of injuries. About 10 minutes ago, the Missouri Department of Public Safety tweeted, "The State Emergency Operations Center has confirmed 9 patients in Jefferson City hospitals due to storm-related injuries." Again, that's from the Missouri Department of Public Safety's Twitter account. That's 9 patients. So guys, as the morning goes on and we learn more, we'll be sure to pass along any updates to you. But for now, we're really waiting for the sun to come up so we can get a better look at the damage this morning.
All right, thanks a lot, Landon. We talked to someone who actually had her home destroyed and got an interview with her briefly about how she and her daughter got out and how thankful she is. Listen to this. This will give you goosebumps.
When you're holding your 6-year-old child clenching to your shirt because a tornado is going right through your home, you can't imagine what you can expect or what you don't expect. I lost everything in my home, but I'm glad to be alive. I'm glad that my daughter's alive. I know that I shouldn't act shooken up, but I really am. This is the first natural disaster that I've ever been through, and I never thought that a tornado would hit my home, but it did, and it's really made me realize, who I love and who I care about and what really matters most in life.
Well said. We've said more than once that we can't imagine, and to be shook up would be completely normal with what she's been through tonight. Marissa Rios has been at Capital Region Medical Center. It's one of the city's 2 main hospitals in Jefferson City. Marissa, what are you hearing? What are you seeing there after this tornado?
Yeah, Angie, I'm right here at the Capital Region Medical Center. Actually, to update you, they just put something on Facebook from the public health officer. Let me read it to you. It says, quote, "We have treated a handful of patients with moderate injuries as a result of the storm. We are devastated for the damage sustained in our community, but as a community, we are resilient and are eager to offer a hand to our neighbor, thanks to all those working to rebuild." So basically right now what's been going on is there have been ambulances coming in and out. Actually, it was just quiet for about the past hour. They were telling us actually that people from the Eldon Nursing Home were being transported over to Osage, and some patients are actually being transported over to St. Mary's as well. But right now, until about 5:30 or so, they're actually doing a secondary search to look for more people that are trapped, that are hurt and injured, and actually we're bringing in more ambulances right now to the hospital, also to St. Mary's and Osage Beach as well. So that's basically what's going right now. As Landon was saying, there have been about 9 patients actually here, and we have actually spoken to public health officer and security guards saying there have been about hundreds of people that could be hurt here in Jefferson City right now, as we know as well. Also here at the hospital, there have been hospital staff that have been telling us that the other wing here has actually been opened up to make shift, for people as shelter, through the storm that might have lost their home, that don't have anywhere to go actually anymore. So they have blankets provided and things, to help them out as well. So right now they've had shelter over here, taking care of patients. It's kind of a mix in between of what they're doing here at the hospital. Reporting live in Jefferson City, Marissa Rios, KOMU 8 News.
All right, Marissa, thanks for that update. We also received reports of damaged buildings in central Jefferson City. KOMU 8's Maverick Alexander is live on Ashley Street, where he spoke with people taking stock of what got hit and then what survived the storm.
Good morning, everybody. much like Landon said, it's tough to see what destruction was done because of all the darkness. But once I stepped out onto the street, it was very devastating. We had a bunch of people come out of their homes, checking on their neighbors. There was tons of debris in the road. There was tons of housing debris, tree debris. There were street signs. The power lines were out. They were all over the roads. It was really difficult to navigate yourself through the road. And then once I made my way up the road a little bit, I spoke with a few guys who had lost their homes. I spoke with also a gentleman who was trying to get the only thing he had left, and that was a trailer. He had to pry it out of a ditch to get it to where he wanted to get it. I also spoke to another man who was in his kitchen when he realized he should probably make his way down to the basement. And once he headed down those stairs, he said he felt like a bomb went off in his kitchen behind him. He even showed me some scars that he had from where he had to pull glass out of his arm because of the impact it had. And once he came back up, he realized that half his house was gone. So there's been a total devastation here in Jefferson City, especially on that Ashley Street. All these neighbors are checking in on each other. Everyone's just doing what they can right now to get by. Reporting in Jefferson City, Maverick Alexander, KOMU 8 News.
All right, we're going to take another look at live Drop the Raid First Alert radar. Again, a lot of us are dry now at this point, and you can see that rain moving through southern Missouri. We're watching some of that. It could move through Camden, Miller, and Marys County once again here, so we'll watch that. Temperatures in the 60s right now, some 50s, 58 up in Moberly. We're looking at temperatures today, though, warming to around 80 degrees with more sunshine to the north of I-70, more cloud cover to the south. Another look at your weather is coming up.
We're continuing to check in with our crews in Jefferson City after the storms overnight. Stay with KOMU 8 News all day.
Now, your live Doppler 8 First Alert weather.
Thursday morning, your time is 5:16 here on KOMU 8 News Today. The sun is not up yet. A lot of folks waiting for that. You're taking a look at the Lake of the Ozarks on our First Alert weather cam. The moment that sun comes up, and it's going to happen live here on air, we're going to be seeing a lot of damage here across mid-Missouri. But we are going to get into our forecast because there is still more to know about the coming days. So average high temperature this time of the year, 77. We're going to be above that for the next 5 days at least. We're at 80 degrees today, 86 then tomorrow. We're at 83 degrees or 80 degrees, excuse me, tomorrow on Friday, and 80 today, actually. Okay, we're going to update that here in another moment. Of course, if we look at live Drop the Raid First Alert radar, you can still see we have some rain rolling through extreme southern mid-Missouri, but a lot of the rain is actually here. That's moving down to the south still. A severe thunderstorm warning still to the west of Springfield right now. getting just out of Joplin. And looking at satellite and radar, a lot of cloud cover still in Missouri, even though we are starting to dry out. That cloud cover's hanging on, even though there's some clearing sky in northern and northwestern Missouri. Again, this will continue to push down towards the south, and that cold front then is actually going to continue just to snake through our area. But there is colder air on the other side of it, you can see, and it's pushing that warm air out of the way, which is certainly giving them that thunderstorm activity. We have calm winds right now too, so some good things for the folks that are dealing with the aftermath now of the tornadoes from last night. We have drier conditions, and we also have calm winds. Now for tonight, talking about in the next about 18 hours, we're looking at another moderate or a marginal chance for some severe weather, at least for some more storms here. So let's track this all hour by hour. Again, for this morning, these showers and thunderstorms stay to the south. If they do go any farther north, likely about Camden, Miller County into Marys County as well. And for cloud cover, here's 3 p.m. Sunshine expected north of I-70 with still mostly to partly cloudy skies south of Interstate 70. And then as we head into the evening, that's when we're tracking this next line of storms, which is why we have that marginal threat there. The greater threat is certainly over to our west, but as this moves through, if it doesn't die down any, there's a chance that we could be dealing with some strong, damaging winds along with that, along I-70, as that moves through in areas even potentially to the north of I-70. And then by 6 a.m. on Friday, we are drier, but we're still going to have a slight chance for a brief shower or thunderstorm there. But for tonight, after 9 p.m., for that chance for some winds, we're in a storm mode 2 on our 0 to 5 scale because there could be some issues. I want you to stay updated with us throughout the day. And again, that wind is going to be our main threat with 40 to 70 mile per hour potential with that quick moving system. Then for the rest of our day on Friday, a slight chance for a pop-up shower or thunderstorm, otherwise a mix of sun and clouds throughout the day for our last day of the week. And then we're looking at some clearing skies overnight into early Saturday morning, a slight chance for a morning shower there on Saturday. But what we're really watching for there on Saturday is for some more showers and thunderstorms to pop up and move in by Saturday afternoon. So still some sunshine Saturday morning, but as you head into Saturday afternoon, more showers and thunderstorms. So if you have plans there on Saturday for Memorial Day weekend, make sure you got the KOMU weather and traffic app. We'll keep you updated there. And we're looking for more rain chances on Sunday as well. And this all adds to our Missouri River levels. We're in major flooding now, at least expecting that for a lot of these locations. And also, by the way, Waverly, Glasgow, and Boonville, all expected to be at top 5 river crests this weekend on record, top 5 on record. And then also for Jefferson City and Herman expected to be a top 10 river crest. And then we have more rain that's coming in behind that, so we'll keep you updated. But regardless, a near record-breaking situation potentially. 80 degrees for your high temperature today. Tonight, our low temperature will be right around 67. That's by sunrise on your Friday morning with, again, some showers and thunderstorms after 9 p.m. tonight. Then we're at 86 on your Friday afternoon, 83 on Saturday, 82 on Sunday with showers and thunderstorms off and on Saturday and Sunday, both drier for Memorial Day, more storms heading into Tuesday evening.
All right. Thank you very much. The American Red Cross in Jefferson City has set up 3 shelters for different storm victims. One's at Thomas Jefferson Middle School, another's at the YMCA on Stadium Boulevard, and then the third is at the YMCA on Ellis Boulevard.
The good news is there's no school at Jefferson City today. They were on an early release for their last day of school yesterday, so no kids are headed out to any schools that could be damaged, which is good news, but still a lot to be told this morning as the sun starts to come up in Jefferson City.
All right, we're going to check in with KOMU 8's Landon Burke. He's been in Jefferson City all morning. He has been there since about, 1:45, surveying the land and seeing what's going on. He's got an update for us on where the heaviest damage has been reported.
Yeah, hey Meg, we've actually got a little bit of a developing update for you right here. We sent one of our photographers to Riley Chevrolet on Christie, that's not too far from where we are. And our photographer is sending me pictures of cars tipped over upside down. So that gives you just a little sense of for how strong the storm was that moved through here. We're going to get closer and so we can get more video, but I've got some pictures on my phone that I'll be sharing on our KOMU 8 News Twitter page shortly. Another update we spoke with Missouri Task Force 1 not too long ago, and they told us that they can no longer provide us updates, and that if we want updates, we have to go through the Cole County Sheriff's Department. They say the Cole County Sheriff's Department is the one taking over the information dissemination from here. We're going to go get a closer look at that wreckage over at Riley Chevrolet, but for now I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Again, the American Red Cross in Jefferson City has those 3 shelters for storm victims. One's at Thomas Jefferson Middle School. Another is at YMCA on Stadium Boulevard. And then the third is at the YMCA on Ellis Boulevard. So if you need to take shelter, those are 3 locations. If you know of anybody who does need shelter, you could direct them to those 3 locations in Jefferson City. Your time is 5:22. We'll be back with more tornado coverage in Jefferson City after the break. Hey there, we are back now. Your time is 5:24. We've had live team coverage from Jefferson City all morning after that tornado struck around 11:45 last night. Kenton Jawicki and Matt Beckwith have been on since.
We've got a team going to Eldon. We've got them spreading out to find out the results of all this damage from the tornado that hit overnight.
So we know that Lincoln University is closed as of this morning. They will not have classes. There's too much damage to that campus. And then you're seeing an update from Riley Chevrolet.
Riley Chevrolet, which is along Christie Drive. That's a busy area. It's that Culver's area, if you think about it, if you're driving through Jefferson City. But Riley Chevrolet said it's going to be closed and all employees don't come to work today because the damage is so extensive. On social media, we've seen cars stacked and flipped in Landon, and his crew are trying to get video and pictures of that to show you just how bad that damage is.
Some of the other areas that we've sent reporters to, and we're getting information back from Eldon, there's a nursing home that was damaged, and then they were working on getting some of the people who were hurt in that nursing home out and getting them to the hospital. So we've got people all over the place. We are continuing to keep you updated, and as more information is rolling in, we'll take a live look now out of our Jefferson City. That is the state capitol, and that is the heart of the city. Was a tornado just ran right through the main streets of Jefferson City last night. We will continue our coverage after the break.
Welcome back to KOMU 8 News today. Here's live Doppler 8 first alert radar, and we continue to see showers and thunderstorms now mainly south of the KOMU 8 viewing area. Still a few showers up through Herman and Owensville, but for the most part, the bulk of this thunderstorm activity off to the south, moving to the east, so this isn't really going to impact our viewing area. A tornado watch does remain in effect at this point for Morgan, Miller, Marys, and Camden County until 6 a.m. And the reason for that is we still have some warm air. The atmosphere is still a little primed down to the south, even though that thunderstorm activity is south of our viewing area at this point in time. I don't expect anything further to happen this morning, but it's worth noting that that watch is still in effect as you see it scrolling on the top of your screen during break. 64 in Columbia, 67 down at the lake, 58 up in Moberly, 54 in Macon, much more stable air to the north. Here's a look at our day hour by hour. We'll be in the middle 60s around 8 a.m., and I'm keeping a 20% chance of rain in the forecast all day. Just a few spot showers mainly into the afternoon, a high near 80 degrees. Here's a look at precipcast showing that shower activity off to our south. A few of those could lift to the north as we head into the afternoon. Here's 3 o'clock for us, and again, a few showers, certainly a possibility. Then as we head into the evening and overnight hours, we're going to be watching this area out to the west. This is a weakening area of thunderstorms that's going to push in. We could see some strong wind gusts associated with that. That moves out of here. We are in storm mode too for that event, mainly due to the potential of some strong wind gusts as that continues to move through the area. 86 on Friday, still a few isolated showers, more showers and thunderstorms possible as we head into the weekend. Stay with us. We'll have more coverage from Jefferson City coming up in just a few minutes.
KOMU 8 News starts with breaking news.
I put blankets over my daughter's head and I held on to her as tight as possible.
Multiple calls through this end of town.
Right now we have emergency personnel from all venues.
Apparently we have several people trapped in that area.
Did anyone respond to Best Western?
Everybody you get hold of needs to report to duty.
Trying to get to the people that need our assistance the most.
All personnel you can get a hold of. All personnel.
It felt longer than it did, but it was like a 10-second thing. It went through our home and then left.
All the way down to East Elm with multiple traps. We're trying to work through them one by one.
Good morning, Mid-Missouri. It's Thursday, May 22nd, 2019. We have live team coverage this morning. You can see Kenton Jawicki is here in the Weather Center, Landon Burke out in the field in Jefferson City, and also Marissa Rios at Capital Region Center in Jefferson City.
We've had a lot of reports of damage and are hearing of some injuries. No reported fatalities in the Jefferson City area, but there have been reported fatalities in the state due to the storm system.
We're going to check in with Kenton first for the update on our weather.
Yeah, and some of those fatalities actually in southwestern Missouri. And I want to give you a look at the tornado reports that we had from last night. And I want to just get everyone up to date. If you're just joining us, just waking up, again, just north of Joplin, not in Joplin, north of Joplin, a tornado rolling through there. Again, last night was also the 8-year anniversary of the Joplin tornado, the infamous tornado. Here a little closer to home, starting north of I-70, there was two tornado reports there north of Moberly. We were tracking those earlier. Also, one getting through Midway there in Boone County. We tracked that live. Of course, we checked all these live, and this was the track now that we are, of course, talking about extremely because this is the rough tornado track. It started before Eldon, moved through Eldon, also damage in Eldon right now, too, something also to note. Then it followed close to Highway 54 and went up straight towards Jefferson City. As it reached Jefferson City, it was a violent tornado creating catastrophic damage. That was the verbiage that we were using on air as this was getting to Jefferson City. That is already what we were saying before it even hit Jefferson City. And looking at live death rate first alert radar now, a lot of us are dry here across mid-Missouri, but we have more showers and thunderstorms in southern Missouri. Some of that could even get into Camden, Miller, and Marys County. I'm going to be talking about the full 8-day forecast coming up later because we have more storms on the way. But for now, more coverage of this tornado.
All right, Kenton, thanks. Overnight, emergency responders have been working to find and rescue people trapped and hurt after that tornado hit Jefferson City.
Task Force 1 and FEMA have joined local agencies in their effort to help. KOMU 8's Landon Burke live on Ellis Boulevard and Christie Drive, where some of the heaviest damage is being reported this morning. What can you see there, Landon?
Yeah, Angie, we've had a team here at Ellis Boulevard all night because this is apparently one of the places that was hardest hit. You can see some glass blown out, buildings had bits of insulation, siding, timber pulled from it. We have a team on the way to the Riley Chevrolet dealership on Christie. We had a photographer there. You can see those pictures on our KMU 8 News Twitter page showing cars tipped over, some flipped over completely on their heads. So as the sun comes up, we're just starting to really see what kind of damage the city of Jefferson City has to deal with. So we're going to have a team on their way to the Riley Chevrolet dealership shortly to get a closer look at that wreckage. But for now, we'll send it back to you all in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Landon. Of course, much to be revealed as the sun comes up this morning. We also want to let you know there's still power outages reported around Jefferson City right now. A little more than 11,000 people, and that number is moving around. But those recent numbers from Ameren, Missouri, reported just about 5 minutes ago. So that's the latest on those power outages. We've got some sound from some people who actually lived through this storm. One woman in particular, Kimberly Saunders, is sticking with us this morning because some chilling remarks about what she witnessed as her house was devastated by a tornado. Listen to this. Oh, we'll get back to that, but you will want to stick around to hear that because Meg and I have been saying all morning this one has been giving us goosebumps. Rosamond Crown has been at Capital Region Medical Center. She is one of our reporters on the ground in Jefferson City. It's one of the city's two main hospitals. Rosamond, what are you hearing and seeing there as far as from the hospital perspective?
Angie, right now it's been pretty steady. We've actually seen a couple more ambulances come through. Earlier, about a couple hours ago, we were told there were about 5 ambulances that were brought here to bring patients actually to this hospital. But since then, we've seen about maybe 3 to 5 more come in with patients coming into this hospital. Now, recently, we were just told that 9 patients were actually here taken to this hospital with injuries from the devastation here from the tornado. Now, the power actually just came on, about, I'd say 20 minutes ago or so. As you're looking out at the scene, there's an ambulance right over here actually getting things disassembled that had just taken a patient out and everything like that. Like I said, that has just been coming through. And we talked to actually a few people actually who were devastated from the storm. Now, one lady actually was telling us how she, lost her home completely. Her whole neighborhood was completely gone. So she was standing right by us, and she doesn't have a home to go to anymore. And that's kind of the case for some of these people that are coming here. You've seen their emotions. It's obviously difficult. It's a whole devastating situation to go through, and they're completely just going through that right now. Luckily, our hospital over here, the Central Regional Hospital, is actually holding shelter for some people, holding blankets, facilities that they might need right now. So they are actually doing that to help these people. But overall, this is very devastating, but things are gradually, slowly, coming back together, power on, people being transported not only here, but also to Osage Beach and St. Mary's Hospital as well. Of course, we'll keep you updated with any more events that are going on here. Reporting live in Jefferson City, Marissa Rios, KOMU 8 News.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. KOMU 8's Alexandria Williams. We sent her to Eldon. That's the area where the storm hit before it went through Jefferson City. It was a bigger storm by the time it got to Jefferson City, but it did hit in Eldon first. Alexandria, what are you seeing? What can you tell us about that city?
Yes, Meg, I'm live here in Jefferson City, but this morning I was able to go to Eldon to see the damage that they're up against from the storms. Now, I traveled down Business Loop 54 in Eldon, and that's where most of the major damage is. There was everything from trees falling down to the ground to power lines blocking the roads. And I even saw people walking around and saw different cars stranded across the roads. They say that the worst of the damage so far is in the neighborhoods that's east of McDonald's in the Eldon area. And I was able to speak with Eldon Police Department. They told me they're sending people, if they need shelter, to go to the Church of the Nazarene there in the local area, the community center, and the Eldon Upper Elementary School. There you can find shelter and even some medical care if necessary. So right now, we don't know if there's any injuries reported yet, but we are working on those updates for you and should get those to you as soon as we can. I'm Alexandria Williams, live in Jefferson City, KOMU 8 News.
Alexandria, thank you. Another look at live Doppler first alert radar. A lot of this rain is pushed south now at this point, but we're waiting. Some of this could still get up into Camden County, Miller, and Mary. So everyone else dry except for that extreme southern viewing area. Our temperatures right now out the door 64 in Columbia, 58 in Moberly, a little cooler up towards the northwest, and that's because they have some clearer skies. But for the rest of our day, high temperatures reaching the upper 70s, around 80. Some sunshine north of I-70, cloud cover south of I-70. More storms expected tonight, so we want you to stay tuned. I have the track of that. Plus, we're looking ahead to the next 8 days and Memorial Day weekend. What you should know, it's after the break.
There's a live look over Columbia 541 as we're still gathering all that information to let you know about that Jefferson City tornado that hit last night. Stick around.
live Doppler 8 First Alert weather.
Your time right now is 5:43 here on KOMU 8 News Today. On your Thursday morning, a live look over Jefferson City. The sun is coming up, which means we're about ready to see a whole lot there over Jefferson City. Stay with us as we continue that coverage of the damage. But for now, I want to get into our forecast. There's a lot to talk about actually still over the next few days. First of all, starting off with temperatures, what a lot of folks want to know, like, what's it going to feel like? Well, average high temperature this time of year is 77 degrees. We're going to be above that through the next 5 days. 80 degrees today, 86 then on Friday for the end of the week. Slight chances for some showers and thunderstorms during the daytime. Better chances going to be overnight between Thursday night into Friday morning. We'll keep you updated on that. Then Saturday and Sunday, 60% chance for showers and thunderstorms both days. Memorial Day at this point does look to be on the drier side, but of course that can still change too. So stay updated with us on that. Live Doppler 8 First Alert radar. This rain again pushed off closer to Interstate 44. Showers and thunderstorms still rolling through Springfield. They've been seeing it for hours. Of course, it's still just a training line system. You can see these showers and thunderstorms rolled through a little bit earlier this morning, and now we still have a lot of cloud cover. The clouds are still pretty much for all of us in mid-Missouri at this point, except for Macon County. And we're watching this cold front right here. It's pretty much going to stay pretty steady, and it's actually going to weaken and then push back up to the north, and then we're going to be dealing with some more showers and thunderstorms along that tonight, in less than 18 hours actually, but tonight after about 9 p.m., which is why we are under this marginal risk. It's, again, not a big risk, but a marginal risk. The better risk is going to be over here in Kansas, but we're going to be watching some remnants from Kansas roll into our area, and really have to watch that to see if it wants to stay put together or if it wants to break apart, and that's going to be tonight. Here is the 9 a.m. here in just a few hours. We're talking about this rain still over in southern Missouri, and flood threat certainly down there. And then by 3 p.m., still some clouds south of I-70, likely a bit more sunshine north of I-70 this afternoon. And we're talking about a few pop-up showers or thunderstorms possible this afternoon too, but otherwise that rain is going to hold off until we get to some of those remnants from Kansas. Here they are. You can see around 9 p.m., 10 p.m. getting towards Kansas City. And then as they roll through again, we're waiting to see how much they want to stay put together. But if they do, we're talking about the main threat being a damaging wind threat. So that's for our late evening. Stay with us all day on that, and we'll keep you updated. Of course, I'll be back in for KOMU 8 News at 5, 6, 9, and 10 to give you updates on that. And then as we head into the overnight hours into Friday morning, we're looking at some showers and thunderstorms still just pushing through. But for tonight after 9 p.m. right now, we're just in storm mode 2. It's on a 0 to 5 scale because there could be some issues, and we want to make sure that you're staying updated with us. We're talking about 40 to 70 mile per hour winds with that quick moving system if it stays together. So that is, of course, our biggest threat that we're tracking, and it's still just a slight threat at that if it stays together. Then here's Friday afternoon, the last day of the week. We're looking at a mix of sunshine and cloud cover. Slight chance for a pop-up shower or thunderstorm. Can't rule that out, but it's once we head into those overnight hours that we have a chance for, again, some remnants from Kansas to roll in overnight into Saturday morning. And we're going to be tracking those to see how much they want to stay put together as well. Then for the rest of our day on Saturday, we're looking at a mix of sunshine and cloud cover on Saturday morning. But by Saturday afternoon, more showers and thunderstorms roll in from the north, and there's going to be a chance there as well for some of those to be strong. So we're tracking that too. And remember, that's on Memorial Day weekend. So stay tuned with us on that. We have more possible as we head into Sunday. Quick note about the Missouri River. It's flooding Glasgow, Boonville, and Waverly in a top 5 river crest here this weekend. And then Jefferson City and Herman in a top 10 river crest this weekend. All of these levels are higher than they've been so far this year in 2019. So the worst river we've seen so far. 80 degrees today for our high temperature. Tonight, low temperature is going to be around 67 degrees. And then for your day on Friday, we're at 86, 83 on Saturday, 82 on Sunday, with showers and thunderstorms off and on through Memorial Day weekend, except Monday at this point looks drier. More showers and thunderstorms, though, by Tuesday evening. Stay tuned.
All right, Kenton, thanks for that update. Again, we've got live team coverage in Jefferson City and Eldon. Eldon's where that tornado started, moved through Jefferson City. We will take a press conference coming up in about 15 minutes from Jefferson City. Stay with KOMU 8 News today. We've got you covered from that storm. Welcome back. All morning we've been watching the damage reports roll in from the tornado that hit Jefferson City.
Task Force 1 has joined in, and the local agencies are in a search and rescue effort as we speak. Our own Landon Burke is live on Ellis Boulevard and Christie Drive. That's where some of the heaviest damage has been reported. What are you seeing there, Landon?
Yeah, Ange, I hope you can see this behind me now that the sun's coming up. This is a gas station. I can't even see the company label on it anymore. But this is the extent of the damage that we're working with here. Now, in addition to all this, I just spoke with a rep from Missouri Task Force 1. He gave me one last update here. Currently, Task Force 1 and these other assisting agencies are waiting on Jefferson City Fire to develop a search and rescue plan. They're hoping that when the sun comes up, that will help rescuers kind of orient themselves and make sure that they don't miss any territory when they're looking for anybody who might need help or just assessing the damage. Some good news that Missouri Task Force 1 told me is that currently they have no missing persons reported, which is great news. So just to kind of reiterate some of the things that we've been talking about, no confirmed, or rather no mentioned fatalities, no known fatalities, 9 reported injured from the Missouri Department of Safety. We are expecting an update from police officials in about 10 minutes, so I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Landon, thanks so much. Again, Governor Mike Parson tweeted about an hour ago because of the tornado and the severe weather in Jefferson City. He said all non-essential state employees in the Jefferson City area stay home today. They have damage to certain state buildings and power is down. So the governor is asking if you're non-essential, if you're an employee of the state, please stay home.
And similarly, the Jefferson City Public School District offices closed today. They just tweeted that many of the buildings, they say, still don't have power, and several of the buildings had damage overnight. So that's an update. Basically, if you live in Jefferson City, and Riley Chevrolet also said employees don't come to work. The message out of Jefferson City is don't come to work. There's too much already happening.
Right. And so in about fewer than 10 minutes, we'll have a press conference from the Jefferson City Police Department. Stay with KOMU 8 News Today for more coverage.
live Doppler 8 First Alert weather.
Good morning, Mid-Missouri. 5:54 is your time. Here's live Doppler 8 First Alert radar. Still showing you some rain down across the Springfield area, stretching along the I-44 corridor, headed towards St. Louis. Still a few light showers down across Camden County here, but for the most part, our viewing area is dry at this point in time. Still a tornado watch for another few minutes. I do expect that this is going to be allowed to expire in that next update, but we still have that warmer, more unstable air to our south. 67 the current temperature in the Lake of the Ozarks, 64 in Columbia, 62 in Boonville, 58 in Moberly, 54 in Macon. That's where we have that cooler air in place this morning. Here's a look at our day hour by hour. Warming into the 60s at 8 a.m. Still a 20% chance of some showers mainly to the south. And as we go through the day, it's a mix of sunshine and cloud cover. More clouds the further south of I-70 you go. 73 at noon, 80 as we head into the afternoon. And that's when we could see a few pop-up showers. Precast shows that rain off to our south, mainly staying to the south, but this afternoon just a few stray pop-up showers are going to be possible. Then look off to our west. This line of thunderstorms will be weakening as it moves into mid-Missouri, but some of these may be strong as they move through the area with wind as the main concern. So we are going to place our storm mode index at a 2 for tonight after 9 p.m. and it's mainly for that wind threat, 40 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts with a very quick moving system. 86 our high temperature on Friday, a 20% chance of a few isolated showers and thunderstorms. More showers and thunderstorms as we head into Saturday and Sunday. But for today, we're at 80 degrees with a mix of sunshine and cloud cover.
There's a live look over Columbia at 5:56. Looks calm. That is not the case in Jefferson City. Stick around. We'll update you on the storm damage there coming up.
Okay, welcome back. Your time is, it's just about 6 o'clock. We're waiting for a press conference in Jefferson City. So until we know they're ready for us to take that press conference, we're going to kind of give you a rundown of what's happened. That Jefferson City tornado that rolled through the city around 11:45 last night. We can say that as of right now, there are no fatalities, thankfully.
In Jefferson City.
Yes, no fatalities in Jefferson City with this particular tornado, but there are outages.
For sure. And then we're checking the numbers. It just got updated 3 minutes ago with Ameren, Missouri, which is handling most of the power in the Jefferson City area. The numbers dropped by less than 1,000 people have power back on by comparison, because there are still more than 10,600 people who do not have power in Jefferson City. But the good news is, for the first time in several hours, the number is going down instead of up. So hopefully more and more power is getting restored in Jefferson City as the linemen are out there. So a few more people have power in the last 6 hours in Jefferson City despite the tornado.
If you're just waking up, we'll give you a timeline of what happened last night. Around 11:10 p.m. were the first sirens that were heard. There was a rotation spotted in Brazito at 11:30, and then a rotation spotted in Cole County at 11:30. The sirens were reactivated in the Jefferson City area at 11:40, and then the first reports of damage within the city limits was 11:47. And at the press conference that we listened in on at 2 a.m. that we took, they were saying they were trying to figure out the corridor. They were really trying to figure out where that storm was, which direction it was headed. We've seen so many pictures of homes that have been damaged and different businesses that have been damaged.
And certainly video on social media as well of a backlit huge, what appears to be a tornado from the Jefferson City area and the Brazito area, where the lightning is popping and the electrical lines are snapping, and that's lighting it enough to see how big this storm was.
So one of the things that I'm sure at this press conference are going to reiterate, which is what Lieutenant David Williams talked about at 2 a.m. was, we understand that everybody wants to get out and help, and that's very wonderful, and they appreciate that kind of spirit. But at this point, emergency personnel need you to stay in your house. Don't go out and try and help. There's power lines that are down. You have to consider that they're live. And we're going to take a shot of the podium right now. We're waiting for somebody to come up. So until we see Lieutenant David Williams, we're just going to keep talking to you.
Well, as you mentioned, and they say they're not asking for community help from individuals, because they're still assessing the damage and trying to figure out where most help is needed. But in the meantime, the state of Missouri, as well as Jefferson City Public Schools, are saying don't come to work today.
Right. Governor Mike Parson tweeted about 2 hours ago, because of the tornado and the severe weather in Jefferson City, non-essential state employees stay home. We're going to check in with KOMU. Here's the press conference.
Local agencies. The governor is also joining us here today, so I'm going to defer to the governor for his comments before. And if you have questions, as I said before, try to direct them and try not to get off par too far. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Williams. Well, first of all, I think most of you should know there's a lot of devastation throughout the state last night. A lot of damage here in Jefferson City. We had fatalities over in southwest Missouri area last night, multiple injuries that were reported over the night, and still trying to assess the damage that's out there today. But one of the things that I just want to highlight of all the agencies, the work they did last night, whether it was the police departments, whether it was the sheriff's office, whether it was SEMA, whether it was the Department of Public Safety here in Jeff City. But I can't say enough for all the people that were out there last night trying to make sure everybody got good warning. Everything seemed to work like it was supposed to be in a very difficult time last night. But, unfortunately, we're still assessing damage this morning. There's going to be multiple injuries that were in all locations. I think there was about 20 people maybe that was treated last night or by ambulance to the hospital here in town. And again, we're still just assessing damage as the night goes through that. We do know that most of it was it seems to be at this point, southwest Missouri, Carl Junction. That area. There'll be some other small damage coming across the state of Missouri. Eldon was hit really hard. We're getting ready to head out there this morning to kind of check that out. Jefferson City, but it seemed like once we got to the Jefferson City area, for right now, we think that was the worst of it towards the end of last night. So we know that. Again, there's just a lot of people on the ground this morning. There's damage, a lot of damage to some of the state facilities here in Jeff City that we'll be dealing with. We are telling only the employees on the state level that need to come in this morning on a need basis. So that went out earlier this morning for our state employees and everything. And I know there's going to be a briefing here in the city a little later on this morning. But again, I just want to highlight all the emergency personnel that was out there last night doing their jobs in a very difficult situation for everything that occurred. So with that, I'd be glad to take a few questions if you want to ask a few questions this morning. I also have the Director of Department of Public Safety with me. The Director of SEMA is here. You got the sheriff's here, and also the police department here in the Jefferson City area. But we'd be glad to take a few questions this morning on that.
Governor, how many people were killed in these storms?
We know of 3 right now. There was 3 down towards Golden City last night. We believe that they lived on the outskirts of Golden City right now. We're going to try to maybe be down in that area today. We're still trying to figure out where I'm going to be today, but we know those are the only 3 we know at this time. We know that the people have been treated. As far as I know, there's nobody missing that we know of, which is a good sign that we have. So right now, as far as we know, everybody's accounted for.
You say that nobody missing, are you referring specifically to Golden City or across the state?
Across the state. Across the state right now, that's what we know of at this point. But again, I want to emphasize that, we're early and, we're just getting the daylight now, trying to figure out what those the damages are out there and make sure everybody's there.
And statewide, what is the ballpark of injuries?
Pardon me?
Statewide, what is the estimate of injuries?
I don't know. There's going to be multiple injuries, David. I mean, you got 20 right here in Jeff City, we know, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that's not even been to an emergency room yet or maybe going to the doctors today. So there'll be multiple injuries across the state, I'm sure.
Governor, you talked about state agencies that were damaged. Can you talk about specifically what buildings, what agencies, and what type of damage, what extent we're talking about?
I'll let the director here in a minute maybe answer those questions. We know there's several in there, and again, I think it's important to know we're just trying to get all that information right now. Right now, we know that I don't know if there's any major structural damage, but there's a lot of damage to a lot of facilities here in Jeff City.
I know that state declaration of emergency was made ahead of Tuesday's storm, but when I checked in with the Department of Public Safety yesterday, they said that no requests were made by local agencies for coordination after Tuesday's storm. Have any requests been made after over 9 storms, and where is that?
Yeah, we're working with that right now. SEMA's been on top of that all night long, Director of Public Safety, and then our local law enforcement. So we're working with them all through the night this morning to see what resources they need. But one thing I want to emphasize, we're all aware of the situation. We're working together. I've told all these agencies if we need more support, we got the guard out there that we could call in if I needed to call them in. So right now we're making sure they got enough manpower to do their jobs. But I also will highlight, it's been a busy night. They've used a lot of people. So, in the next day or two, just trying to get the debris and get things controlled, make sure we secure the sites of all the damage will be important. But we'll be doing that throughout the day, make sure we have it. But we'll have the resources on the ground to make sure, one, people are safe, and to make sure we secure areas.
I know that the last time we were talking about heavy flooding in the state, you were saying that you wanted to talk with the Corps of Engineers about their priorities when it came to managing dams. Can you say how those conversations are going and if you're pleased with the direction they're taking?
We're still concerned. We're still in flood stages all over our state. We still know there's water coming out from the north up there. We're concerned about that. The Corps is well aware of our concerns, though. We've been in communications with them as of last night. We were in communications with them for the state. So we're still concerned about that. The reason we did, the emergency declaration, too, earlier is because we've seen the flooding that was happening. We've seen that these storms were coming through. So really, we want to be prepared as much as we could be prepared. And that's why we took that initial step because, we were really afraid of a situation like this. You never know what this weather's going to do. We all know that. But we really wanted to be ahead of that and make sure we was. And I'm thankful now we've done that. By the recommendations, I might say, of the Director of Public Safety and SEMA both were well involved in that, helping me make that decision.
Some scary words were used as far as potentially catastrophic, stuff like that last night when these warnings were coming out. We unfortunately had 3 deaths, but I mean with the damage that we're seeing in Jefferson City, are you surprised that we don't have more fatalities, and what do you think?
Yeah, we were very fortunate last night that we didn't have more injuries than what we had, and we didn't have more fatalities across the state. And when these things occur, first of all, it's that warning scenario you go into where everybody listens and maybe pays a little more attention to what we used to just because of the type of season it is here in Missouri. But one thing happened when you start getting those reports of those tornadoes touching down, thank goodness there's plenty of people doing everything they could to warn people, the general public, to take safety, and a lot of people did. So we were fortunate we didn't have any more injuries we did, and we're very thankful we didn't have any more fatalities than we did, but 3 is too many in situations like that. Lieutenant, you want to come back? And Director, would you like to just give a little update on the state buildings? Would you care? What you can? Or you, Director?
Which director? I'm Director Sandy Carson with the Department of Public Safety, and
The Office of Administration, along with Facilities Management, have been doing assessments on the state buildings here in Jefferson City throughout the night. The Department of Labor, which houses Employment Security, has been damaged, has roof damage right now, but they're anticipating that the damage will be determined to be more extensive as they're able to do a more in-depth assessment. So for that reason, as well as for the amount of debris that we are seeing, debris as well as trees in the streets of Jefferson City, the decision was made so that only essential employees need to report to work in the Jefferson City area today. So, thank you.
The Labor Department building you're referring to, is that the one over on Dunn?
Yes, sir.
In terms of other state buildings, like the Capitol or other state buildings, do you know, have any reports of damage or any other, or anything else?
The Lewis and Clark office building that houses the Department of Public Safety as well as the Department of Natural Resources had some debris and trees around it, but as far as damage, we're not aware of that at this time.
I know that everyone always sees the tears and the wrapping around the Capitol, and just to put our minds at ease, did anything happen in terms of any damage? Can you tell what happened at the Capitol?
We're not aware of any damage at the Capitol nor the Governor's Mansion.
What are we doing to prevent looting of the buildings, the businesses that have been really damaged?
We are discussing with the local law enforcement their needs, and we're willing to assist through that. Throughout the night, the Highway Patrol provided troopers to assist Jefferson City PD as well as Cole County with that. In addition, they assisted the community of Eldon to prevent that.
Yeah, just one quick follow-up on what the director just said. Whatever resources we have in the state, we're going to provide to help the local law enforcement and help these agencies and towns across the state. So we'll be on that the entire day trying to figure out what resources we have. One of the damaged area I might mention, because we're in Jefferson City here, we know that Lincoln has some significant damage up there at this point. So again, that's one of those areas we're taking a look at this morning. But we're going to do everything we can from my position as governor, make sure we get the resources out there this morning through the directors and making sure we're helping the local levels with everything we can. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. For those that weren't here earlier this morning, I'm going to give you a quick summary of what we know so far. At 11:10 last night, based on the information we received regarding the weather, we activated the sirens here in the Jefferson City, Cole County area. As I reported earlier, from there, we found that at 11:17, we then received some reports on Highway 17, which is in the southern part of Cole County. Afterwards, Brazito, we started getting reports at 11:30. At 11:39, we had a confirmed property damage to a home. Again, we set the sirens off at 11:40 p.m. And then here in Jefferson City, inside the city limits, at 11:46, we received our first call reporting damage to a business here in town. So that's where we started out at. The thing we want to make sure we get the point across the best is that this is an ongoing situation. We realize that there is a lot of work that we still have to do. The daybreak is just now starting to happen. We have personnel from all disciplines of emergency services here helping us. I couldn't count the amount of agencies that have sent personnel to us from as far away as Columbia. As the director said, the local troop has helped us with troopers on intersections. We have determined that there is about a 3-mile square area here in Jefferson City that received the brunt of the damage from the storm. Now, with that in place, what we have done is we have identified intersections that we are going to have personnel, not just Jeff City Police, but personnel, law enforcement, controlling that area. So to answer your question about the looters and the people that are in the area that don't need to be, we are doing this to protect property. We're still searching for victims. I'm very happy to pronounce that we don't have any fatalities here in Jefferson City. That's not to say that that may not change. We are going to go door to door. One of the plans we have for later this afternoon is our search and rescue, our fire, our police. We are all going to get together and we are going door to door to make sure that everyone is accounted for. We don't have anyone missing at this time, nothing reported to us. Of course, there are a lot of people that are trying to figure out their loved ones. We have people calling from out of state trying to check on their loved ones. That is something we realize is going to happen, but at the same time, we have to identify emergencies as they come in. We have contacted Ameren UE. they are mobilizing multiple crews to the Jefferson City area. As the governor said, this is not just an isolated event for us. They have personnel that have to go other places, but they've committed to us 6 or 7 additional crews that are going to come here to try to get our power back into perspective. With that, we realize that there are going to be some problems that arise when power is restored to homes and businesses. That in itself will become a hazard. If you haven't had an opportunity to see, there are a lot of power lines here in Jefferson City that are down. So once they are re-energized, that automatically becomes a hazard. We want to make sure that we have emergency people in place that know what to do when that happens. One of the first things I said at our first press conference was that we didn't need people that were not from those areas coming to look or to do illegal things and become victims, because that will strain our emergency services that we have to put in place. There's a lot of things that we still have to do. We don't know yet if the damage to some of our businesses are going to be to the point where they can't be repaired. I know there are some pictures that have been floating around on social media that show some devastating damage to some businesses. It's too early to say how much or how many that's going to be. It is still a work in progress. As I told the group that was here at 2 o'clock, we realize that we have information to give you. Be patient with us. We can only give so much. There's a lot of people requesting information from us. We want to give it in a structured meeting like this so that everyone gets the same information and we don't have falsities going out to people and hearing about their family members that is inaccurate. Okay? So, question.
You mentioned that you're going to be working on preventing looting and thefts in certain areas without power. Have officers responded to any reports like that so far?
Well, we have not identified any specific looting, but what we know is that if people are in an area just to see what's going on, temptation may overcome them. So what we want to do is we're controlling those areas by putting law enforcement in a place to where they are there in case someone does come to that area that doesn't need to be there. We have enough people concerned about their property, business owners and homeowners that are concerned about their property. We have shelters set up to where we are taking people out of that scene to get them away that are displaced so that they can have someplace safe until we tell them that it's safe for them to go back in.
I know you put up some information on injuries in the recent release. Can you tell us how many people have been transported to hospital?
According to the Cole County Ambulance Service here in Jefferson City, they have only transported approximately 20 people for injuries to our local hospitals.
Does that include law enforcement, first responders?
At this point, we have not suffered any injuries to any of our emergency personnel. And keep in mind that Capital Region Hospital was also in this path of where this storm came through. At last count, the hospital was running on emergency services as well. So that puts a strain on them. They're one of our local partners for emergencies, and so we have to be considerate that we may have to push them out. One of the things that I want to make sure that everyone understands is, in a situation like this, it's not a police ask question, please do this. If we get to the point where people are not following the advice of officers and directions of officers, we will have to take enforcement to where we control that situation. This is not going to be a situation where we spend a lot of time trying to explain the importance of staying out of this identified area. There shouldn't be any problem at all understanding that the police officers, whether it be wearing a Jeff City Police Department uniform, a Cole County Sheriff's uniform, or several of the agencies local to us that have come to help. Columbia has sent officers to us. Holt Summit Police Department has sent officers, as well as the Lincoln University Police Department has offered us assistance as well. So there are a lot of people that are going to be out in a law enforcement position that may not look like a Jefferson City police officer, but since they are here helping us, they are here with us. You had a question.
Is the department considering any type of curfew for the areas where there's damage to prevent people from looking and even possible looting?
At this point, there's no reason for us to consider a curfew. It's working right now. As I said, we have personnel in place. The governor has already told us that if we get into a situation where we are strained with our personnel, there are resources available to us to offset those. Of course, we have a department to where we brought everyone in when this happened. And so now we have started stabilizing the scene with help. So now we have to look at the other calls for service that are going to occur throughout the city, because this is not just going to be in that 3 mile square that we have identified as the primary storm spot.
Any estimate on when power could get back on?
They were not able to give an example of what time it was going to come on, but what they told us was they were working as hard as they could, understanding that there were a lot of areas that were impacted outside of Jefferson City.
Do you know roughly how
hundreds would be the safest. Without giving an exact, I would say we have over hundreds of officers and personnel in place right now. And that doesn't count just the police officers working. We have support personnel in place. We have administrative people in place. This was a call everyone because it was a chaotic and a very, very bad situation early this morning, late last night.
Sheriff, could you talk about the situation out in the county and the damage?
Say your name real quick.
My name is Lieutenant David Williams. And as far as the sheriff, he was not planning to come up to the podium, but here's your press release that I was going to read for you, Sheriff.
All right, thank you, David. So what happened was the tornado came up Highway 17, mostly on the west-hand side, and that's where we tracked it up through the city. So Twin Bridges Trailer Park, extensive damage there. Whenever you show up to a trailer park that's had that much damage, you would assume there'd be a lot of injuries. There was none. So we were able to take the people that were displaced. Friends and family came and picked them up, so we didn't have to sit and worry about these individuals sitting out in the rain. Beck Road, Props Road, and Heritage Highway was hit pretty hard too. So we still have several deputies out. It was just like him. It was all hands. So our guys have take-home cars. So as I was coming in, when the first siren went off, thank you. When the first siren come off, I heard my guys coming on the radio saying they're on. Where do you want them at? So I had another sergeant in place, and he was directing them as best we could. Without a doubt, we were overwhelmed. JCPD was overwhelmed. Everybody was. But it was it's the relationships that we have in this area that made this so smooth. Conservation agents was out responding with us. Highway Patrol, Lincoln University, Capitol Police. I mean, there was anybody you can imagine was showing up here to help. And then I have 4 requests or 4 people from different counties wanting to send deputies up here. So it truly was. It's God sent that nobody was injured more than what they were. It really is. So yes, sir.
Sheriff, Lieutenant told us about the number of injuries in Jefferson City. How many injuries have you heard of outside of Jefferson City in Fulton County?
Well, see, the way it's supposed to work is when he gave that 20, that was for the whole county. And so I didn't have to come up here and talk, but he figured out a way for me to get up here. So yeah, it's 20. Yeah, so there was 20 total that was transported. Well, approximately 20 was transported.
Do you know the breakdown? How many of those were just here versus out in the county?
That's not something that we were looking at. As I said, the Cole County Ambulance Services who provided that information to me. And so at this point, we're identifying that as a county-wide total. So no, I don't know if it was 1 out of the county and 19 in the city, or that number is fluid. So it's going to change. We realize that as daylight hits, we know that there are going to be people that possibly slept through this who are now going to be realizing that there is something that they missed, and they're going to call in, so we may have injuries related to that.
What are the most serious injuries that you know of?
Well, as one would expect, there are some injuries that relate to flying debris. There are some injuries as far as
yeah, you got to talk.
By all means, I can step in front of the podium. As far as the exact injuries, we're looking at injuries that we would expect in a situation like this. There was a lot of debris flying. We had trees. So at this point, nothing in the serious declaration as far as what I've been told by emergency services.
Do you have any details on the emergency shelters that are available and if more will become available in the future?
The Red Cross has set up 2 shelters at this time. They expect to open up a 3rd shelter. And what we've done so far is we haven't announced exactly where that shelter is, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to fill it with the displaced people that we know for certain are suffering from structural damage to their homes or something that resulted in them needing to go somewhere immediately. So we haven't advertised where those locations are, but they are here in Jefferson City. Part of that, again, is for the safety aspect of it. We don't want people to go there and cause more problems for people who are trying to understand what has happened to them as a result of the storm.
Speaking of those displaced individuals, can you speak to any rescues that have happened at any specifically in Hawthorne Park Apartments? I know that during Task Force 1 and others were searching through those homes looking for trapped individuals.
Well, that actually brings a good segue to the final point that I want to bring up. We are going to start a door-to-door search and rescue. And what we need to make sure we understand is if we identify some structures that are unsound, they are going to be going in and checking those for people who may not be able to alert us that they are injured. So we will have, if we have to, we will use force to enter a home to make sure that everyone inside is safe. That counts for businesses as well. We have to go back to make sure that we in fact make it safe for the responders to go in, and then we're going to go in. So if someone after the fact realizes that there's damage caused by something that doesn't appear to be from the storm, it could very well be that we were there. We're going to identify that home and mark it to where we will know the ones that we have done that to make sure that we are covering everyone that we can.
When will those start?
They are going to start in about 30 minutes.
And that will go as long as neither or how?
We have no end time and plan. We plan to go until we know that we have looked at every home and business in the identified area. So in this case, the southern part of Jefferson City through Madison to Lafayette Street is the grid area that we're looking at right now. From the river all the way down to south on Christie Drive near the Riley Chevrolet dealership. We have identified that 3 miles square.
For people that are concerned about opening their door to someone they don't know, are these going to be uniformed officers or will they be?
They will be teams. So there will be members from the fire department, from the law enforcement side of it. There will also be search and rescue. All of the people that are going to be conducting these door-to-doors will be properly identified, and they will know that they are there to help them, not to do anything else. And we still are operating a city. We still have all of our normal calls for service through our 911 communication center. The non-emergency line is still working. So this is not a situation where we've forgotten about the rest of the citizens here in Jefferson City. We realize that we still have a lot of things we have to do.
Dave, do you know how many calls you've taken since?
At this point, I wouldn't even give a guess to the amount of calls. Of course, we can track that just based on the computer-aided system we have, but it would be too many to even think about at this point.
Is there any early estimates about the number of buildings that were damaged?
No, and until day breaks and we can get people in place to actually be able to count those, we don't know. And it would be unfair for me to say a number and be wrong to the point where if I told you 10 and it was 1,000, that would be a misstatement for me to even think about.
What should people do with the debris that might be in their yard or in the road if they want to start the cleanup efforts?
Well, of course, our Public Works is also going to be involved in this. So once we identify that this has come to an end point and we're going into the cleanup mode, there will be directions given. We're going to have another meeting here at 11 o'clock to where hopefully by then we'll be able to have some of those things set in place to where I can give you the answer specifically what homeowners can do. But again, we want to make sure that people realize that they don't go in and start cleaning up before it's safe to do. Just because the power comes back on into your house, you have to be aware that that could cause a hazard just based on the fact that there is a wire loose on your home or something like that. Okay? So 11 o'clock back in here as long as the sheriff doesn't kick me out. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
All right, we heard from Governor Parson, we heard from Lieutenant Williams again, we heard from some other emergency management agencies. The big takeaway from that is still no fatalities, thankfully, and then the next step is door to door, knock on the doors, check on people. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
KOMU 8 News starts with breaking news.
I put blankets over my daughter's head and I held on to her as tight as possible.
Multiple calls through this end of town.
Right now, we have emergency personnel from all venues.
Apparently, we have several people trapped in that area.
Did anyone respond to Best Western?
Everybody you get a hold of needs to report to duty.
Trying to get to the people that need our assistance the most.
All personnel you can get a hold of. All personnel.
It felt longer than it did, but it was like a 10-second thing. It went through our home and then left.
All the way down to you down with multiple traps. We're trying to work through them one by one.
That is some of the sound coming from overnight from the tornado that hit Jefferson City. Good morning. It's Thursday, May 23rd, 2019.
We have live team coverage this morning. We've got Kenton Jawicki in our weather center along with Matt Beckwith. Landon Burke is live in Jefferson City along with Austin Walker, who is also in Jefferson City, where a reported tornado hit overnight. We've seen numerous reports of damage and are hearing of some injuries. No reported fatalities so far.
Let's check in with Kenton with the latest on that.
Yeah, and I want to look at storm reports. I want to show where these tornadoes hit overnight in Missouri and the entire state. It's not just Jefferson City. Of course, we're going to touch about that. So look at this. You can see at this map there were tornadoes even in parts of southwestern Missouri as well. And this one hit just north of Joplin, you can see. Joplin down a little bit farther to the south, but it hit north of Joplin. Of course, yesterday, the 8-year anniversary of Joplin. Another one getting through Golden City. And there's a chance here in southwestern Missouri for some fatalities from that system. It was a long tracking tornado that moved in from Oklahoma. Now, back here, let's start north of I-70. We had one north of Moberly that rolled through, and then we also had one south of Armstrong there in Howard County. That one in Moberly, by the way, just to the west of Cairo. Also one near Midway in Boone County. Otherwise, this long tracking tornado started before Eldon, went through Eldon, damage in Eldon from that tornado. Then it continued up Highway 54, and then it rolled through Jefferson City. It was a violent tornado before it reached Jefferson City. Then it rolled through, creating catastrophic damage. That was the verbiage we were using last night. Violent tornado, catastrophic damage, about to hit Jefferson City, and then that certainly did happen. Right now on Live Doppler First Alert Radar, we are dry. Showers and thunderstorms in southern Missouri. We'll have more in the forecast coming up later, but now more damage from Jefferson City.
All right, Kenton, thank you very much. Overnight, emergency responders have been working to find and rescue people who were trapped and hurt after a tornado hit Jefferson City.
They're talking about going door to door with the police, and Task Force 1 as well as FEMA have joined in the local agencies in that effort. KOMU 8's Landon Burke is live on Ellis Boulevard and Christie Drive in Jefferson City. That's where some of the heaviest damage has been reported. What are you seeing there, Landon?
You know what? We can't hear him.
I know. We've been talking to Landon all morning. We're going to get that worked out.
We will. He's been moving around. He's been in different spots in Jefferson City. Been sending a lot of video and pictures. So we'll get back to him in just a little bit. We're going to try our next reporter. See if we can check in with Austin Walker, KOMU 8's Austin Walker. He's live at Riley Chevrolet.
That's what I believe. That's on Christie Drive. There's lots of dealerships along there, but some of the heaviest damage coming in overnight is reportedly there. What do you see, Austin?
Yes, as the sun comes up and it gets brighter outside, it reveals more destruction in the Jefferson City area. I'm here outside of Riley Chevrolet in Jefferson City, which is on the way of the storm's path. It was just a mile or so away from Ellis, where a lot of the destruction did happen. As you can see behind me, cars have been flipped over against buildings, completely demolishing it. Windshields have been shattered, and there really hasn't been an untouched car in this parking lot. Riley Chevrolet sends a statement saying they will be closed to all public and employees until further notice. They say, quote, "Our prayers are with Jefferson City and surrounding towns at this time. We will continue to update you throughout the morning and the rest of the day. And for more information, visit our website at KOMU.com. Reporting live in Jefferson City, I'm Austin Walker, KOMU 8 News.
Wow. Goodness, that upside down car.
Wow.
That is really wrecked. All right, we're going to try Landon
Yeah,
again.
we think we got Landon. He's down the road a little bit. I think he's near the Sonic and the Break Time gas station.
Ellis Boulevard. Landon, do we have you now?
Yeah, I hope you guys can hear me. Funny you mentioned the Sonic and the break time. You could hardly tell that's what it used to be. We're going to get to that in just a moment. First, we want to show you some of the devastation that we're seeing just at this U-Haul across the street. I don't know how well you could see this, but the debris has knocked out the glass to the storage bins here. There's glass in the street. There's debris in the street. There's timber at our feet all over. Also, if we look over here, this used to be a trailer. We've found more and more bits and pieces of this throughout the morning. We found a light about 30 feet off that way that was thrown off. Some of the other trucks in this lot are damaged. I don't know if you can see that, but there's just like a hole punched out of that window. But most of the damage appears to be across the street over there. Looks like that's a gas station there that you could see that structure has almost just been gutted. And then there, I believe that was a Sonic. Yeah, it was a Sonic over there, but the signs are completely torn away. So you really couldn't know what that used to be unless you lived here. So as the sun comes up, first responders are getting a better idea of what kind of damage they're working with. We've been talking with Missouri Task Force 1 throughout the morning, and something they told us is that they were waiting.
Who's next? Who's next?
All right, let's
Okay, we lost Landon.
Next live.
Next question is, we're going to go to KOMU 8's Rosamond Crown. She's been at Capital Region Medical Center along with one of our other reporters. It's one of the city's 2 main hospitals that's been receiving victims of the tornado.
Right, and so let's check in with her. There have been injured people coming in, and the hospital's been prepared for more. What's the latest there, Rosamond?
Yeah, so the power is back on here at the Capital Region Medical Center, and we're just seeing a lot of the damage. There wasn't any damage to the hospital, but we've seen sheets of metal, giant sheets of metal all around the hospital, and staff are saying they believe it flew over here from buildings that were damaged way down the road. And so in the last few minutes, they've just been working to clear the area out. But like I said, the power is back on, so they are working to get all of that cleaned up. Just earlier, right now things are calm here, but just earlier, like we've been updating you guys, it was quite a scene. I mean, pregnant women who are in distress, people bleeding, just a lot of chaos. So things are a lot calmer now, and they're taking those steps to move forward. And just to clarify, so earlier, way earlier when we first got here, closer to 1 in the morning, hospital staff was telling us that they were expecting, because of the ongoing rescue efforts, they were expecting that about 100 people would be injured. Now we've gotten news since then that what actually happened is that about 9 people are actually being treated for injuries. So thank goodness those expectations weren't met. And so right now they're just working to treat those people with the minor injuries, and we'll have more for you if anything comes up.
All right, thank you very much.
Things will be coming up this morning.
Yes.
The sun is just coming up as well.
And we've just heard that Mayor Carrie Turgeon is going to be on the Today Show coming up in a little bit, so we'll be hearing from the Jefferson City Mayor.
The City of Columbia posted on Facebook it's going to be sending emergency responders have been sent to Jefferson City. Again, Jefferson City hit by a tornado about midnight last night. Columbia Fire sent 16 rescue technicians and 4 fire trucks to try to help. Columbia Police have several law enforcement officers that are on their way or already have arrived there. The city wrote to not self-respond in Jefferson City to volunteer to help. They want you to just wait, and they'll let you know how you can help, because in the meantime, they just need to be able to assess the damage without any interference. Let's talk about our power outages now. The latest numbers, they just came in 3 minutes ago from Ameren, Missouri. 10,450 people still without power. That number, unfortunately, has went up just a touch. This is a look at Three Rivers Electric and their reported power outages as well. 3,200 plus from Three Rivers Electric, and Ameren again reporting more than 10,000 still without power.
So we're looking
all
at like almost 14,000
in the Jefferson City area. And again, those numbers have ticked up a little bit instead of down this morning, which is to be expected considering some folks are just getting to areas where they may have businesses, etc., and assessing the damages.
Because of the storms and all the damages, some of the places that are going to be closed today will be Lincoln University did send an email just before 3 a.m. saying that the campus will not be open today. And actually, in the press conference that we took at 6 a.m., Governor Parson, he referenced that there was significant damage to Lincoln University specifically. So we did get an email from them saying no classes in Jefferson City. And then also Jefferson City Public Schools said don't come to work today. And then Governor Parson reiterated, don't come to work if you're a non-essential state employee. They're just trying to keep people out of the area who don't need to be in the area. Kenton.
Now, we do have some more rain that's in western Missouri that is likely going to head for our southern viewing area, getting into Camden County, Miller, and Marys. That's coming that way. And otherwise, temperatures in the 60s right now. Temperatures later on today warming up to the 70s, around 80 degrees. Coming up after the break, I have your full forecast, and that's still important. We have more storms tonight that we're tracking and that do have a severe potential. And we also are tracking storms for your Memorial Day weekend. You're going to want to know what to expect, and I have it after the break.
Your live Doppler 8 First Alert weather.
Welcome back to KOMU 8 News Today. Your time is 6:43 on our Thursday morning. You're taking a live look over the Columbia Regional Airport on our First Alert weather cam. Just clouds out there at this point. I'm KOMU 8 Chief Meteorologist Kenton Jewicki, and we're going to talk about your forecast now. It's still important, especially as we are now heading into a holiday weekend. I want to make sure you know what's going on. First of all, on our temperatures. Around 80 degrees today. We're around 86 then on Friday. Then we're in the lower 80s as we head through the weekend. That is above average in our temperatures. We do have a better chance for showers and thunderstorms on Saturday and Sunday, at least during the daytimes there. Again, that is through the weekend. And then on live Doppler 8 First Alert radar, a little bit of rain still in Camden, Miller, and Marys County. And we're watching some more storms, and some of those storms could also move into those southern counties too, maybe even a bit into Morgan County there too. So we're going to have to track those and keep an eye on them at this point. Otherwise, cloud cover still for the rest of us. You just saw that on our weather cam. This is all associated with a cold front that's rolling through, a bit cooler air on the other side of that cold front. But regardless, as we head into our evening hours, we're tracking another risk for severe weather. The best risk is to our west. It's over here in Kansas, down into Texas for us. So we do have a marginal risk, you can see, that still connects us with that system. And that's for some remnants that would be rolling in. Again, the biggest risk to our west, the remnants rolling through. But this is, first of all, our track for today. Again, I think some of these showers and thunderstorms could actually get up to our southern viewing area, as I would say into maybe Morgan County. Then for the rest of our day, some clearing over areas north of I-70. Some sunshine a possibility for folks south of I-70 are likely going to be under these mostly cloudy skies. Maybe some sun every now and then, but mostly cloudy. We're also this afternoon going to watch for some pop-up showers and thunderstorms. That'll be a possibility on our Thursday afternoon. But then as we head into the evening, this is when that marginal risk starts to come in. You can see it's getting into Kansas City. We're going to be tracking this through Kansas likely, as long as this comes together, as long as those ingredients hold. And then we're going to have to see what our atmosphere looks like over Missouri. Missouri as we head into that late evening time period, because we're looking at this, and there's a chance that once that rolls through after 9 p.m., that some of it could have some strong damaging winds. So we're going to track that, and then it should push out, and we should be a bit drier for the rest of our Friday as we head after sunrise. So for tonight, after 9 p.m., we're in a storm mode 2 on our 0 to 5 scale, because there could be some issues, and we want to make sure you stay with us. Again, the main threat we're watching for is 40 to 70 mile per hour winds with that storm system rolling through after 9 p.m., potentially into the late night. Again, we're going to see how fast that system is moving and when it actually forms up. So we'll keep you updated on that. Again, I'll be in at 5 and 6 and at 9 and 10 also, keeping you updated on that brand new system as part of our storm mode promise. And then you can see tomorrow afternoon here, Friday afternoon, just a mix of sunshine and cloud cover, and we're also looking at a slight chance, a 20% chance for a few pop-up showers and thunderstorms, but a better chance actually exists again on Friday night into Saturday morning for more storms rolling out of Kansas. So we're going to be watching that possibility into Saturday morning. And then as we head for the rest of our day on Saturday, here is 7 a.m. You can see we're a little bit drier. And then in the afternoon, more showers and thunderstorms. This time, though, they're not from Kansas. They're actually going to roll down from the north on Saturday afternoon. So as I mentioned, multiple rounds that we're tracking. We're going to have chances for showers and thunderstorms on Sunday, too. This is a look at our forecasted river flooding along the Missouri River. I'm mentioning this because Glasgow, Boonville, and Waverly, all potentially a top 5 river crest when we look at historical records, a top 5 record here, also a top 10 record possible for Jefferson City and over towards Herman as well. So we are looking here at also the highest these rivers have been all year long. So they've been high already, but they're going to get even higher. Again, hopefully cresting this weekend. 80 degrees for your high temperature today. Tonight, low temperature around 67 degrees. Remember, we're in that storm mode too. We'll keep you updated all day on that. We're at 83 on Saturday, 82 on Sunday. Showers and thunderstorms this weekend. Hopefully a little drier on Monday. We'll keep you updated there for Memorial Day, but then more showers and thunderstorms next week as early as Tuesday night.
All right, Kenton, thanks. Again, we've got live team coverage. We have about 6 or 7 reporters out in the field this morning in the Jefferson City and Eldon areas, bringing you the latest from that tornado from overnight. Stay with KOMU 8 News today.
The storms have passed through. Still major flooding. It's insult to injury for sure around mid-Missouri right now. The Missouri River about 6 inches under or less than major flood stage in Jefferson City and close to the top of the main levee. The city ordered parts of North Jefferson City to evacuate yesterday, and the Salvation Army is prepping to take in people who need shelter. This is video from yesterday. This is before storms moved in overnight. They say that they are ready for anyone who needs help via flooding, and of course, they're helping people who have tornado damage this morning.
We want to make sure people, even though the temperature may be okay, that they are inside somewhere that they're safe and somewhere that they're comfortable and they know they're not in any danger of any kind.
He went on to say even though the shelter is nearly full already, they'll make room for anyone who needs a safe, dry place to stay.
All right, your time is 6:50. We've got about 10 minutes to go. We have more live team coverage from the Jefferson City area. Welcome back. All morning we've been watching the damage reports roll in from the tornado that hit Jefferson City last night.
Task Force 1 has joined local agencies in the search and rescue effort that is now underway in Jefferson City. KOMU 8's Landon Burke live on Ellis Boulevard and Christie Drive. That's where some of the heaviest damage is. What's the latest?
Hey guys, can you hear me? We're here at Ellis Boulevard, Drive here in Jefferson City, and this has been where I think the destruction's been one of the more apparent places here. Over across the street, you can see a break time gas station that is out of commission, a Sonic restaurant that too is out of.
Audio's not great.
No
the damage
kidding. And
is bad there.
It's just unbelievable.
Earlier we had a reporter at the Riley Chevrolet dealership. The cars flipped, literally flipped on top of each other. That was a Sonic and a break time, devastated to the point you can't tell what they were.
You know, the other thing that we want to reiterate, so there was that press conference earlier, and one of the things that they're going to be doing today, going door to door, law enforcement plans to go door to door to check on everybody. We were able to speak with some people last night and early this morning who've been affected by the tornado. We've got some sound that is just, it's chilling. We're going to roll that for you.
People are petrified. It's scary. It's always going to be scary, you know. Honestly, I just pray that no one was injured. And yeah, I mean, it's a scary thing, you know. A lot of people just lose their homes, and it's devastating. You lose everything you have. You just have nothing.
When you're holding your 6-year-old child clenching to your shirt because a tornado is going right through your home, you can't imagine what you can expect or what you don't expect. I lost everything in my home, but I'm glad to be alive. I'm glad that my daughter's alive. I know that I shouldn't act shooken up, but I really am. This is the first natural disaster that I've ever been through, and I never thought that a tornado would hit my home, but it did, and it's really made me realize, who I love and who I care about and what really matters most in life.
All right, and coming back, this is actually a radar image from earlier. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar right now. This is going to be live Doppler 8 first alert radar coming up here for you on the screen. You can see south of the Lake of the Ozarks along the I-44 corridor is where we're really seeing that rain at this point in time. And zooming out, that's where that rain's mainly going to stay, but still some thunderstorm development to the west of the Springfield area. Here are our current watches. That tornado watch finally allowed to expire. And let's go ahead and get to the forecast for today real quick. 73 at noon, 80 degrees by this afternoon, a few spot showers possible, a few more storms tonight.
So one of the questions we want to ask you guys that we've been getting some questions on social media about EF ratings.
Right.
Yeah.
It's too soon to say how big was this tornado.
Right. At what point will we know the EF rating for the tornado?
Yeah, so the National Weather Service from St. Louis, they are going to go out and they are going to be there this today at some point, and they're going to survey the damage. And they have to survey buildings. They have to see how strong were the buildings.
Trees, right?
And trees, but especially buildings in this situation when you have buildings. How strong were they? What damage could they have withheld? And then you can tell how strong the tornado actually was based on the damage, and they'll give us a rating on the EF scale from 0 to 5, and we can already tell you this is not a low-level tornado. This is a middle to higher range tornado that has rolled through Jefferson City. We're going to have that, of course, for you on our continuing coverage throughout the day.
We'll make sure to cut into the Today Show. And Mayor Carrie Turgeon of Jefferson City will be interviewed on the Today Show this morning.
We'll bring you the local latest at noon.